Notre Dame fans, welcome back to another edition of the Irish Breakdown Podcast. It is Friday, which means three great things for me, Trevor. I don't know about you. Number one is I'm actually going on a date with my wife tonight, which we haven't done here in a little while. We've been really busy. And so Friday was our date night this week. So we're going to be having some fun. Probably going to go to Salsa's because whenever I'm like, hey, let's go somewhere nice, she always wants to go to Salsa's because she loves Mexican food. And it is definitely the best Mexican place here in South Bend. Number two means we're a day away from kickoff, brother. We are 26 and a half hours away from Notre Dame kicking off senior day against Virginia. And number three, Friday means what? Friday free-for-all mailbag. Notre Dame fans, you all know the drill. Get those questions in now. Put an MB or a mailbag emoji. Leave your question. We'll talk anything Notre Dame football related. If you all want to talk some hoops, we can talk some hoops. If you want to talk about recruiting, we can talk recruiting. If you want to talk about college football, anything you want to talk about college football related, today is the day for that. It doesn't have to be related to Notre Dame. We're here to talk about anything Notre Dame related, and part of Notre Dame related is anything related to college football. We can tie them all back. That's what we're here to talk about today. So go ahead and get those questions in. Going to be a fun show. I'm excited. I know Trev's excited. He's coming up tonight here in the area. Reminder tomorrow, I don't know where we're going to do this, but Trev and I have kind of decided that we're not doing a tailgate tomorrow, but a lot of people are in town that have talked about wanting to come to a tailgate. So we're not doing a tailgate. But what we are going to do, however, is we're going to get to campus a little bit early tomorrow. Not sure exactly when. And we're going to find a place to kind of relax and hang out. If some of you are doing a tailgate, that's somewhat close to campus, it's not, we're not going to go like we're at the golf course, but like if you're on campus or if there's a place on campus, we'll find a place that we're going to just kind of hang out. And if anybody wants to meet Trevor, meet me, talk Notre Dame football, whatever, we'll be around there for a while. So we'll try to find a place where we can maybe hang out for about an hour or so before we got to head into the press box. So keep your eye out on that. We'll definitely put some on the message board. We'll tweet something out. We're going to have some fun because it was great to meet a lot of you last week. It really was. And I know some people were, said they were bummed because they weren't in town for last week. It just, guys, it takes too much and it costs way too much to do a lot of tailgates. And so, but we also want to get a chance to meet you guys because I love sitting down and talking with y'all. I mean, it's so much fun and we have so many great people in this community. So, let us know if there's somewhere you're tailgating and you and your crew are tailgating somewhere and you don't mind a bunch of us hanging out, or, we'll probably maybe find somewhere over near the stadium. So we'll have some fun with that and we'll let you guys know what we're going to do. But I think that's going to be a good time, be a very good time.
I agree. It's fun. The last tailgate was fantastic. It was awesome to sit down and meet with everybody. I had a great time. I mean, Brian, I met you for the first time in person last week, which is kind of weird.
It's very weird because yes.
I know. Like I said, I always just kind of envision you as kind of like just this big in my mind.
Right.
So
I do have a full torso and legs and feet and everything.
I was about to say it was good to see you up and walking around. So no, it was really
true.
It was a fun weekend, man. It was really, really fun. It's good.
But it's going to be a blast. It's going to be a blast.
Oh yeah. Excited to be up there again. I love any excuse to be on that campus, and now I get to do it for part of my job. So can't be too upset about that. When you mix work and pleasure, it starts to get a really, really, really fun. But before we dive into the mailbag today, Brian, had to tell everybody again, you guessed it, about our friends over at MyBookie. So MyBookie, it's a sports book that's up and coming, and it's growing and gaining in popularity. And they wanted to partner with us here at Irish Breakdown to kind of help grow that popularity. So how you're going to do that is you're going to go log on and sign up. You're going to use promo code IRISH, IRISH, and what that's going to do for you is it's going to double your deposit bonus. So for literally creating an account and logging on and depositing money, they're going to match your deposit with a deposit bonus and give you X amount of dollars in free bets, which is fantastic to help get you started. Once again, you guys have heard me talk about it a lot. I like Thursday night football. It helps me break up the week. So I partook in the MyBookie risk-free Thursdays yesterday. Once again, didn't come up as a winner, but on the bright side, it was risk-free. So you can play without having to worry about losing any kind of money, which is fantastic. So make sure that you join, enroll in their loyalty rewards program. They give you extra cash, give you bonus points just for putting in some bets. There's an awesome slate of college football this weekend. And as always, there's a full slate of NFL games on Sunday. So be sure to check out my bookie. They're the sports book that gives you control and rewards you for every moment of play.
Without further ado, Mr. Trowbridge, that means it is time for our IB Friday free-for-all mailbag. I do want to say one thing. Somebody said they'd love to chip in for a tailgate. Here's the reason we don't do that. Because you guys already do all that. You guys already pay for monthly subscriptions or annual subscriptions to the website. Some of you buy IB gear. I mean, you saw how much IB gear was at the tailgate, Trev. Just your ordinary Joe, I think, had like 3 different IB things on. Got a chance to meet John and Katie Keevers. John was rocking his IB hat. You guys do super chats. You guys do, all these type of things. We've had people just give donations just because. And last thing we're going to do is then do a tailgate where we're going to ask you guys to pay. Like the whole part of doing the tailgate last week was our thank you to you guys. So we do it, but I just can't do that. I can't afford to do that every week. And I don't have the time to do that every week because it's a process. It takes some time to get together, especially when my parents aren't coming in town. Because when my dad's there, he sets it up and he does everything. And then I can kind of get to, relaxing and talking and everything. But I would never ask you guys to do that. And that, but I do appreciate that. And it's really fun. So we may do more like meet and greet type things on Saturdays. We'll see about that. And then that's a little bit cheaper for us and cheaper for you guys. So it'll be fun. But let's get started, Trev. We had a lot of great questions. We already got 60 starred questions so far. I think half of them might be from Jordan Schreiber and Benami at the beginning, but we do have a super chat. Just a reminder, if you want to get your question moved to the top, go ahead and throw a super chat in and we will respond to that. And so today, Trev, we're going to actually get started off with a super chat from our guy, Iden Benami.
Super chat from Iden Benami. Thank you, Iden. Xavier Watts appreciation chat. I agree with you, BD. X is a Notre Dame legend and our best safety as far back as I can remember. We will miss him. Let's not take this defense for granted.
Well, the one thing I will say is, no, you should not take this defense for granted. It's not a given that this is just going to be how it is every season. I would say, kind of going in reverse, I think Al Golden has proven that he can have big losses and keep this thing rolling. After 2022, they come out 2023, no Isaiah Foskey. You've got Jason Adamiola, you lost him from the team before. He was a really good football player his last year at Notre Dame. You lost Justin Adamiola, who was one of their top, situational. He was that year's Jalen Sneed, that third down pass rusher, did some really good things for the team. And you come out that next year, you have Tariq Bracy, who just was a heck of a cover player that year for Notre Dame. He did some really good things for Notre Dame that season. And you go out and the next year and you get way better on defense, right? I mean, just a lot better on defense from 2022 to 2023. And you go from 23 points a game in 2022, which I've said before is a very misleading stat because I think Notre Dame gave up like 5 offensive touchdowns that year. I know they had like 2 pick sixes in the bowl game. They had a pick 6 against Marshall. I believe there was a couple other situations where the other team either got points or started a drive like at the 5-yard line. So they weren't quite that bad at scoring, but still came out that next year, dropped it down to 15.9 points per game. This year they're at 11.1. We'll see where they finish. So he's shown that he can, and then, obviously this last year you lost Cam Hart, you lost J.D. Bertrand, who was a heck of a player. You lost Maris Leofau, who was a draft pick. You lost Javante Jean-Baptiste, who was a really good football player for Notre Dame. You have those personnel losses. DJ Brown, who was a very steady, leader type of guy on the back end of the defense, and you replace him with a bunch of young guys and your defense got better. Now, I'm not saying that they're going to be totally fine without Xavier Watts next year. It's just this staff has proven that they can kind of plug in, they can reload year after year. And, last year, Cam Hart was your star and Javante Jean-Baptiste was a heck of a player and J.D. Bertrand was such an important part to that. But other guys, come out this year and step up, right? And that's what it is. It's not, okay, whoever replaces Xavier next year, whether it's Luke Talich, whether it's Ben Minnick, whether it's Tay Johnson, whether it's Jadon Blair, whoever the case may be, it's not, hey, you need to be as good as Xavier Watts. No, it's, hey, Adon Schuler, you need to raise your game. Christian Gray, you need to raise your game. Leonard Moore, you need to raise your game. And as a unit, you overcome not having Xavier anymore. And that's how it works. It's not, okay, they're good this year because RJ Oben was every bit as good as Javante Jean-Baptiste was. No, your Viper position has given you way more production than it did last year. Your D tackles have emerged lately. and so that's how you do it. So don't take it for granted because you don't know that, Al Golden's going to stay for the next 50 years at Notre Dame. But as long as Marcus Freeman's the head coach, you do feel that there's a level of, if he loses Al Golden, who's the architect of this defense. I mean, it's not like Marcus Freeman's running the defense and Al Golden gets all the love. Now, I'm not saying that. What I mean is, one thing we can say about Marcus Freeman is he knows defense and he'll be able to go out and find another good defensive coordinator. And I didn't love the Al Golden hire, and Marcus Freeman did. And now look, he was right. And so there's a confidence there. But the thing about Xavier Watts, Trevor, I make sure I'm clear about this. I think Kyle Hamilton is probably the most talented safety that Notre Dame has had since Harrison Smith, and one of the most talented safeties we've ever seen. But he was a sophomore in 2020, had a heck of a year. He was a junior in 2021 and missed half the year. So while he was an incredibly talented player and more maybe physically talented than Xavier, just athletically, 6'4", all that, and he was a top 15 draft pick, Xavier probably won't be a first-round draft pick. I'm talking about who was a better college football player. And Xavier Watts has been a far more impactful college football player than Kyle Hamilton was. That's not a knock on Kyle. Kyle was only a junior. And if you think about, like, at the same level, Xavier was just kind of working into a rotation spot as a junior when Kyle was, having his final year at Notre Dame. So it wasn't at all meant to be a knock on Kyle Hamilton. It's just an observation that I think is hard to argue with. Kyle was flashier. Xavier's just a better player. Now, had Kyle Hamilton stayed for 5 years like Xavier has, we'd be having a different conversation. But it wasn't a knock on that. It was just, that's the reality of it. And Xavier's been a heck of a player. And I think even now, to this day, by some Notre Dame fans, he goes unlooked or like kind of overlooked a little bit. We talk about the linebackers and we talk about the D tackles and all that. And we just kind of forget every week Xavier Watts just shows up and dominates. And he's been such a heck of a player, great leader. And he gets a lot of credit for that secondary staying intact despite it being young, then losing Benjamin Morrison. And week after week, they just keep thriving. And who's the leader of that group? It's Xavier Watts. And I think he's just a little bit of an underappreciated player. And it's not like, hey, he's a great guy like DJ Brown, very underappreciated guy last year for the steadiness, but he wasn't a super great player. Xavier is not only a leader and steady, he's an elite player. And, there's better draft prospects I've seen, right? Malachi Starks is a better draft prospect than Xavier Watts. Caleb Downs is a better draft prospect than Xavier Watts. I don't know that anyone other than maybe Downs is in the conversation of being as good of a player this year as what Xavier Watts is in college. And he's been truly elite. And yes, the coaching has been good and all that, but at some point in time, the players got to step up and make the plays, and he's done that. He's absolutely done that. So he's special, and he's a great kid. That's the thing I love about it, Trevor. Is like, and I can tell you all that I've known Xavier and his family since he was a junior in high school, and I can tell you he's a great kid that comes from a great family. They've got a great story. He's a humble kid, quiet kid, and and went through a lot in this era of kids transferring every time they get in their feelings or things don't go their way. Trust me, Xavier Watts had plenty of chances and legitimate reasons to transfer. But he stayed it out. He stuck it out, and now he's a star. He's going to be one of the best Notre Dame players we've ever seen at that position. And tip of the cap to him because he's a heck of a young man. And at the end of the day, the football part's great, but it's really nice. I was talking to somebody today who we're talking about Bryce Underwood, the quarterback out of Michigan, and he's like, "Hey, everything I hear is he's a great kid." Man, I like hearing that because like the football talent's that's gonna dissipate. Someday you're not gonna be able to run as fast as you are when you're 21. Someday you're not going to be able to throw the foot. Trust me, Trev. I tried throwing a post route this summer, and it went like 15 yards, and my shoulder went that way, and my elbow went that way, and it was like, okay, I'm going to need to go lay down and take a nap for an hour and a half. You know what I mean? Like, I used to be able to sling that thing 60 yards. I mean, someday that goes away, but your character stays through. That doesn't get older. That doesn't go away unless you allow it to go away. It doesn't naturally decrease as you get older, and that stuff matters. And Xavier Watts is, no matter what he did in his football career, he's going to be able to look back and say, you know what? I grew as a man at Notre Dame. I showed character at Notre Dame. I showed integrity at Notre Dame. I made a mark at Notre Dame beyond just what I can do as a football player. And that should ultimately be just as important to a man as what he did on the football field. No question about it. And it's one of the many reasons I absolutely love that kid.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, Xavier Watts is what's still good about college football. He is. I mean, he came in as a wide receiver, and then they talked about making him a linebacker, and then they talked about making him a DB, and then he finally found his home in the safety room. And he was rewarded for his patience. And not only was he rewarded, Brian, you alluded to, he was rewarded in the highest degree. He is now one of, if not the best safety in all of college football. You know, Lou Holtz in that Wake Up the Echo show, or, you know, in that kind of behind the scenes Hard Knocks Notre Dame TV show that's out on Peacock, Lou Holtz said something that I really like, and is, you know, I never, like, if my players felt like they need to enter the transfer portal, they can, but you're just changing the address to your problems. And I really like that. And Xavier Watts was a guy that had every right and had every thought to transfer and put that aside. And Marcus Freeman preaches a lot about unit strength and putting aside self-glory and doing what's best for the team. I don't know if that's exhibited better than Xavier Watts. And now he's a captain and the best player on the best defense in college football. So it's awesome to see, man. It's going to stink to see him go, but it's also really promising that Notre Dame has now developed the reload mentality, not the rebuild mentality. So excited for things to come. Super chat from Beezer12 Washing Beard. Thank you, Bees. Add this to the tailgate fund. Had a great time at the tailgate last Saturday. Thanks for the hospitality. Trev, I was one defensive touchdown away from hitting that parlay, which is tough. You and I talked about that. So you hate to see it, but hopefully you use the risk-free bet or one of the deposit bonus bets. But shout out also to Mama Driscoll.
Yeah, it was wild. So my mom didn't make it because she's with her grandma. And I'll just ask too, I haven't said this publicly, but part of the struggle that I had last week was I also found out on Friday that my grandmother has cancer, and she has chosen not to fight it. And so that just made for kind of a tough week. So my mom was staying in Virginia with her, and obviously take care of her, but she made a bunch of food to send with us. And I told her, so don't do that. So just send a couple things, like maybe a couple snacks. And of course, know my mom, she's like, no, I'm going to do all these things. She got like trays made that had like Driscoll, tailgate and all that stuff on it. And, but she loves the tailgates. She does. And she works like crazy at them. I mean, she runs ragged at the end, but it's just kind of like she loves to do it. She loves to serve. Like she and my grandmother made a bunch of food for our wedding reception. I was like, Mom, this is like your only son, your firstborn child is getting married. Just sit back and relax and enjoy. She's like, look, you don't understand. I love doing this. Like I want to be a part of it. I was like, okay, whatever. So I told her for the next tailgate, we're just going to let you relax and chill. She's like, well, that's not going to be any fun. This is how she is, man. She's like, okay, fine. You want to make great food, make people happy. Sure, I guess. Go for it. But yeah, she'll appreciate that. She'll appreciate that very much. Thanks for that, Beezer.
Super chat from Tyler Evans. Thank you, Tyler. Do you think the Power Four conferences will go back to divisions next year or down the road?
I think so. I think there's a lot of teams and coaches that are really frustrated with the divisions because what it has done is twofold. It has created some insanely weird tiebreaker scenarios, right? And number two, it has created a very unbalanced scheduling where you've got a team like Ohio State who has to play Penn State, Oregon, and Indiana. And Oregon doesn't have to play Penn State or Indiana. Indiana doesn't have to play Penn State or Oregon. And you have these Texas, you look at Texas' schedule compared to that of Georgia and Bama and Tennessee. It's a much lighter schedule. And I think you're going to see a push for some way, somehow to have a little bit more. Now, again, that's hard to do when there's 18 teams in a schedule because what are you going to do? Have 2 9-team divisions and you play 8 conference games and then only 1 crossover game. Then you say, okay, well, what about the years where the East is tougher than the West and the 3 best teams in your league are from the West and they can't play for the title because of this? I mean, there's all types of things you've got to, you could maybe build in some tiebreakers where, to play in the conference championship game, you have to win your division or you have to win your division and you have to be ranked in the top 15 or something like that. I mean, guess you could do that, but what if there's one great team ranked in the top 5 and they happen to be in a division that's weak and then the other division has just loaded that particular year? And you can't change it from year to year because you don't know who's going to be good or bad. Like, how could you possibly have said, okay, well, we know Indiana's going to be really good this year, so let's give them a really tough schedule. or you just don't know, or let's give them a lighter schedule. You just don't know. You can't control it. And it's much harder to manage that when you have 18 teams in a league. The SEC, 16 teams. So you could maybe say, hey, you got 8 games, 8 teams in a division. It's a little easier than that Big Ten. You have 8 teams in a division, maybe. And so you play 7 games there and you one crossover because they like to play 8 games, or say, hey, here's the thing. How about you suck it up and be like the Big Ten and play 9 conference games and play your 7 conference foes and then 2 crossovers in the other division? Well, then it's like, okay, well, you got a crossover and your crossover was Mississippi State and, a normal Vanderbilt team, and the other team's crossover was Georgia and Tennessee. There's no way to create balance, but I think divisions help. What I would like to see, Trevor, which I think would be awesome, is get rid of FCS weekend for the SEC, and say you're going to have 4 divisions. Everybody schedules 11 regular season games. Okay, and then what you do is on the final weekend of the regular season, the highest rank, so you take the 4 division champs, and you say the highest ranked team plays the 4th, the division champ, if there's 4 divisions, number 1 plays the 4th highest, number 2 plays the 3rd highest. That's what you do this final week in the season. Then what you do is you kind of match, the different divisions, right? So 4 and 4 of one division play each other. So everybody's got a game, right? And try to avoid rematches. So everybody's got a game that Saturday. And then that's the last weekend of the regular season. And then the winners, right, of those 2 games then play for the league championship. That might be kind of fun. But, look, this is what you get. Here's the thing. All this crying, you know what could have prevented all this from happening? Don't be greedy bastards that went out and tore up other leagues and added 16, 18, whatever teams so you can get more money. That's an easy way to fix this problem. But I do think in some capacity we're going to see divisions come back at some. I think you have to, Trevor. I mean, I don't know what you think about this, but I think this is stupid. I remember when the Big East did this in basketball, and it was so dumb.
Yeah.
Remember that when they had 18, 20 teams in the Big East before it went away, where all the football teams, the Big East is still a thing, but where all the football teams left, and they added all these non-football playing teams to the league, and there was 18, 20 teams or something stupid like that, and you're nobody plays each other, and that's kind of what we're seeing a little bit in football.
Sure. I have mixed emotions about the no divisions within conferences for all the reasons that you stated. I would like to bring them back. But then you also have things where I would be for divisions if they made them equal. Because you look at conferences like the Big Ten. The winner of the Big Ten came out of the Big Ten East 14 years in a row. I mean, it was literally whoever won the Michigan-Ohio State game won the Big Ten. Because then they were going to go and play an 8-4 Iowa team, an 8-4 Purdue team. I mean, to me, it just became less competitive. And then you look at macro view in the SEC. Georgia finally doesn't get to skate by and play in the very weak SEC East. And now they're playing a full slated schedule. And now they're not looking as good. And they have already dropped 2 regular season games because they're playing higher level competition than what was in the SEC East. So for reasons like that, I don't mind there being no divisions, but for all the reasons that you brought up, I think they should bring them back. If they do, I think it just needs to be more balanced. Like in the Big Ten, I don't like that the Big Ten. I get why geographically, but it's just tough to have one with Ohio State, Michigan State, Penn State, IU this year, and then the other one has Purdue, Iowa, and
which geographics don't matter as much anymore. I mean, you'd have Oregon, Washington, USC, and UCLA in one with Nebraska. I mean, but again, maybe you go 3 divisions. I don't know. I mean, 6 teams each. I don't really know how you could make it work. 18 is such a weird number, where the SEC 16 is more manageable in the SEC. You got 7 games against your fellow division foes because there's 8 foes. You play 1 to 2 non-conference, crossover games, or you could go 4 divisions of 4 pods, basically of 4 teams. I mean, there's a lot of different things you can do, but the problem is, Trev, is you don't always know who's going to be good.
Right.
And look, you say, well, the West and the Big Ten sucks. Yeah, but it wasn't that long ago that the West would have been a better division. I mean, early in the 2010s, for example, Michigan State was really good, but Michigan and Penn State sucked because Penn State was dealing with the sanctions and Michigan was dealing with hiring bad coaches, and Michigan State was really good. Ohio State was really good. In the West, I mean, Wisconsin was really good. Nebraska was that was when they were winning 9-10 games a year with Bo Pelini at the time. And Iowa was really good. And Minnesota was going through some good stretches. And the West was like legitimately competitive and, had some very competitive league championship games. You know what I mean? And Wisconsin at times back then, and it wasn't the West and the East at the time. It was like the leaders and legends. So it changed a little bit in those years. But Wisconsin won the Big Ten championship in 2010. You know what I mean? So you saw 2011. It was Michigan State and Wisconsin played in a great Big Ten championship game that Wisconsin won. I think that was the Russell Wilson year. And, you had some interesting things. The legends and the leaders is the one I didn't like because you had Michigan and Ohio State not in the same division, which set up the potential that they could play in the Big Ten title game, which I didn't love. I don't think having rematches because the team that maybe won the game at the end of the season is at a disadvantage because now you got to go play a rematch and that team, you know what I mean? And I don't love that idea, but sure. There's no perfect solution, Trevor, except maybe you shouldn't have brought in all these teams in your division. So stop crying about it because this is something you chose to do, but yeah.
Another super chat from Iden Benami. Thank you, Iden. Can you discuss Underwood turning down the desperate scum, Michigan?
I mean, I don't know a whole lot about it outside of from what I've read and some of the things I've heard from people I've talked to is he was considering making the move to Michigan for a host of reasons. Same reason other kids that I've been told are considering leaving the LSU class. There's some issues going on there that aren't real public that is making some kids maybe rethink some things, some questions. Nothing like terrible, but just some questions. And so Michigan makes this big offer, and then all the Michigan media people get wind of it, and they start talking about it. And then they just start assuming it's going to happen because that's what Michigan media does. Trevor, I've been doing this a long time. Michigan media is some of the worst in thinking they're just going to get every kid. I've had so many friends of mine over the years like, oh, I'm really worried about Michigan. I'm like, why are you worried about Michigan? Like literally everything I've heard from my intel is Michigan's 4th or 5th. Well, they're all their mods are saying that they think they're going to get this kid. I was like, dude, name a kid that they didn't think they were going to get. I mean, there was one year when Shane Simon commits to Notre Dame, and the whole time he's committed to Notre Dame, Michigan, like, we're going to flip him on signing. Kid never visited, never gave any indication that he was going to do that, but the Michigan mods kept talking about it, so then I had to keep talking about it because people go, they're adamant. Like, they always think that, but they just like running their mouths. And so it created this impression that like Bryce Underwood's just going to go to Michigan because of the money. And I've been told this by 3 or 4 different sources that really kind of pissed the family off because it created this narrative that Bryce is actually going to like just take the money when in reality, that wasn't the reason he was looking at Michigan. It's like it's far away from home. Could he start something in his home state? There's all these reasons. Yeah, I mean, it's not like the money wasn't going to be nice. But I was told LSU didn't even offer him the biggest package when he committed to LSU. Of course, they offered him a package. That's what you do for top quarterbacks nowadays. But he didn't pick LSU because of the fact that he picked LSU because, well, gee, I could, Joe Burrow and Jaden Daniels and pretty decent at producing quarterbacks lately. And so that was the reason. And that turned the family off big time because they're like, no, that's not who we are. And you guys are misrepresenting. You're making it seem like he's only going to go to Michigan because of the money, which creates a very toxic environment because now the expectation is he is going to be Joe Burrow day one for Michigan fans. And the family was like, nah, we're good. So I just think it's poetic justice that they acted like such a-holes about it and were so arrogant and, we're going to get them and flip them and screw you LSU and because we're buying them and give them $10 million. Why are you guys putting this out there? Why are you putting this out there? And by doing so, you lost Carter Smith as your committed quarterback. Now you're not going to get either one of them, which I think is awesome. I think that's so great because screw you, Michigan, for being like that. Not all. I'm not talking about the fans. I'm talking about the Michigan media who just year after year after year just act like absolute clowns and like take being homers to like epic heights. Like they're even worse than the Ohio State media in that regard. And so I kind of love it. I do. Well, are you upset he's going to LSU? No, I'm not upset he's going to LSU. I mean, look, Brian Kelly's going to find a way to not win with that kid. I just know Brian Kelly. But it doesn't matter because it's not Michigan. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I enjoyed that thoroughly, Trevor. I'm not going to lie to you. I know that's petty of me. I don't care. Don't care. That's what they get.
Loved it.
That's what they get. It's just like I don't know. I just don't understand. Like, there's so many things, Trevor, that you know that I know about recruiting and what's going on right now with certain things that I don't put out there because it's just like, that's not your business. You know, like, I won't get into examples because then people are going to want to know. Well, now I want to know. But, like, there's just things that are like, that's not your business. What this kid is getting in NIL, it's not your business unless he wants to make it your business. You know, and yeah, I love it. I absolutely love it.
Super chat from Lucky Duck 512. Thank you, Lucky. Who will regret their move to a new conference more in 5 years, USC or Oklahoma?
Why don't you go first on this one, Trevor? I'm very curious to hear your thoughts on this one. I'm always curious to hear your thoughts, but I especially want to hear your thoughts on this one.
No, I get you. I mean, this one's interesting. I like the question. It's a good submission. Both teams right now are at fear sometime in the next year of losing their head coach, right? Because we've talked before about the standard of winning at Oklahoma, and Brett Venables had a high ceiling coming in because of what he did as a defensive coordinator at Clemson all of those years. You know, USC is one of those arguable like blue blood programs, and you know, Lincoln Riley had all the hype coming over from Oklahoma. So I would say just because of the layout of the conference, I would say Oklahoma's going to regret theirs because I think they're farther away from being an elite team in the SEC this year than USC is. USC's record is not great, and the random quarterback change is just kind of Lincoln Riley's scapegoat way of saying, I just haven't prepared this team, so we're going to switch up our starting quarterback. That's my opinion. But USC, again, has led at one point in all of their losses in the fourth quarter, right? So they are significantly closer to being like a 6-3 team than they are a 4-5 team. And USC is still dangerous. I don't think anybody looks at Oklahoma and they're like, yeah, no, like if you don't prepare for them, they could sneak up on you. Oklahoma's bad. Like they don't look great in the games that they're losing. The games that they're losing aren't competitive. You know, in the Red River in years past when Oklahoma hasn't been great, they still give Texas somewhat of a battle. This year they lost 34-3 to Texas in the Red River. So I think overall, I think it's going to be Oklahoma just because I think the SEC and the layout of that conference makes it a much harder – it makes it more of an uphill battle for Oklahoma than it does USC in the Big Ten. So that's me. That's what I think.
I've been back and forth on this one, Trevor. I think by and large, I think USC has the better chance at long-term success in the Big Ten. But I also think that over time, we've learned that USC is a lot harder job than people think it is. I think there's this notion that USC is this easy job and anyone can win there. And I'm like, then why haven't they? I mean, are all these coaches that bad? In my lifetime, there's only been one coach that's been able to turn USC into a legitimate title contender. Because like even the number 2 ranked team that Notre Dame played in 1988, you know, for those of you who are too young to remember this, Trevor, 1988, I was 10 years old. I still remember this. I remember watching this game. Notre Dame that year had a great team. USC had a great team too. And the last game of the regular season was 10-0 USC against 10-0 Notre Dame at USC. Notre Dame was number 1. USC was number 2. Rodney Peete was the quarterback for USC. And USC was coming off of a win over number 6 UCLA. They had beaten number 18 Oregon, number 16 Washington. They had beaten Oklahoma that year. They were a really good football team. And Notre Dame goes out there, and they suspended Tony Brooks and Ricky Waters before the game for missing curfew, sent them home. And those are 2 of their best players. And I'm watching it at my friend Jamison Jennings' house. I still remember this. And his dad had one of them satellite TVs. So back in the day, they were like these ginormous TVs, had a giant satellite in the backyard. I don't know if you got it, probably too long ago for you, but I remember watching the game on this, almost being like in a mini movie theater. And I remember, obviously, early Tony hits that big bomb to Rocket, but when Tony Rice turned that little option play into a touchdown run to the left, I mean, we're going crazy. Smagala hits the pick six, and they just dominated that game. But like, I remember watching that USC team, thinking like, yeah, they're good, but they're not like, wow, like that's an elite team, And then they went out and got beat by Michigan in the Rose Bowl. That was a really good team, but that was probably one of the better USC teams that I remember in my lifetime. It wasn't really until then John Robinson came back, and they had some top 10, 15-ish teams, but they were never like title contender type teams, in my opinion. And, it wasn't until Pete Carroll came that they were really that type of program, and like I said, they were always really good, but they were never elite. And except under Pete Carroll. So, I mean, I'm 46 years old. And there's only one coach that's in my lifetime that's had USC at that kind of level. And you've seen a lot of guys get hired with reputations, and John Robinson is going to bring the glory back to USC. And the late John Robinson, who passed away this past week, and John Robinson won a national championship at USC in 1978, so his first go round. But USC is just a lot tougher job than it used to be. The demographics of the area have changed. The rabidness of the fan base is not there. It's like a lot of things. There's way too many distractions. You've got the Lakers, you've got the Clippers, you've got the Rams, you've got, there's just so much. And there's just a general apathy, of college football is not what it was. There's just a whole lot of reasons why. I mean, there's a reason the Pac-12, despite being in huge markets, couldn't make any money. Because people don't care. My wife grew up in San Diego. She grew up Escondido, which is right outside of San Diego. And she said they'd go to Chargers games all the time when she was a kid because her dad had season tickets. She's like, we didn't go to the games to actually watch the game. It was kind of like a hangout spot. It's like going to the mall on a Sunday afternoon. You know what I mean? There's just not that love of football like there is. Like they got a rabid fan base, but it's a much smaller rabid fan base. And it's a challenging place to win. I mean, Lincoln Riley, look what he's doing there. Sark did okay there, but we didn't see how good he could have been because he got fired in his second year. Lane Kiffin had a couple decent years there. He got fired, and it's a tough place to win, man. So I don't know that that's a great job, but I also, with Oklahoma, I don't know that Oklahoma can ever have the kind of program where they're going to be able to put the consistent talent on the field, to be a champion. So I think they were better off being in the Big 12, where they were always going to out athlete all those teams and just be really good. Now they're playing in the SEC, where it's like, okay, we're never going to be the consistently most talented team on the field. I think Texas has a better shot at that, but they're always kind of Texas's little buddy that came along. That's the perception. Oklahoma, and that's why I said Oklahoma was stupid to make this move. Oklahoma should have stayed in the Big 12 and said, hey, we're going to run this thing now. And if they were, so I'd have negotiated some kind of deal with the Big 12, say, we'll stay if you guys pay us a little extra something, but they made the money grab to go to the SEC. And so a big part of me believes they're going to regret it the most, because they're going to have a tougher time with the right coach. Oklahoma's going to have a tougher time winning as big in the SEC as USC could win in the Big Ten if they hired the right coach. Does that make sense? So I think Oklahoma's a little bit of an easier job to win at consistently. USC is a better job when it comes to winning at the highest level consistently if you make the right hire.
Sure.
And California doesn't produce the talent. It still produces a ton of talent. I think the last year's draft might have been the draft 4, still had the most drafted players in the draft, I believe, were from California. Maybe it's like, I think they were first and Texas was second, or it might have been flipped. But because it's just so much bigger. But it's the per capita is not the same as what it used to be. And it produces different types of players now. It doesn't produce as many linemen as it used to produce, for example. And nowadays in this modern era, more and more kids are willing to leave. It was unheard of back in the 60s, 70s, 80s. I mean, you just rarely did you see kids go from California to Florida or vice versa. Notre Dame would have some success. Michigan, I mean, you'd have some kids leave the coast. I mean, I grew up, I went to Kempsville High School for 2 years. They had a safety there before my time named Kenny Easley, who played at UCLA. It's Virginia Beach, Virginia. But that was such a rare thing. But nowadays it's like, it's no problem. I mean, think about what would USC be like the last 10 years if the best California quarterbacks stayed? Like Bryce Young, West Coast, I should say, Tua flies over California on his way to Tuscaloosa. CJ Stroud. There's been a lot of really good California quarterbacks, but where'd they all go? East. And so I think it's just harder to keep all those kids in state now too. And now Oregon's a much greater power than they were in the 80s. I mean, Mike Bellotti really built them up. Chip Long took them to another level, and now they're kind of rolling because they got that Phil Knight money. So at the end of the day, I have a feeling it's going to be Oklahoma more so than USC. Plus, USC's raking in the dough, which I think that they're always like that. So that's my stance on that one.
Super chat from Chief Brody. Thank you, Chief. I like Mark, but his defense of Penn State was bizarre. Yeah.
I'm not going to comment on that. That was an interesting conversation. I like Mark too, but that was an interesting conversation. It's just frustrating because no one. I've begged everybody I know to do it. Give me a defense of why Penn State is ranked in the top 5, other than they have a good loss. And then they said, well, yeah, but it wasn't. I'm like, okay, if it's just about the loss, then this is what I'm saying. Then why isn't Nebraska ranked even higher? Because Nebraska was even more competitive against Penn State than Ohio State than Penn State was. Archer 4.52, our Ohio State guy. Which game were you more nervous about in the fourth quarter? Nebraska or Penn State? Because when I'm watching that game, I thought Nebraska had a better shot to beat Penn State. Where Penn State, I'm like, they can't move the ball. They had that one big play to Tyler Warren that set up their one touchdown drive. But even then, I was like, I don't know that if they do score, there, right there, boom. He said Nebraska, right? I mean, exactly. Like that's a game you lose. They might lose this game. Trev, we're actually. I think we were doing a post game show when that game was being played. And we're like, dude, I think Nebraska's about to beat Ohio. I didn't feel that way in the second half about Penn State. And then the response is, but it's the rest of the games. Exactly. It's not about the loss. It's about the rest of the game. So give me a defense based on the rest of the games, because you can tell me why Nebraska shouldn't be ranked there, because you can look at the rest of their games. They haven't beat anybody. They got 3 other losses. Okay, cool. Then let's talk about the rest of their games. What about it? I was puzzled. And then when he said, the loss to Ohio State's better than anything BYU has done when BYU has a road win over his number 8 ranked team. I didn't understand it. And so I just don't understand this Penn State thing that people have. And I love Mark. I think he's a great guy. I like him off the air too. And I love going on a show, but that just was strange. But he's not alone, guys. I mean, he's not alone. There's a lot of people that say, no, Penn State's good. Penn State's good. Penn State's good. And then you ask why. Well, they played Ohio State down to the wire. Okay, is that it? Because so did Nebraska. Is that it? You know what I mean? Like, you got to give me something more than that. Because otherwise I'm like, well, then let's put Vanderbilt in the top 10, because not only did they beat Alabama, they took Texas down to the wire. They have 2 of those type of games. You got to give me something other than they played Ohio State tough. You just got to – this deep in the season? And to point out that I am consistent here, a lot of people that have been listening to this show or reading my content for a long time will remember I made this same argument about Notre Dame in 21. How I don't know that Notre Dame deserves a playoff berth because, yes, they're 11-1 and they're ranked, but they haven't beat anybody. I made the same argument in 2019. Notre Dame fans, it's bullcrap that Notre Dame at 10-2 or 11-2 at the end of the year is not ranked in the top 10. And I'm like, guys, what have they done to prove to you they're a top 10 team besides lose to Georgia close and get blown out by Michigan? What's the win that we can hang our hats on as Notre Dame fans and say, that showed we're a top 10 team? Beating Navy? Because that was the highest ranked team you beat all year. Right? So I'm consistent about this. You should be defined by who you beat as well as the games you lose. It's all part of the conversation. Like, I'm not ignoring the Northern Illinois game simply because Notre Dame beat Louisville and blew out everybody they've played and beat Texas A&M on the road and beat Navy by 37 and did. No, I'm saying, because otherwise I'd say, well, let's put Notre Dame number 2 or number 3, because look at the wins they have. Look how they're dominating people. You don't hear us making that argument because we're including the Northern Illinois. Now, I think Notre Dame should maybe be a spot or 2 higher, but Notre Dame doesn't have a top 5 resume right now because they have a loss to a 6-4 MAC team. Right? I'm simply saying they should be ranked higher than Penn State, because at least Notre Dame can say, yeah, we've actually played better teams than you. Not only have we played better teams than you, we've blown out better teams than you've played, and we're more dominant than you are, despite playing a tougher top-to-bottom schedule. And we don't have to hang our hat on a good loss. When you have to hang your hat on a good loss, you're not a very good football team. Like Georgia has more of a beef for being in the top 10 than Penn State does. Because, yeah, they got 2 bad losses. But, like, is their loss to Bama that much worse than Penn State losing to Ohio State? Because here's the difference. Georgia had to go on the road and play Bama. Penn State got beat at home. You know, with a supposedly hard place to win for other teams, despite the fact good teams do it all the freaking time. You know, but then Georgia can say, yeah, we've got 2 losses, including 1 bad loss where we got blown out by Ole Miss, but we beat Texas on the road. You know, I mean, so at some point in time, you've got to be able to point to me and say, we're good because of who we beat. And no one has yet be able to give me a reason that Penn State should be in the top 10, much less the top 5, based on who they beat. To finish the Penn State conversation, because I don't want to get back to it, but there was a question about it. There was a comment about it from Archer where there was a discussion. He didn't say it, but he made a comment. So this isn't a question as much as a comment. He said he was talking to Make Notre Dame Great Again, I believe is the guy's name. Given where the committee has them ranked now, I don't see Notre Dame jumping Penn State if both went out. Doesn't have a big perception game. ND doesn't have a big perception game left on the schedule. A couple things about that. I don't agree with that comment at all because, number one, if we're talking about the playoff committee, not our feelings about what a good win is or is not, the reality is Notre Dame has a game left against a current top 25 team. And before you say, but it's Army, but they're ranked. I didn't rank them. Matter of fact, I said they shouldn't have been ranked in the first one because they hadn't beaten anybody. That's what I put. You saw me put that on the message. Hey, don't be shocked if Army's not ranked in this first one because they haven't beaten anybody. And the committee still put them in the top 25, and they were 24th this past week. So that's a perception-changing win. If Notre Dame, I'll say this, however, if Notre Dame wins convincingly. The other thing that I'll say that I think people are missing the boat on in regard to this is Notre Dame is going to climb closer to Penn State over the next 2 weeks because of the fact that teams ahead of them are playing each other or other tough games. So like if Tennessee loses this week, Notre Dame climbs up a spot. If Indiana gets beat by Ohio State next week, Notre Dame climbs up another spot. So now all of a sudden Penn State's at 4 and Notre Dame's at 6. Now it's a lot closer. I also don't think we should look at the space between teams as all equal. So Notre Dame being 8 and Penn State being 4 doesn't mean that they view Notre Dame as the same gap away from Penn State as maybe they would the number 12 team or whatever the case may be. Sometimes when things are really tight, there can be a lot of moving around. And a perfect example, they moved BYU ahead of Tennessee last week. Was that was beating a bad Utah team on the road where you needed help at the end of the game a perception-changing win? Was beating a now 5-5 Michigan team at home ugly a perception-changing win? And they still flipped those teams ahead of Tennessee, who beat Mississippi State convincingly. Well, they're not very good. Neither's Utah. So, number one, there's that. But here's the big difference. Right now, there is no common opponent between Notre Dame and Penn State. None. So you have nothing to compare those two teams by. The big thing that's going to change over the next 3 weeks, Archer, is that by the end of the next 3 weeks, there will be 2 common opponents. And not just common opponents, Trev, in that they both play Purdue and both play USC. Both games are going to be played on the same exact field. Purdue plays Penn State this weekend at Purdue. Notre Dame played at Purdue. 2 weeks from now, Notre Dame is going to play at USC. Penn State played at USC. Now, right now, Notre Dame played Purdue and Penn State hasn't. Penn State played USC and Notre Dame hasn't. But in 3 weeks, they will both have played both of those teams. And you'll have something to compare them by and say, okay, well, Notre Dame beat Purdue by 59. Penn State beat them by 50. That's a wash. Okay. Well, Notre Dame went on the road and beat USC by 17, and Penn State needed overtime to beat them. Notre Dame convincing it was. Now, all of a sudden, you've got 2 metrics to evaluate them by. Or let's say Penn State only beats Purdue by 31, and Notre Dame beats USC by 17. Now, all of a sudden, you can say we saw them play 2 common opponents, and Notre Dame was far more dominant than Penn State. They've got more good wins. Because, see, right now, all Notre Dame has is we've got better wins, you've got a better loss. And that's kind of where the argument stands for now. But in 3 weeks, Trevor, in 2 weeks, Trev, it's going to be this. It's going to be, okay, you've got a better loss. We have better wins. Now we have common opponents where we can compare data. And I think that is something. One common opponent, maybe not. If it's just Purdue, maybe not. But when you have two common opponents like USC and now Purdue on the same field, that's the kind of data that could result in Notre Dame jumping Penn State. Could, especially if there's less distance between them when Tennessee loses, if Indiana loses, that kind of thing. So that's kind of where I'm at. And I think Notre Dame could leap Ohio State if they lose to Indiana next week. That second loss, I do believe, could say, well, they're not going to drop that much. Well, did a lot of you think that Georgia was going to fall 9 spots by losing to Ole Miss? So I actually do believe that there are perception games left on the schedule, because perception is a lot more than just the opponents you play. And the reality is Notre Dame is going to play two teams that get respect by the committee. I don't think USC would, but they do. And the reason I say that is because the committee looks at the computer models and stuff like that, and USC gets tons of love on the computer models. And I'll bet you that that's one of the things that the committee looks at as a good win for Penn State, is you went on the road and beat USC, who's a top 20 team in the computer models. You want to bet that's the case? Well, in 3 weeks, I should say, Notre Dame will have that as well, assuming Notre Dame can win, right? They got to prove that first. But that's been the weirdest thing, Trevor, is watching USC lose week after week after week, and then looking at the different models, analytical models that just love them, which is wild to me. I know I'm looking at the FEI, the Fermo Efficiency Index, which I like. They have USC 17th ahead of SMU and Louisville in Army, which is wild to me, just absolutely wild. If you look at the Football Power Index, let me just pull that up real quick. I believe they have USC ranked high as well. Yeah, the Football Power Index has USC 18th. And I'm pretty sure Sagarin also has them ranked pretty high as well. They are, let's see here, 24th on the Sagarin rankings with a 4-5 record. If they win their next 2 games and they are 6-5 now, they're only going to go up. And so I'll bet you the committee's using that as one of the justifications for Penn State. But in 3 weeks, you won't have that as a justification for having them over Notre Dame. If Notre Dame handles business the way that they should against USC. You know what I mean? And that's like if they both blow out Purdue and Notre Dame beats USC in a very close game, it's a wash. You beat them just like Penn State did. There's no difference. Yeah, okay, 59 versus 42 is not a difference. That's fair, right? You beat them by 7 in regulation. They beat them by 3 in overtime. Same kind of thing. All right, that's fair. They lost to Ohio State. You lost to Northern. All right, that's fair. Whatever. I don't agree with it, but whatever. Okay, it is what it is. But if Notre Dame handles business the way they need to at USC, then I do think you could see that change. So I'm not someone who just believes the committee's just going to leave it that way, because that's not how they've ever been. The AP voters are like, the AP, you will not drop a team that won unless it's like multiple ugly wins. AP is the most recency bias you're ever going to see, and they just look at record and recency bias. This team ranked 5th and they keep winning, so we're going to leave them 5th or raise them up. The committee has shown they'll raise it. They'll take a team down if they win. We just saw that with BYU and Indiana. Both ugly wins over bad teams, and they both went ahead of Tennessee, who also won. So all that to say, Trev, I don't think it's a given that Penn State will be ranked ahead of Notre Dame at the end of the year just because they are now. So I don't know. I don't know if that case is compelling at all. You know what I mean?
No, I mean, it makes sense to me. I mean, everything that you're saying makes a lot of sense. It does. And I agree with it wholeheartedly. For me, and the committee proved me wrong last week, but I'm going to need them to prove me wrong again with the Penn State argument, because there's no justification right now for them to be 4th, and I'm going to have this. I'm going to need the committee to show it's like, okay, well, these, like opponents that Notre Dame plays Purdue at West Lafayette, and so does Penn State, and Notre Dame plays USC in the Coliseum, so does Penn State. I need to make sure. I just need to see that the committee will weigh that, because right now there's still no justification for Penn State to be at 4th. So I'm really hoping that the Notre Dame games kind of wake them up a little bit. Because I'm with you. I mean, even the argument that Penn State played Ohio State down to the wire, I don't even believe. You didn't score an offensive touchdown. You don't play a team down to the wire when you don't score an offensive touchdown. You just don't. I'm sorry. So I don't care what the scoreboard says. It was the same thing last year. Ohio State beat Penn State in Columbus last year, 20-12. But everybody said the game was not as close as what the scoreboard said.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, Michigan went into Penn State last year and won by completing 7 passes. Now, Penn State's the same team year over year.
Zero in the second half. Mm-hmm. They attempted 0 passes in the second half of that game and beat Penn State without their head coach, who was in the hotel. Remember that also? Jim Harbaugh was sitting in the hotel.
Yep. Yeah. So, I mean, it is what it is. Like, whether your argument is like, I guess the middle of the Big Ten is just this unsung juggernaut of a conference, I suppose, which I also don't see. You also beat Bowling Green by a touchdown. They're not in the Big Ten. You did that at home. I've never seen a committee, whether it's AP, playoff, coaches, USA Today, whoever it is, I've never seen them value a team for just kind of regularly beating opponent. Like IU, I get you're decimating people. Penn State's not decimating people. They're not getting ranked wins. I suppose they beat Illinois at the time that Illinois was ranked. So, okay, I guess. But I just I don't get it.
Yeah, so I'm with you. I just wish somebody would just give me an argument to tell me why I'm missing the boat.
It's because of the conference that they're in. Let's just call a spade a spade.
That's somebody said in the chat, I think it was Andrew Gilmore, and it's a fair point. I'm not going at him. I know I like to hammer Andrew, but he said something like, look, the Big Ten's better than we think it is because of how tough it is to go win on the road. And I was like, but yet North Carolina, a middle-of-the-road ACC team, went on the road to play Minnesota and beat Minnesota. Like, it's only been tough for Big Ten teams to go on the road and win against each other. Texas had no problem going on the road and blowing out Michigan. You know what I mean? Like, this has only been a problem for the teams in the league. It hasn't been a problem for non-conference teams to go beat these teams on the road. You know what I mean? And the other difference is Alabama going on the road and blowing out Wisconsin. It's a good one. Very good one. Iowa State went on the road and beat Iowa. You know what I mean? So teams not in the league have had no problem going and playing Big Ten teams and beating them. So you know, I mean, Kansas, who's one of the worst teams in the Big 12, they almost beat Illinois, who's supposedly one of the best. I mean, it's 23-17 ball game. Kansas had a chance to win that football game. And that's when they were struggling a little bit. So, I mean, and you've seen like Rutgers beat Virginia Tech, but they did that at Virginia Tech, right? I mean, so they've got a couple wins in the league as well, but there's been a lot of teams that have had no problem playing Big Ten teams on the road and winning. A lot of them. And so I don't buy this notion that it's just such a good league and, you know, and you know, yeah, Colorado, there's a couple of them, you know, Colorado is one, but this is not a league that is, you know, had an easy time or tough time, you know, winning on the road because it's such a good league. Notre Dame went on the road and played a Purdue team that stinks and everybody's beat, but Notre Dame beat them far more convincingly than anybody else has beat them, you know? And so two best teams in the Big Ten beat Purdue by a combined 80. Notre Dame by themselves beat them by 59. You know what I mean? Notre Dame outgained Purdue by more yards than Ohio State and Oregon combined. You know what I mean? They had more rushing yards against Purdue than Ohio State and Oregon had combined. You know, so it's only Big Ten teams that have really had a hard time going on the road and beating other Big Ten teams. You know what I mean? Like, if you go look at the record that the Big Ten had this year on the road, I mean, it you know, it hadn't been great. Washington lost to Washington State. You know, I mean, it hasn't been that. Florida Atlantic almost beat Michigan State. Michigan State lost to Boston College, middle of the road ACC team. So what evidence do we have? Oh, Northwestern at home. Duke went on the road and beat Northwestern, another ACC team beating a Big Ten team on the road. So the reality is, Trevor, we have not seen, the Big Ten have a lot of non-conference success. There's a couple, USC beating LSU. Like I said, there's a couple. But by and large, other conferences have not had a problem playing Big Ten teams on the road this year and beating them. Only Big Ten teams are having that problem because it's not that good of a league.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was going to bring up. I think that speaks more to the mediocrity of the middle tier Big Ten teams than it does about how gauntlet of a schedule it is. And I'm not going to listen to the argument, well, it's a Big Ten game, it means more. No, it doesn't. A football team plays a football team. It's just when other conferences are coming in and beating your middle of the road teams very convincingly, but then other Big Ten middle tier teams are losing to other Big Ten middle tier teams on the road. That doesn't mean the conference is hard. That means that it's a bunch of mid teams losing to a bunch of mid teams. That's just what it is.
There's 2 teams in the Big Ten that I'm confident can play with anybody right now. And maybe a third. We'll find out about that third next week. If Indiana goes toe-to-toe with Ohio State in Columbus and loses in a hard-fought game, to me, that should cement their spot in the college football playoff. Cement it in the college football playoff because they've been more impressive to me than Penn State has this year. And if they take Ohio State down to the wire on the road, then that gives me a third Big Ten team. But Penn State would struggle against anyone else in the top 12. Every single team in the top 12, they'd have a very tough time beating, and I don't think they would beat most of them. The rest of the Big 10 has been mediocre, and it's been not because of what they do with each other, but look what they do out of conference. And it's not 1 or 2 games here and there. It's a bunch of games that I just pointed to where middle-of-the-pack teams from those other leagues go on the road and beat those Big Ten teams. So I just you can't convince me that it's just this great league. I think it's a very top-heavy league this year. And there's just a lot of mediocrity behind after that. It just is. And the non-conference results speak to that. And that's not a knock on the Big Ten as much as this. That's, I think, kind of true throughout college football. It's just some conferences are getting the benefit of the doubt in ways that others aren't. And where I think the SEC has a beef, Trev, is that they did schedule tough. Their league did schedule much better non-conference games in the SEC than what we've seen in the Big Ten. And also the best teams in the SEC, for the most part, have to play multiple other really good teams. Texas has an easy schedule. They still have to play Georgia and at Texas A&M, where Oregon had one tough game. Beat Ohio State, you're in the ACC Big Ten title game. You know what I mean? Penn State, beat Ohio State and you're undefeated. No one else in the Big Ten on your schedule can compete with you because you got an easy schedule. Where the Big 12, the SEC, even Texas, who has in Ole Miss and Texas, to me, have the 2 easiest schedules of the top SEC teams. Would you agree with that? Now, they're not easy, but they got the 2 easiest.
Sure.
Well, Texas still had to host Georgia, and they still had to play at Texas A&M. This is just looking at just the traditionally good teams, and they also had to play Oklahoma. And Texas also chose to go on the road and play the defending national champs. Now, they weren't the defending national champs when they scheduled them, but they were good when they scheduled them, right? So not only did they have to play Georgia, not only have to play, at Texas A&M, not only have to play Oklahoma on neutral field, but then they also chose to go play Michigan. Well, who did Oregon play in the non-conference? They chose to say, let's have Boise at home be our toughest non-conference game. You know what I mean? And so I don't have a lot of respect for that. And then the other one, Ole Miss, obviously Ole Miss is got a little easier path, but even Ole Miss, who scheduled soft in the non-conference as well, which I would punish them a little bit for that, they still had to play at LSU. They still have to play Georgia, and they still have to play at Florida. So they're still having those 3 traditional games. Now, you could argue that Oregon had that to a degree because they did have to play at Michigan, and you can't know that Michigan was going to be down. So I'm that's why I don't ding Oregon the way that I do Penn State, because Oregon caught some bad luck with their schedule with Michigan being down. Because if this was a traditional recent Jim Harbaugh version of Michigan, Oregon would have 2 really tough games. And Wisconsin being down as well hurts them a little bit also. They have to play at Wisconsin. But, that's not a playing Texas or playing Georgia or Ole Miss or LSU. It's not that.
Sure.
So I just don't think the Big Ten is as good as people think that it is. I really don't. I think Ohio State is catching a break. in that they have to play Indiana late and then Oregon in the Big Ten title game because they're going to be more battle-tested than a Penn State will be going into the playoff, where Penn State hasn't played a team with a pulse since they played Ohio State in October. You know, at least the Buckeye schedule sets them up to where they're going to have to play a couple really good games in November to prepare them for the playoff. And, you know, that's just kind of how I feel about it. So I'm not one of those Big Ten believers this year, Trev. I'm just not. There's no evidence other than tradition or feelings that you can give to me to say this is a better league than we think it is. It's not.
Yeah.
It's a very top-heavy league of 3 teams that are really good and then one team who's good. Like Penn State's a good football team. They're a top 15 football team, and if you want to put them 10th or 11th, I wouldn't argue too much about that because they have a great defense. Great defense. Or I should say really, really good defense. You know, maybe I'm using great a little bit too loosely. But I would argue it's one of the 7 to 8, 10 best defenses in college football. I love that defense. But their offense is what other people think Notre Dame's offense is and hasn't been for 2 months.
Yeah, I agree. The reason why people are high on the Big Ten this year is because of logos, like because of like the names that the conference generates. It is. I mean, and to me, like that's just kind of what the Big Ten always is. Like, I mean, there's more evidence that supports that than it does on the flip side. So, you know, I'm kind of at the point now where like I hope Penn State just makes the playoffs and loses in the first round just to kind of quiet that narrative. Like there is a world where like I don't want Penn State to like not make the playoffs because then the argument is like if we were in, we would have beat this team. Like I'd rather them make it and then lose in the first round to whoever they play. And then like there's no argument of, oh well, if we got in, we would have played, you know, ABC team better than XYZ team did. The thing that I do like about the expanded playoffs and playoffs in general is like the games will tell all. Like that's going to quiet all the narratives. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, fine, you think Penn State's good and deserves to be the 4th best team in the country, and you think that they are. Well, if they go out and they lose in the first round to the 7th seed,
as a home or the 10 seed, right? Because if they're the 4, and then so right now, if they would drop to 5, most likely based on how things are right now, the worst 6. So they're going to play the 11 or the 12. Yeah, okay, you play that and you get beat, or you barely beat a Boise State or something like that, and they get slaughtered in the quarterfinals, then everybody knows. But Penn State could also go out and win a couple games. Like, you know what? Penn State's better than we thought they were. I give them credit. They went into postseason. They smashed the number 10 seed or the number 11 seed. They went into the quarterfinals. If they're the 6 seed, they're playing the 3 seed, or let's say they're the 7 seed. They fall a little bit. They're the 7 seed. They got to go play the SEC champ. They knock off Texas in the quarters. I'm like, oh, or even if they just take Texas down to the wire, which is a great 4-quarter game. We're like, ooh, they had a shot. Then I'm like, all right, cool. You know what? I was wrong about Penn State. At least in regard to them being a playoff team. Because right now, I don't know that they're a playoff team. Well, they are by record only. But like to me, how is their resume or how they've beat teams more impressive than than SMU's resume or how they've beat teams? Yeah. You know? So that's just kind of how I look at it. They have a 3-point loss to the number 6 team in college football, according to college football playoff. 3-point loss. Their loss was closer to the number 6 team than Penn State's loss was to the number 2 team. Mm-hmm. And they're 14th. They've also beaten a top 25 team on the road because they beat Louisville at Louisville, who's 19th. Mm-hmm. So a lot of it's because they're Penn State.
Sure. Well, I mean, that's what I like about college football. The latter half of the season is going to give a lot of teams the opportunity to kind of correct some narratives or prove the narratives to be true. I mean, there's a lot of people out there that doesn't think Georgia should be ranked as low as they are. Well, guess what? This Saturday, they have an opportunity to go prove people wrong and beat Tennessee. You know, I am with IU. It's a little weird. I'm not like an anti-IU guy. I just, from a football standpoint, I think it's hard to say, you know, you beating Charlotte by 50 points means you can possibly beat Ohio State, but they have the opportunity to prove me wrong. You know, in a week from tomorrow, if they go and they play Ohio State for 4 quarters, it's like, okay, I was wrong about IU, and they can compete with most teams in the country, right? The same thing with Penn State. I don't think Penn State deserves to be anywhere near the 4th spot, and I think they should be closer to not making the playoffs than they are being the 4th team in the country. But to your point, if they make the playoffs and they're battling conference champions hard or even winning those games, it's like I will always give credit where it's due. Like, oh, I was wrong about them. Right. You know, that's what I like about college football.
somebody pointed to Penn State. The computer models say Penn State's strength of schedule is harder, and that's why this is the problem, though, because the perception is the Big Ten is really hard. The computer models also have USC as a top 20 team at 4-5. So, that's kind of the issue with that. But good discussion. I don't want this to become a
sure.
Where that's all we talk about. Penn State.
I am with you. All righty. Mailbag question from Jordan Schreiber. Would you rather see Knapp or Baker starting going forward?
I mean, Anthony Knapp's a starter. It doesn't really matter what I think. I just care that whoever starts plays well. Anthony had a really nice game in the run game. I thought he struggled against Florida State's edge rushers in the pass game. They drove him back a lot. He gave up 4 pressures according to Pro Football Focus. Didn't give up any sacks. Well, he didn't give up any sacks. The only sack they had was that corner fire, that wasn't on Knapp. That was on. There's I believe that's kind of more on the quarterback than anything. But at this point in time, it doesn't matter what I think. Knapp's the starter. And my focus, and Jordan, I'm not dismissing your question, but it just doesn't matter at this point in time. What they need for Anthony Knapp to play well and Tosh to be ready to shine if his numbers called, just like it was against Florida State. Knapp goes down, Tosh comes in, has a great block on that 17-yard run by Jadarian Price, does his job. Knapp comes back in. Knapp does his job on the 65-yard touchdown run. That's what you want. Next man in, and just when you're like. That's one thing I love about this offensive line. I'll be honest with you is, it has been through some adversity, and Rocco Spindler and Pat Coogan would have had every reason to be in their feelings and crying about, not playing and not starting and thinking things are unfair. And to a degree, from some of the things I've heard, I think it was a little bit unfair, especially for Rocco. And they could have, I'm going in the portal. I'm going to save a year. I'm not going to be part of this. I'm going to be upset. I'm going to be grumpy. And I can promise you they were not happy about not starting. They weren't happy about it. But I don't care that you're happy about it. Meaning I'm okay with you're not happy about it. I want you to be a competitor. I want you to think you should be on the field, but make sure that you're not letting it affect your preparation. Make sure you're not allowing to be a situation where you become a problem in the locker room. And you know what? From everything we heard about Pat Coogan before he started, attitude was great. Everything we heard about Rocco, attitude was great. They weren't happy. I'm sure they expressed their frustration with their coach, but that's okay. They should be allowed to do that. They should be allowed to be not happy they're playing. But when their number was called, both of those kids stepped in and played well. And you can't do that, Trevor, if you didn't have the right mindset for preparation going into the game. If you had a bad attitude all week, if you weren't watching film, if you weren't prepared mentally because you're not starting anymore, then you're going to go into that game and get embarrassed. I have seen it happen before as a coach, and I've seen it happen at Notre Dame. And it just says a lot about those kids. And my focus is on the guys that are out there and the guys who are next being ready to play, because there's still hopefully 6 games left of the season. And if we think the injuries are over for Notre Dame, it's probably not going to happen. So I just need those guys to be ready. And, I've made my opinion known. I don't know that Anthony Knapp is the guy that I would have assumed is the best option at left tackle, but I don't know that Tosh Baker would have been my go-to if I didn't want to go to Anthony Knapp. I would have tried other things at left tackle. But at the end of the day, they're going with Anthony Knapp, and now it's like we all just got to, hope that he continue. Like, he had a little bit of step back against Florida State. They have really good edge rushers. I mean, that's gonna happen with a freshman. You're gonna get better. Bad game, get better. Bad. It's gonna happen. No freshman just better every week and never takes a step. It's gonna happen. So I'm not overreacting to it. And he still blocked well in the run game. For the most part, he had some, but he's a freshman. He's gonna have some of those mistakes, but. You just got to see him kind of bounce back with a really good game against Virginia. And 2 kids, Trevor, that you and I talked about are like 23, 24-year-old, 60-year seniors that are strong. Yeah. So this is going to be a good test for him personally. Maybe not the Notre Dame offense as a whole, but certainly for Knapp.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Anthony Knapp has started 9 games for Notre Dame at left tackle. If this was a conversation earlier in the year, maybe, and we did have this conversation earlier in the year, but I think barring any injury, the starting lineup is what it is. I think now it's just about building chemistry moving forward. This was just Billy Schrouth and Anthony Knapp's second game together against Florida State. So I don't think moving forward, like I said, barring any injury, the coaching staff is going to want to manufacture any new chemistry building into that mix if they don't have to. So I'm with you.
I got to get through all the questions from my den because I want to get to his questions, but I don't want to get to. I got to mix some other people in here too. Since we're talking about O-line, let's go with this one.
Okay. Aiden Benami asks, what does it say about Joe Rudolph and our offensive line be Joe Moore Award semifinalists? Proud of them and how they've battled.
Look, what it said. Here's what I've learned about Joe Rudolph this year, because I still have a lot of questions about Joe Rudolph. But here's what I can say. The biggest beef I had with the O-line last year, he has corrected, which is they just weren't tough. They weren't physical. They got their butts kicked in the trenches week after week after week late in the season. Yeah, they played great against Ohio State. That was negated by the fact they were terrible the next 2 weeks against Duke and Louisville. I watched them get their butts kicked by Clemson. I watched them not play very well in other games where they blew people out and didn't play that great. Because you never knew what kind of level of compete you were going to get from them week to week, Trev. That has never been a question this year. Now, they've had games where they played sloppy, games where they didn't execute very well, games where players might have lost individual matchups, games where they didn't have a clue what they were doing when it came to protecting, picking up stunts and stuff like that. That all still bothers me and still has to get fixed. But there's never been a game that I can remember, even the Northern Illinois game, they didn't play well, but you could see that they were rusty and there were still some young guys. They were trying to figure some stuff out, but they competed. I don't remember looking at that game being like, God, they played so soft. This looked just like the Duke game last year. I didn't feel that. They didn't play well, but they didn't get punked. You know what I mean? I thought the D-line played worse than the O-line in that game, actually, when it came to just lack of physicality. So I give them credit for that. As far as being a Joe Moore Award semifinalist, I don't care. I mean, Ohio State's a semifinalist, and I have watched them play a lot of games, and there's no way that I'm going to jump on board of saying that's one of the best offensive lines in college football. Just isn't. Some of this is reputation, and I think Notre Dame's getting a lot of credit for how good they have been considering what they have lost. I wonder if they're getting a little bit of credit for that too, Trev. And you know what? Joe Rudolph deserves a lot of credit for kind of keeping that group together despite all the adversity. And I'll give him credit for that. I still question some of the decision-making he's made with starting lineups. I question some of the decision-making he's had in regard to not giving certain players a chance to just see what they can do at a certain position. Getting the line to be better prepared to handle things that you should be learning about day one is a problem. Not having Billy Schrouth at left guard once Charles Jagasol went down, that should have been the first thing you did after you determined what your left tackle rotation was going to be like in practice the next day. Was going to be like, hey, we need to move Billy to left guard. We can't have two young players next to each other. You can't have a redshirt freshman who's never played a meaningful down and a true freshman on the left side beside each other. That's just nonsense, especially since Billy's played left guard before. It's not like he'd never played left-handed and looked good. He had a great spring 2 years ago playing left guard. But if you're going to hammer him for that, you got to praise him for some of the other things where he's shown some really good things. And so I'm more confident now in him than I was a year ago, but there's still some questions that have to be answered. I want to see how this line finishes because Virginia's going to be physical and Army's going to be physical and USC's going to be a big game. And if Notre Dame's going to play the way they need to the next 3 weeks, that unit has to play well. And I'll have a better feeling about whether or not they deserve this bid after those 3 games than I do right now. But he also has shown he can get his group to battle week after week and overcome adversity. And he was willing to make the change, assuming it was his decision. I don't know that it was. To make the change to move Sam out and move Billy over and keep Rocco in the starting lineup because that was rectifying a mistake that he made early in the season. Like I would have played Sam Pendleton early. I just would have rotated him and let him get his feet wet with Rocco at right guard, with Billy as my starting left guard. That's what I would have done. But there's some good, there's some not good. At the end of the day, what we can all agree on is they're going to need that group to be really good these next 3 weeks. Really good.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's Them being a Joe Moore Award semifinalist, I think, is a testament to battling injuries. We had a buy-sell hold about this on Wednesday, and I brought that up. It's just, you go into the season, you lose your starting left tackle, you lose your center, you have Billy Schrouth out for a couple of games, you're starting a true freshman at left tackle. And on paper, statistically, they haven't really given up that many sacks. Now, a lot of that is attributed to Riley Leonard being a really good escape artist, and he's just, for whatever reason, really, really hard to bring down in the backfield. So I think it's all encompassing, but I don't think you can say all of those things without giving credit to Joe Moore and the guys that he does have out there. So I think
compete.
Yeah,
compete,
absolutely.
Dude. They compete.
All of it can be true. Absolutely.
Yeah. I do want to say this real quick from my Den Benami. He says, I think it would be real cool if Notre Dame did a quick senior day nod to Chris Tyree. He deserves it. Nothing crazy, but he's a good man. Chris is a great kid. Great kid. But I believe Chris did senior day at Notre Dame last year. I'm pretty sure he did, because he was a senior at Notre Dame last year. This is his 5th year. I'm very confident. I'll have to go back and look at the photos Angela took, but I'm very confident that Chris did senior day already last year. So I'd be okay if they maybe said a little something over the speaker, but this is about the seniors who are at Notre Dame and stayed at Notre Dame. I don't have no issue with Chris leaving. I love that kid, and he got his Notre Dame degree, gave Notre Dame everything he had. I don't begrudge him at all, but he does play at Virginia now. And the focus on senior day should be the kids who were at Notre Dame on senior day. They gave Chris that nod last year on senior day. So I understand where you're coming from, my Den. And I agree with where the spirit of where you're asking this question, but I don't know that I necessarily would agree with that, simply because he had his senior day moment. And this is the senior day moment for these kids. And that's what the focus should be on, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm with that. Jordan Schreiber asks, who do you think wins right tackle next year? Emil Wagner or Gerby Lambert?
Well, right now, I'd say Emil, right? I mean,
Yeah.
based on where we are, I think Gerby will have a shot to compete, but right now, I'd say Emil. What do you think, Trev?
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, Emil Wagner right now has to be the leader because he's the one that has started every game at right tackle, and he's been the most steady offensive lineman that Notre Dame has right now, between injuries and just play. I mean, Billy Schrouth is probably still their most talented offensive lineman, but he's been in and out of the lineup with injuries, right? So I would say Emil Wagner right now has to be. I like Gerby Lambert. I like everything he brings to the table, of his size, his athleticism. But right now, it's just hard to think that he's going to. I think there will be an open competition. I do believe that. But again, it's kind of the same conversation with Gerby Lambert at like left tackle. I've seen sometimes people talk about, well, listen, if he's not taking reps away right now from Anthony Knapp, he is not then going to start taking reps away from Charles Jagasaw once he comes back healthy, whenever that is. So right now, I think the leading candidate has to be Emil. He's been the most solid, the most steady offensive lineman Notre Dame has had right now. And, I think there's a little bit of truth to Gerby Lambert's a true freshman, and he's still working out some kinks. I don't think there's anything wrong with that either. Riker Ferg, Coach, if you can pick one state you never got to recruit at, which state would it be?
Well, I don't want to talk too much about my coaching career, because I had somebody at the tailgate this week say that they they kind of said something made me think they don't like when I refer to my coaching career. So I guess I won't do that as much. But I think it would have been fun to recruit state of Texas. I've recruited Florida. I've recruited Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Virginia, North Carolina, Indiana, Ohio, Michigan, and a little bit of Georgia. I even recruited a kid from New Mexico once, but that was a distance recruit, and I never went to visit him or anything like that. But I think recruiting Texas would be a lot of fun because there's so much good football down there. Friday night games would be – I'd love to go on the road recruiting on Fridays in Texas. That'd be so much fun. Like, I guess I got to go to a high school football game with 10,000 people. Sorry, honey. Don't want to do it, but I got to. So, yeah, that would be my that'd be my pick. It's good.
That'd be cool.
Here's a non-football question, but I just had to bring this one up.
Ooh. Okay. Irish Blooded. Best Marvel hero, best DC hero, best comic-based movie.
Okay, first of all, Trevor, who do you think my favorite Marvel hero is going to be? What you know about me, and you haven't known me that long, what you know about my beliefs and things, I'm going to let you guess who you think my favorite Marvel hero is going to be.
I'm a favorite Marvel. My guess off the top would be Captain America.
Thank you. Okay, exactly right. Well done. He's my Iron Man would be next. I like Thor as a comic book character, but I think they've done a terrible job developing him and Hulk's character. That's the two biggest tragedies that Marvel has done, is piss poor development of Thor and that whoever they have making, like, Ragnarok was good. It was a little too dark, and it's like dark 1 second and like goofy the next, and it just was like they just kind of neutered Thor a little bit, which I didn't like. But what they've done to Hulk is just an absolute travesty. How they've just made Hulk this just ruined him. Part of that's because I think Mark Ruffalo sucks, and just that's part of it too for me. I just think he's the worst. And when I forget his personal beliefs, or I think he's a nut job and condescending, but like he's the same. He's like a serious Vince Vaughn, where he's like the same note in every movie he plays. I've seen him in like the movie with Reese Witherspoon. He played the exact same kind of guy as he did as Bruce Banner. And in that movie about the Zodiac killer with Robert, the show with this Robert, same guy. He's just like a one note, and you're not that good of an actor to be like condescending people as much as you do in your personal life. Like, just go away, and you suck this Hulk. But like, I hate what they've done with Hulk. Superman is my favorite DC character, and he's my favorite overall character. I was Superman for like 5 straight Halloweens as a kid. And so best comic-based movie, you can't really, it depends if you're building the movie around the comics, then I'd say probably like Endgame is kind of comic-ish. But if you're just talking about a comic book character, then my favorite movie is Superman, because that's just, to me, that's the OG, that's the original of them all. The original Superman with Christopher Reeve.
I was about to say the Christopher Reeves.
Yeah. Now, I actually liked Man of Steel, to be honest with you. It wasn't great, but it was good. They could have done a little bit more, but I thought it was pretty good. I think the Marvel movies are way better than the DC movies, although the Zack Snyder cut of Justice League was better. It filled in a lot of holes. Whatever they did the first time was bad. It's disgusting how bad DC has ruined the chance to really build that because I was more of a DC guy as a kid. I mean, I was more Superman, Batman, the Justice League cartoons. I mean, I was more into that than I was Marvel, because Marvel didn't have like the Marvel. I don't remember there being Marvel cartoons as a kid, and I wasn't a comic book guy. So I read a lot of books as a kid. I didn't read comics as a kid. Part of that's because my dad wasn't a comic book guy, so there wasn't that natural thing that we shared together with, like a lot of kids have. But Marvel has so far blown away them. Now DC's got a shot to creep back in because how garbage Marvel has been lately the last several years. It's just since Endgame, Marvel has sucked. And I'm not even talking about like the woke versus non-woke. Like, there's that. I'm just talking about the quality. I don't get into that. I don't care. It's just the quality of the movies has been bad. The storytelling is bad. The character development has been bad. It's just been bad overall. Because like, I don't think Ant-Man was like, it was like, oh, it's because of all the woke crap. And I'm like, okay, all right, let's put that aside. What was woke about Ant-Man? It just wasn't good. The most recent Ant-Man, it just wasn't good. It wasn't about wokeness. It just wasn't good. You know what I mean? So I think it's too easy to blame everything's on, because you went woke. And I'm like, there's something to that, but like, whether you like She-Hulk or not doesn't determine anything about Ant-Man, I don't think. Right? There's been some good ones. Like, I thought the Black Widow movie was pretty good. And I thought the Hawkeye series was good. I thought Moon Knight I couldn't watch Moon Knight. I tried watching that couple episodes. Like, I'm done. I'm tapped out. But anyway, so I'd say if Superman, because Superman's my dude. That's my one. But other than that, the Avengers movies were phenomenal. I mean, Infinity War was really good. Endgame was fantastic. The original Avengers was fantastic, in my opinion. I actually liked the original Captain America. Civil War, I was very conflicted about because I thought it was a great movie, but I hated the premise. And I know it's from the comics, of my 2 favorite characters. Captain America and Iron Man going at each other. I didn't like that. You know what I mean? It's why I never watched Batman versus Superman. I was like, I'm not going to do it. I'm just not going to put myself through that. I'm not going to have to go like I did with Civil War, but it was still a great movie, So Marvel's done a lot of good things. There's just lately it's been kind of worse, and there's just a couple characters they just ruined, in my opinion. So that's kind of where I'm at. Like even like with the recent Doctor Strange, like you killed off Black Bolt in your first. I mean, I guess you could bring him back in a different universe, but still, it's like that's a freaking great character, and that's what you did with him. You know what I mean? Like, and they even did it in the TV show. Did you ever see the TV show that they tried to do with like Black Bolt and Medusa and all? And it's like, dude, you made Black Bolt like a kind of a wussy. That's one of the most powerful characters in the comics. You know what I mean? It's just like, so they've done some garbage as well, but what they get right, Trev, in my opinion, they get really right. That's what I'll give them credit for. They got Iron Man right. They got Captain America right. Not just the stories, but they picked up. There's literally not a better actor on the planet that you could have got to play Tony Stark than Robert Downey Jr. And there's not a better character, a better actor, even though I don't particularly like, I don't get into the whole, I don't like your politics, I won't go to your movies thing. I think you're depriving yourself of good entertainment because you don't like someone's politics. I don't get into that. So whatever Chris Evans believes, I don't care. He was great as Captain America. Great as Captain America. I don't know that you could have picked the better actor to play Captain America than Chris Evans, in my opinion. I've tried to think about it because I'm like, well, who else could have done that? I'm like, I mean, it's perfect placement. Chris Helmsworth, the Store, it's a pretty good one. But some of the other ones, maybe not so much. I don't really buy Scarlett Johansson as Black Widow because she's like really tiny. You know what I mean? It's like, I like Jeremy. What's his name? Jeremy
Renner.
Renner. He does a great job as Hawkeye, but I envision Hawkeye as just being taller and stronger and better looking. But he did a great job as Hawkeye, in my opinion. I think Samuel L. Jackson as Nick Fury was perfect. I don't know that you could have done a better job there. So like what Marvel got right, they got really right, in my opinion. So I don't know. Long Marvel DC rant, Trev. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
No, I'm with you. I'm a huge superhero Marvel DC person. I've loved it. The thing that I've respected that what Marvel did with the MCU is, like, they took a bunch of B-list superheroes and made them the most popular superhero group of all time. Like, back in the comics, Marvel was huge with Spider-Man, with the Fantastic Four, with the X-Men, like Iron Man and Captain America and all those guys. Like, those were very much B-list superheroes for them, and they made it fantastic, which I love. The Infinity Saga is great. Everything that they've done with the multiverse, it's just too messy, in my opinion.
Way too messy.
I had a friend, and she said that she was done watching Marvel after Endgame. She was like, Iron Man was my favorite. I'm done watching. What are you talking about? Like, they're just getting started. And hindsight's always 2020. It's probably the best. It's genius.
She was spot on.
Genius, right? But yeah, for me, my favorite Marvel hero is Iron Man. Like, I love how Robert Downey Jr. plays him. I love the character. I like that he comes off as kind of smug, but like the reason why is because he cares so much about everybody else, and he just knows that for the most part his answer is correct because he has everybody else's best interest in mind. Iron Man. But he's but he's just, I mean, for lack of better words, he's just pretty smug. You know what I mean? Like, he's
talking about like in the Civil War thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, agree.
Yep.
Yeah, like you disliked it and you rooted against him, but you understood it. Is that kind of
yeah?
I agree.
Yeah, like you understood what the mission was, but like you just disagreed because, like, I mean, he comes off as really smug. Like the whole thing going back to the first Avengers, Tony Stark was telling Steve Rogers that, he's nothing special. He's a lab experiment. Everything special about him came out of a bottle. And then by the end of it, he's wielding Thor's hammer. Then Captain America was like, you're not the guy to make the sacrifice play. you're never going to lay your life on the line for somebody else. And then we all know what happened at the end of Endgame. So that story arc was fantastic. I agree with you on everything that you said about the Hulk. Wasted that character. Pure waste. It's so sad. DC, my favorite's Batman. I guess I don't know if there's a common theme for people that like don't really have a superpower outside of money. But I mean, I love Batman, love what he's about. Best comic-based movie.
That's another one they've had a tough time getting right. They've got it right at times. Like they got it right with Michael Keaton. Shockingly, because you look back, you don't think Michael Keaton is Batman, but he was great as Bruce. He was great as Bruce Wayne. Christian Bale was really good as Batman. George Clooney sucked. Val Kilmer's a phenomenal actor. He's not Batman. And Ben Affleck is just a terrible Batman, in my opinion. Like, I do not like him as Batman at all. But also, those movies are bad. Like his outfits are way too over the top, in my opinion. Wonder Woman I thought was good. The first Wonder Woman. I didn't like the second one as much.
The first one was good. Wonder Woman 84. I had no idea what was happening. She put on like a gold swan suit at the end.
Like the best part about that whole movie was it was in the 80s, and I'm a child of the 80s, so I kind of got to reminisce a little bit. But yeah, the whole thing was like the whole Steve coming back as that dude, and it was so freaking weird. So freaking weird.
Yeah. I never pictured Kristen Wiig being a villain either, and she was in Wonder Woman 84. That was interesting. But best comic book movie, I might be a little biased here because like I literally watched it last night. Dude, I love the new Batman movie. Like the take on it, like the feeling of the movie. I like that they got away from this is the Batman origin story, and at the beginning you see his parents die, and like this was it. Like this is set him 2 years into him being Batman, and you see his character arc change. I love that they Joker and Bane and all that. They picked not a B-list villain, but just one that you wouldn't think. But I thought it was fantastic.
Which one was that?
The new Batman movie that not just came out, but came out.
Robert Pattinson?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen that one. It was good, though?
Very
interesting. Because I'm not a huge Robert Pattinson fan, so I was like, that's not going to be good. Like, so that's good. I'll check it out.
I wrote it off because I was like, "What? This Twilight vampire is about to go be Batman?" Like, I don't
exactly. That was exactly. I was like, this like emotionally soft, Twilight vampire is going to be Batman. That's exactly why I didn't watch it. To be honest with you,
I wrote it off.
They didn't do the backstory thing again. It's like, guys, we get it. We all know the freaking backstory. We don't need to do that again, right?
No, it takes place like it comes off right away and says like, hey, like. He's been Batman for 2 years. These are the struggles that the movie's awesome. I will say, like, you can tell that Bruce Wayne is still rich in it, but the technology he has and everything that he does, like, it's very like manufactured. Like he's making it himself, which I really like. It's not man, I wish I had a car that flies. Hey, Lucius Fox, I need a car that flies. And he's like, all right, I got you. Like it's very much the early stages of him being Batman. It's a lot of fun. It's a good movie. I like it.
My favorite Batman movies are still the ones that with Christian Bale.
Oh, The Dark Knight is probably one of, if not the best superhero movie that's like ever came out. I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. The Joker's character was so dark, but just masterfully done, in my opinion. The only thing I didn't love about those, they did not really do a great job with the character, like his love interest character, I forget her name.
Rachel.
Yeah. That was just like, okay.
Rachel. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It was just like, they just should have not had her in the second one. Just say she's off doing something else. You know what I mean? Like they did with Natalie Portman's character and all the Avengers. Like we don't need Jane in these movies. She doesn't add anything. So let's just say she's off being protected with so-and-so and we don't got to worry about her. You know what I mean?
Agreed.
Let's get back to some football questions. We do have some football questions here.
Super chat from Zach Martin. Thank you, Zach. 4 pods based on location rotate each year. 2 pods equal division. Play your new division with rival crossover. Attempt to level out playing field. Set divisions can't. So this is back to the conference realignments, everything we were talking about earlier.
Yeah. I definitely thought he was going in a different direction. I'm like 4 pods based on location. What is he talking about? What podcast going in a different? Oh, you're talking football. Yeah. Yeah. So, um, I don't know how I feel about the rotate each year because I still I still love building rivalries beyond just your like one traditional rivalry. You know, I like the fact that every year I could count on Bama playing Tennessee and Auburn and LSU. You know what I mean? Every year you could count on, no, Michigan, Ohio State, but you could also always count on Ohio State, Penn State every year. You know what I mean? Like, I like multiple rivalries. I like multiple traditions. Yeah. So, I mean, I get what you're saying, Zach. And I think his attempt is to say, okay, this helps with like, it's not, this pod's really always really hard. This pod's, and there's a little bit, it would be hard to carry that out because then you might create some years where you've created a bad division where if you just would have left them, it's, I like him thinking outside the box though, right? So 4 pods based on location, 2 pods equals a division. Like, okay, that's interesting because then that could allow you to do some different. I'd be curious how you would just, who plays in the championship game. But here's the thing that somebody mentioned earlier, and this is absolutely spot on. Sort of get kind of tired of these committees saying, well, we shouldn't punish the SEC loser or we shouldn't punish the Big Ten loser, blah, blah, blah. Well, then don't play the championship game. If what happens in the championship game doesn't matter and you shouldn't be rewarded, or you want to get the reward for playing in the championship game, but you don't want to get the penalty for playing in the championship game, then guess what? Don't play the championship game. Oh, that's right. It's a moneymaker for you. So you're going to cry about, how it could hurt you, but you're not going to give it up. That's a very simple solution to that. Don't play the championship games. And it doesn't matter. So you've got your 4 teams and, so because like the thing is like, well, what if Bama makes the title game and loses their 3rd game? Well, then they should consider dropping them out. I mean, they lost 3 games. Well, they played a tough schedule. So what you're saying is they prove that when they play the best teams, they can't win. Like, that's the best part about all these Georgia fans crying about, well, if anybody else had Georgia. Okay, first of all, you don't know that. That's your feelings because they also barely beat Kentucky. They also barely beat Mississippi State. They also barely beat Florida. So stop with all the schedule's so hard. Okay, number one. Number 2, why do you only count Clemson as a good team when you beat them? And whenever they beat you, they're not a good team and they suck and they got lucky. So pick your lane. Number 3 is, so what you say is Georgia's a really good team, but when they play the best teams, they can't beat them. So why should they get a chance to play for a championship? Because we already know they can't beat top teams. I want to find out if so-and-so over here can beat a top team because I know that Georgia can't this year because they've proven it. Like they got smacked by Ole Miss and Bama had them down by 4 touchdowns at one point in time. Yeah, they came back. That was more about Alabama taking their foot off the gas and realizing you can't turn it back on once you take it off. Then it was about Georgia's this great team and they woke up. Bull. Alabama mentally got out of that game and let them come back in. So, you can't have it both ways. And so get rid of the championship games. And that would fix a lot of things. And you just have your 4 highest ranked teams. You don't have to worry about that one extra game that knocks somebody off and blah, 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 blah. And then you can take the highest ranked team from the 4 highest ranked teams from each division. And so you got the 5, you got the 4 highest ones, and then you got a group of 5. So you can say, hey, look, the 5 highest ranked teams in each of these conferences get an automatic bid or in top 4 will get buys. Okay, cool. And then let's go from there. And then we can move this all up a little bit. So we don't have to start playing around Christmas. We'll play a week earlier than that. Season ends last Saturday, November. 2 weeks later, starting the playoffs.
I like that. Yeah.
Let's do it. All right. Let's get back up here. Got so many great questions today. I'm going to get to some that we have not got to yet. Here we go.
Domer Grizz. When will people, not IB, but national writers, college football playoff committee, etc., realize that Northern Illinois was an anomaly? This team is so clearly not that team anymore. Get over it, people, not IB Nation.
Well, a friend of mine made a great point. He goes, he thinks that part of the thing that's hurt Notre Dame is the decision to put the Louisville game on Peacock because a lot of people didn't watch it, didn't see it. It's not online. You can't go to YouTube and watch it. You can't watch that game. You can just look at some highlights. That was when you watch that game, you get a sense of how good Notre Dame can be when they're on. That was really the best team they've played since then. So I think that's a fair point. If that game's on ESPN and Notre Dame does what they do, maybe, or if it's on NBC or whatever, then you can say, hey, maybe Notre Dame did something. Or if a lot of college football fans are like me, you record every game and then, because you just record all college football. And then at the end of the day on Sunday, you're like, okay, what were the best games of the weekend? Let me go watch those. Oh, Notre Dame beat Louisville. Oh, let me go check that one out. Can't do that because it was on Peacock. And so I think that hurt, to be honest with you. I think that hurt a little bit of people not being able to watch one of Notre Dame's better games of the year, to be honest with you. So I think that played a role, a big role as well, for sure.
I think that's interesting. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah. I didn't either until he said it to me.
Yeah,
he said, I was like, dude, that's a great point. Like, that's a really good point. I didn't really think about that. So there you go. We do have the official best chat of the day so far right here. It's not a question, just more of a comment. Angela Driscoll, avatar's pretty good. That lady looks really kind of hot. She says, "You're my Superman," and going on a limb here and say that she's talking about me. So I appreciate that very, very much. Very, very much. Yeah.
Hulk Strongest. Why isn't Cam playing? I'm afraid he will transfer.
Well, I get that. I do. I don't live in this world of every kid that doesn't play is going to transfer, because that's just not reality. That has not been true. But yeah, I mean, it's still a concern in today's era. I do feel like when you watch Cam, he does those videos, he looks pretty happy. I would imagine that there's some reason why. I would hope that they've communicated that to him. But no, I mean, I get it. I get that concern. Keidron Young's not playing a whole lot. You start thinking like, boy, I hope he doesn't transfer. But a lot of these kids are a lot more mature maybe than we assume they are. I shouldn't say than we are. I didn't mean to say that. Than we assume they are. They're more thoughtful in their decision to come to Notre Dame than maybe we give them credit for, and that's why a lot of them stay. You just hope that remains true, like for next year. I mean, Jaden Alsbury didn't play much last year. He stayed. I mean, we've seen, and he did it in the era of the one and done portal because he was just a true freshman last year. We've seen, we saw some other guys not get a ton of playing time, and they stuck around, didn't transfer. So hopefully that'll also be true for Cam. But you got to make sure that he sticks around and that you develop him, because he is a very important part to what they're going to need to do in the future. No question.
Sure. Yeah. Jordan Schreiber asked, with Morrison down, who is Notre Dame's best 2025 draft prospect, and what round range do you think they're drafted in?
I think we got this question a couple weeks ago. I'd probably say, I'm not a draft expert, so I can't tell you what round. That's just not my wheelhouse. I would say on offense, it's going to be Riley Leonard, unless Mitchell Evans has a great finish to the season. But even with Mitchell, though, like Riley had the one injury that took a long time to recover from. He's had no other injuries. Mitchell's had literally missed games in every single season of his career. I think that'll hurt him a little bit. And he's not a burner. But maybe Mitchell takes that over if he finishes really strong. But I say Riley Leonard on offense. And on defense, I'd say it's either going to be, I would say, Riley Mills or Xavier Watts. I'd probably lean towards Xavier. Would be the best draft pick on defense if with Morrison down. Let's assume he comes back, because I think if Morrison is healthy enough to test, I think he still is their highest, their best NFL draft prospect on defense, possibly. But if you're going to ask my opinion and who I think it should be, I'd probably say Xavier or Riley Mills on defense would be mine. So.
Yeah, I think you could throw Bo Collins into that ring too, just because of his size. I mean, he's a 6'3" receiver, and he might sneak in there depending on what they do with Riley Leonard in the draft. Round wise, I couldn't tell you, but I know like Riley Mills' size is going to be eye popping for a lot of GMs, just especially if he continues on this tear that he's on right now and continues to play at this level to finish the season, especially if he does it in the playoffs to some big marquee teams. He's 6'6", 300-pound defensive tackle. I could see him being a earlier draft pick than what some people might have thought at the beginning of the year. Coach Bent 574, out of the recruits publicly committed, If you could choose to have a second player take the CJ Carr and Jadon Blair early enrollment, who would it be?
It's early enrollment because it's the guys that commit before, like they come early in December instead of the guys that are in January.
Yep.
Probably Dallas Golden. Probably my pick. Dallas Golden, I think, because I think Dallas has got a chance to play right now next year for Notre Dame. And if you could get him a couple weeks of practice with this group, yeah. Especially if there's a chance Benjamin doesn't come back next year. Because I think there'd be a good chance that you with Dallas, you could say, okay, let's give him some work in the nickel during this practice period, and then see how he feels, and then maybe he's your starting nickel next year, or like, hey, this kid can end up being our number 3 corner next year, or maybe somebody else is the nickel because you feel comfortable putting Dallas as a starter at corner, something like that, because like the nickel has turned into a starting position. It's your starter essentially. So. That's I'm actually going to go look at this now. I want to see where Jordan Clark ranks right now in defensive snaps. It's going to be down a little bit lower because of he's third. Jordan Clark is third on the defense in snaps behind Xavier Watts and Adon Schuler, and that's with him only playing 7 snaps against Navy because of the option.
Wow.
So the nickel is a starting position now. I mean, it just is. And last year, Thomas Harper was 14th on the team. No, I'm sorry. I did that wrong. Thomas Harper was 10th on the defense in snaps last year. So you're playing starter snaps at the nickel now. So your third corner. Hey, look, if you're a nickel, that used to be like, okay, you're the third best corner. That's not always true now. Like, let's just say hypothetically that Notre Dame's like, Christian Gray's our best outside corner, but we also think he's an elite. He could be an elite nickel. So you move him into nickel, and let's just say Carson Hobbs or Benjamin Morrison comes back and he's there, or Dallas Golden is there. It's not that Christian got demoted and he's now the nickel. It could be we think he's elite there and we feel good about this guy playing over here, and that's a starting position where the nickel's playing more snaps than your corners. Of course, that's aided partly by the fact that your corners have been injured. Christian Gray missed a game, but I'd say, yeah, Christian Gray missed a game, but at the same time, he's 12 snaps behind Jordan Clark. Maybe if he doesn't miss a game, he's ahead. But Jordan Clark only played 7 snaps against Navy. It's kind of a wash in that regard because of that. So it's a starting position now. But how about you? You got anybody different, Trev, besides Dallas Golden?
Mine was gonna be Dallas Golden. It was gonna be another person on the defense. Like offensively, if it's not going to be a quarterback, I don't.
The only one for me would be James Flanagan.
Yeah,
at tight end. He's a dude, and I think he could play next year.
Yeah.
He'd be the only one on offense. Maybe Will Black. Maybe. Finally saw some senior film of Will Black, by the way, guys, and his ranking is definitely going to go up for me. So everybody kept asking, when are you going to rank Will Black higher? So, I got him ranked because there's just not a lot of film of him. I can't rank him higher because other people rank him higher. I got to get some film. Finally got some good film. It's going to go way up. Yep. All right, let's go here. Here we go.
Cam Ald, you can get one back full health for the rest of the year. Which one makes the biggest impact? Charles Jagasaw, Jordan Botelho, Ben Morrison.
I think Jagasaw. And that's not that he's not the best. Benjamin Morrison's the best of those 3 players. Like he's easily the best of those 3 players, hands down. But as far as impactful position, the quality of the replacement, it's easier for a freshman corner. This isn't a knock on Anthony Knapp. This is just facts. By and large, it's a lot easier for a talented freshman corner to play than it is for a talented left tackle to play as a rookie. And so I feel that, but I feel with Jagasaw, if you have Jagasaw at left guard, I mean, how do we know that Anthony Knapp's not starting at center now after Ashton Craig went down if Jagasaw doesn't get hurt? How do we know that Anthony Knapp doesn't get slid into guard when the veterans were struggling the way Sam Pendleton was if Jagasaw doesn't get hurt? So you might have both Jagasaw and Anthony Knapp if you're someone who thinks Anthony Knapp is really good. And I think Anthony Knapp has a chance to be really good down the road. He's better than I thought he was going to be. He's just not a left tackle, in my opinion. So Jagasol for me. The only guy that I would consider taking over Jagasol is someone not on this list, and that's Bubakar. I mean, you give me an elite pass rusher, and he was starting to flash as an elite pass rusher. Give me that in the playoff, and that's huge. That is huge. And then all of a sudden, Josh Burnham is eating away RJ Open snaps on the other side. And him and Bryce Young are now more of that rotation at end because Burnham moved over because Bubakar got hurt. Could you imagine that? Whew. So I would rank them Jagasol, Bubakar, Morrison, Craig, then Botelho is how I'd rank the 5 big injuries that I'm remembering off the top of my head.
I look at this a little bit differently. Everything that you said is valid. I agree with it. For me, I think it's still going to be Ben Morrison, though. I'm kind of on the flip side because if these are the 3 options, like mine would be Bubakar above all, I think, just from the elite pass rushing standpoint. But I understand where you're coming from with the cornerback development piece, especially with a young guy, but Leonard Moore still has yet to be tested. Like, we don't know what that's going to look like in the playoffs. I understand Jacory.
Yeah, go ahead. You're going to answer my question before I answer it. Go ahead.
I understand Jacory Brooks, but that was one game, and Jacory Brooks made some good catches. I'm not saying that he wouldn't have done that on Ben Morrison, but one game against Jacory Brooks is not enough for me to say, like, I wouldn't have Ben Morrison back. That's just me. And I'm high on Leonard Moore. I am. Like, going into the playoffs, going up against Oregon, going up against Ohio State, going up against Texas with Isaiah Bond, I think I'd rather have Ben Morrison. That's not what I'm saying, though, just so we're clear. I'm not saying I don't want Benjamin Morrison back. I'm just saying if I have an option between the 2, right, because he said I can only get one of them back, I would rather have my 6'7", 330-pound 5-star left tackle is all I'm saying. Doesn't mean I don't want Benjamin Morrison back. I'm the one that defended he was playing a lot better than people were giving him credit for. You know, I'm the one that says, hey, you guys are acting like Benjamin Morris or Leonard Moore's better than Ben. I'm not saying that. I would say he's been tested a little bit more than you're giving credit for because I think, you know, when we've seen him play a decent amount, I thought he was locked down Florida State's crap receivers, which is what a really good corner is supposed to do. But, yeah, he hasn't been tested a ton. We'll find out a little bit more this weekend, like you pointed out yesterday, Trev, going against Malachi Fields. And so I'm sure your opinion will change if he locks Malachi down, or we're going to say, hey, he played a really good big, tall receiver, and that guy gave him some problems. So, you know, it's more so the value of the left tackle is more. So I just want to make sure, because you said you don't want Benjamin Morrison back, and I want to make sure that it's clear. I never said I don't want Benjamin Morrison back. What I'm saying is I think there's 2 positions where the impact and value would be much greater compared to who's there now than what is at corner with Leonard Moore replacing Benjamin Morrison. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I don't know if I said I thought you didn't want him back. If I said that, then I must have.
No, you said about you, like, I'm not going to sit here and say that I don't want Benjamin Morrison back.
Oh,
it seemed to me like you were saying, like I was saying that, and that's, you can have that opinion. I hope you don't think I'm trying to get you to come to my side on the opinion. I just want to make sure everybody's clear, because I know Benjamin got a lot of crap this year, which I don't think was fair. I'm not saying I don't want all of them back, or I wouldn't want him back, or that I'm happy Leonard Moore's there. I'm just saying if I could only pick one, I think Jagasol and Traore would be more impactful replacing the guys that have replaced them than we would see with Benjamin over Leonard. That's what I'm just make sure that I didn't come across as I was saying I don't care about Benjamin coming back.
No, we're good. For me, if I had to pick one, I'm still picking Ben Morrison. At the end of the day, like Charles Jagasol has had 1 start at Notre Dame. Like Ben Morrison has had more, and he's more of a proven player than Charles Jagasol on paper. Like if you were to ask me who I think would have performed better over the stretch of the season, I think it would have been Charles Jagasol over Anthony Knapp, but there is still a level of speculation to it. But if you're going to ask me who I think is a more effective corner, Ben Morrison or Leonard Moore, it's Ben Morrison. So
no
weighing
question.
So weighing those two options, that's where I'm making my decision is a guy that has 1 start or Ben Morrison. Who would I rather have back?
Your points are valid. I'm not pushing back on your points. You make a good argument. I think someone else could jump in and make a case for Bubakar being the one that you're missing the most. I
That's why
just
it's such
wanted
a
to make
good
sure
division.
I didn't want it to come across like I was saying I don't want Benjamin Morrison back. That's the only reason I pushed back in your comment is because I was like, does he think I don't care about Benjamin Morrison coming back? That's not it at all. And matter of fact, I want him to come back next season. And as you know, I was one of the people who's like, dude, he's playing a lot better than a lot of you think that he is.
Oh yeah.
So that's where I was at.
Yeah,
that's where I was at. I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page.
James Mertz. I know Brian Kelly's thing is wait till next year, but how long should it take to turn around a solid program? Some LSU podcasts are now saying they'll be contenders around 26, 27.
I actually don't disagree with their overall analysis that they're not going to be title contenders until 26 or 27 because they're going to have a true freshman quarterback next season. And I don't care how good that true freshman is, and Bryce Underwood is really good. He's still a true freshman. And they're going to lose they're probably going to lose Will Campbell. They're probably going to lose at least one. At least one other offensive lineman, I believe, is done after this year. And, the receivers are going to have some talent, but they're probably going to lose, a couple of the guys there. So I don't know that their roster's great. It's more so, I don't think he's done a good job of rebuilding it, especially defensively. Because the reality is their defense doesn't have the talent to compete for a championship. And I can acknowledge that. My beef with LSU fans is, why does he not have that talent? And you're in year 3. And I hear this, well, he inherited a bad situation. Okay, cool. I did this little thing. Do you know that 15 of Notre Dame's 22 starters were not recruited by nor ever played for Brian Kelly? Quarterback, running back, all your receivers. Tight end was recruited and played for Brian Kelly. Left tackle, no. Left guard, no. Center, yes. Right guard, yes. Right tackle, yes. Right? Defensively, Cross, Mills, and Kaiser. And then you can kind of count Xavier Watts, but Brian Kelly never wanted to play Xavier Watts. It wasn't until Marcus Freeman showed up that they decided to move him over to defense. So that's the exception. So, and then you look at the backups, the vast majority of the backups were not recruited by or played for Brian Kelly. Marcus Freeman has completely overhauled this football team in 3 years, and they're a contender for a playoff spot and potentially more. Sure. With a rebuilt roster, he had to rebuild through starting for recruiting and the portal. So Notre Dame can do that. Why can't the school that all the LSU fans told me is way easier to recruit to? You can't rebuild your defense through the portal and high school recruiting in 3 years? Because let's be honest about something. Notre Dame has most of their studs were recruited by Marcus Freeman. I mean, think about it. Benjamin Morrison did not have a Scott. Now, he was technically committed to Notre Dame when Kelly was the head coach. He committed to Marcus Freeman. Notre Dame did not offer him a scholarship until after Marcus Freeman came on as D coordinator. Christian Gray, recruited by Marcus Freeman. Adon Schuler, recruited by Marcus Freeman. Drake Bowen, recruited by Marcus Freeman. Jordan Clark, recruited by Marcus Freeman. Josh Burnham, recruited by Marcus Freeman. RJ Oben and Bryce Young at defensive end, recruited by Marcus Freeman. That's 7 of your Junior Chilamaka, recruited by Marcus Freeman. Another guy that technically committed to Brian Kelly's team, but he did not have a scholarship offer until he was committed to USC when Marcus Freeman got hired as the D coordinator. Freeman offered him a scholarship in January, and he decommitted like a week later from USC. If Marcus Freeman's not at Notre Dame as a D coordinator, Chilamaka, Benjamin Morrison, Josh Burnham are not at Notre Dame. Just a fact. And then, of course, they only ever played for Marcus Freeman because Brian Kelly left while they were still high school players. So Marcus Freeman at the school that's way harder to recruit to, allegedly, was able to rebuild his roster in 3 years to be a championship contender. But we're to believe that Brian Kelly at LSU needs 5 years. 5 years. Like I was having a discussion with an LSU guy on Twitter the other day. Because I think a lot of the LSU people think that we have a beef with LSU. I don't. I've said this before. I predicted LSU to be in the college football playoff in 2019. When they hired Joe Brady, I was like, dude, that team's going to be dangerous because they're talented. Their offense is like from 1985, and they're high. And it wasn't that I knew anything about Joe Brady. It was the commitment to opening up the offense. Because you could see it in 2018. Like, dude, if they start opening up the offense, like you could see flashes from Joe Burrow. Jamar Chase was a stud. Justin Jefferson was a stud. Like, if they open up the offense, this team's going to be dangerous because their defense is pretty good. It's not about LSU. It's about Brian Kelly. So I wish every LSU would understand it's not about LSU. I got nothing but love for LSU. I actually have always respected the LSU program. I was argued back in 2011 that they got absolutely screwed out of a chance to win a title because why should they have to play a rematch against a team they beat on that team's home field? They went to Tuscaloosa and beat Alabama in the regular season. Why did they have to play against Alabama in the championship game? It should have been LSU versus Oklahoma State. That's what the title game should have been. So I've defended LSU over the years, but the reality is I know who he is. I know who he is way more than you do, and you're seeing it. So Marcus Freeman at Notre Dame, where they got to shop down a different aisle, can completely rebuild his roster in 3 years. But Brian Kelly at LSU, where it's supposedly, allegedly, really easy to recruit, can't. He needs 5 years. Guys, LSU fans, don't fall for what so many Notre Dame fans fell for under Brian Kelly. Don't let him tamp down expectations and tamp down the standard so he can then say, well, now that I've done this, I should get praised. Don't fall for that. Don't let him do that to your program. That's what he did to Notre Dame. And there's still Notre Dame fans who will sit there in this chat and be like, well, he did this and this and this and this for the program. He inherited a bad roster. No, he didn't. He inherited bad facilities. But he inherited Michael Floyd, Tyler Eifert, Kyle Rudolph, Manti Te'o, Harrison Smith, Zach Martin, Chris Watt, a long list of talented NFL football players. He inherited all those guys. So don't let him do to your program what he has done to Notre Dame. And fortunately, a lot of Notre Dame fans saw the light because there were some people in the media that didn't buy into his crap the last few years. And then when he left the way he did, it's like, oh, maybe that guy was right. Maybe the small, and I wasn't the only one, but I was part of a very small minority of people that would call him on his crap. And now they all see it. Because now you can see him doing the same exact thing in LSU. And you're like, oh, that sounds familiar. I remember that. Maybe it wasn't Notre Dame. Maybe it was Brian Kelly. Because it was. So, I can only tell you from Notre Dame's experience that it should not take 5 years to get yourself into it, to be able to rebuild your program. It shouldn't take you 5 years.
Yeah, and unfortunately,
you should win a title in 5 years, Trev. I'm saying they should be better in year 3 than they are. Is my point. They should be the best team. They should be favored to win a title, but they should absolutely not be eliminated from the playoffs the first Saturday of November at LSU.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that 100%. I mean, unfortunately, our friends down in the Bayou are learning the hard way that, and guess what? Spoiler alert for you. When 26 and 27 come around, you're going to start hearing about how 28 and 29 are going to be nasty. Like that is the unfortunate
Wait till
truth
Bryce
about
Young's a
Kelly.
senior. We're going to be so nasty. Yeah.
And then when you're not,
Bryce Underwood, excuse me.
Yeah. And then unfortunately, when you're not, it's, well, this injury played a bigger factor than what we thought. And this team was better than what we thought. And it's never his fault. Ever. I mean, my experience with Notre Dame football and where I grew learning as a football player, as somebody who analyzes the game, I that was through Brian Kelly. And you just kind of got to understand that the older that you got, it's all BS, man. It is. It's just the backhanded comments of, the players didn't tackle well at all today, and the quarterback made horrible decisions. But we as coaches have to do a better job that they're prepared to tackle better. And it's nice, dude. Fantastic. Hey, man, I thought this was going to be your year. It is, but listen, 2 years from now, this is a team that nobody's going to want to face. And then in 2021, you quit and texted everybody at 7 a.m. to meet in the team meeting room, and you were seen leaving at 7:11. So, you know what, man? It's all I needed to know. It confirmed everything that I thought. So But yeah, unfortunately, LSU fans are kind of learning the hard way, because in 2026 and 2027, you're going to hear about how 2028 and 2029 are going to be the best team that LSU has had since 2019. And what up, Joe Burrow? What up, Jamar Chase? And then when 2029 rolls around, 2035 is going to be sick for LSU down in the Bayou. So that's just that. That's what it is, man.
I love the pettiness you're showing right now. It's so beautiful.
It's what it is.
So beautiful. It is great.
It is.
I just wanted to pull up something from the chat that just had me weak. Christian Bale talking about Ben Affleck. I think he's talking about Ben Affleck. He said he has a terrible face. Hold on a second. Let me get to this. I think he's talking about him. Hold on a second. He says he has a stupid face. He said Ben Affleck has one of the most punchable faces in Hollywood. And I laughed at that. But then I'm thinking, dude, I was just thinking that the other day when I was watching Good Will Hunting. Like, I don't know what it is about that guy. I just kind of want to walk up and smack him right in the face. And I don't know why. I never thought about that until he said that. That was really funny. I'm sorry, D-Troll Hunter. That just had me laughing a little bit. Oh, man. Oh,
that's
goodness
good.
Gracious.
Christopher LaFaro, who gets introduced last for senior day?
I would say Riley Mills. I would go by number. I know that somebody said there's another podcast. I just don't care. I don't care. Yeah. The only time I didn't love that Sam Hartman was the last one last year. I thought they made some like big deal that Sam Hartman's the last guy because we got Sam Hartman shoved down. I think that's part of the reason some Notre Dame fans dislike Sam Hartman. It's not his fault. It's that we just kept having him shoved down our throat. Look at the hair. Look at this. Like, dude, this is Notre Dame. I'm trying to win a championship. I don't care about Sam Hartman's freaking hair. You know what I mean? Great, good. You can be a model after your football career's over. I don't care. You do Head and Shoulder shampoo with commercials with Troy Polamalu and Pat Mahomes for all like, I don't care. Can you win a championship? And then they did it last. Like they treated him like when I remember watching Manti's senior day. You know what I mean? Like it was like, and so sure, don't have Riley Leonard go last, whatever. But at least Riley Leonard earned a captain's role. You know, I mean, you can at least say that. But I would go by order, and just that way you don't have to even worry about it. Just go number 1 first, then number 0, then number 1, all the way down to number 99. And that's why I'd have Riley Mills go last because he's number 99. And then you don't have to worry about any of that. Just you don't have to worry about making decisions about what order it should go in or anything like that. And if you wanted to do your 4 captains last or your senior captains last, I'd be okay with that too. But then go in order. Do Xavier Watts first, then Riley Leonard, then I'm trying to think who the other captains are, and then obviously Riley Mills would still be last.
Yeah.
So it'd be like Xavier, Riley Leonard, Jack Kaiser, Riley Mills, at the end, that kind of thing at the end. Cause there's 5 captains, right? It's Xavier. It's because one of them's out. He was a junior, so he won't do senior day. So you'd have the 4 senior captains. So go Xavier first, Riley second, Jack Kaiser third, Riley Mills fourth. That's what I would do. But I mean, they can do it however they want to do it. I don't care too much. I wasn't even upset that Sam was last. I just kind of noticed, like, I wouldn't have done that, and then moved on. I didn't get all like fired up about it. I understand why some people do it. Just for me, I didn't really, care a whole lot.
They can run anybody out in whatever order. I just want them to win. I don't care. I don't
win by 45, and I stopped caring real soon. And what I kind of thought too is, I think part of the reason they did Sam last year is because they were playing Wake. And the Wake crowd was going to have a reaction to Sam as well. And I thought the Wake crowd giving him a standing ovation was awesome. Because I was actually outside when they announced the seniors. And I'm like, I was very interested how the Wake Forest fans were going to react to the guy that left their program. And a big chunk of them stood up and gave him a standing ovation. I thought that was real classy. Because I think they understood why he left. You're going to Notre Dame, you're trying to get the NFL. You gave us 5 great years. I thought that was a real classy move by the Wake fans. So maybe if they were playing Duke, maybe I'd say, but no, not Virginia.
Salty Virginia Peanuts. Is a dual threat quarterback becoming a must-have in college football?
I think having a quarterback that has some level of athleticism is a must-have. I don't think it needs to be a dual threat guy. Like, I don't view Joe Burrow as a dual threat quarterback. but he was an athletic enough kid where he could, scramble and make you pay if you had a bad run lane. But you weren't out there running like quarterback power with him. You weren't running a bunch of read zones with him. He wasn't out there making a bunch of dudes miss. I don't think it's like I don't think Michael Penix was at all a dual threat quarterback. Michael Penix is a good athlete, but he wasn't a dual threat quarterback. So I don't think it's a must have. Look, having an athletic quarterback has like everybody's acting like this is some new thing. I'm like, did you guys watch the football in the 1980s? Did you guys not watch John Elway and Randall Cunningham and Steve Young in the early 90s? Like, this is not like some new thing where you get these athletic quarterbacks. I mean, Brett Favre was making some of the crazy throws that guys make now. I watched a play the other day, Trevor. I was watching the Broncos-Bears game, and John Elway made this throw. You're just like, that's stupid. He like scrambled around like 5 different ways and then just flicks the ball 40 yards. And you're just like, come on, dude. Like, seriously. But there's always been a level of it can help your team. In college football, dual threat quarterbacks have been a thing for a long time. I mean, Notre Dame's last national championship came with a guy that in his last year, like 2 touchdowns and 9 picks but he was a dynamic, running quarterback. I think and having an athletic quarterback has always been a thing. I don't think it's more impactful now than it has been. And I don't think it's the only way to win now. I mean, look, think about the athletic quarterbacks that Bama had since 2015, right? So you had Jalen Hurts, you had Tua, you had, Bryce Young was a pretty, mobile. It wasn't a runner, but a mobile guy. Now you got Jalen Milroe. Who?
Blake Sims. I can't remember if he was before or after 2015.
He was before that.
Okay.
Well, but you can include Blake Sims. Well, who has won the last? Bama's won 3 titles in the last 10 years. They won a title in 2015 with Jacob Coker.
Yeah.
They won a title in 17 with Hurts and Tua. So you had a mobile quarterback then. And then their third title was with Mac Jones.
Yeah.
So 2 of their last 3 titles were with stiffs basically in the back and at quarterback. And the mobile quarterbacks only won the 1. Blake Sims before that didn't win. A.J. McCarron did, and Greg McElroy did. None of them mobile quarterbacks. LSU won 2. They didn't win a title with Jamarcus Russell. They didn't win a title with the Jefferson kid who was mobile. They didn't win a title with Jaden Daniels, who's mobile. They won a title with Matt Mock and Joe Burrow. Right? So, or was it Matt Flynn? I thought it was Matt Mock, right? Who was their quarterback in 2004? Hold on a second. Let me just. I don't think Insured by Big is in here. He could answer this for me. It was Marcus. So they won a title in 03, excuse me, and it was Matt Mock was 03. So Flynn would have been the 07 quarterback. So 03 was when Matt Mock won a title. Matt Flynn won it in 07. Matt Flynn ran for 215 yards and 4 touchdowns. So again, decent athlete that could scramble, but that's about it. So, Clemson won with a quarterback who was a dual threat quarterback in Deshaun Watson, and they won another one with a drop back passer who was a good athlete, but wasn't like a runner per se. Because the least running Trevor Lawrence ever did was as a freshman. So yeah, I mean, it's if you have a guy that can do it, but at the end of the day, I still believe you need a quarterback that can throw the football. You do. I mean, like Lamar Jackson was an insanely good dual threat quarterback. But Lamar threw for over 3,000 yards in his last 2 years at Louisville. Like, he wasn't like some guy that, was the first 2000 guy. I mean, he threw for over 30 touchdown passes and over 3,000 yards. Lamar Jackson's not winning MVPs because he's rushing for 1,600 yards. He's winning MVPs because he's running a bunch, but also he's developed into a pretty good throwing quarterback. So I still think you need to have the ability to drop back and throw the football. I just do. And if you have a guy that can run for 600, 700 yards and also throw for 3,500, great. You're going to be pretty dangerous. If you have a guy that's throwing for 3,500 and running for 3, you got talent around him, great. You're going to still be really, really dangerous. It's going to be different, in my opinion.
USMA 87. How do you feel about a potential 6-way tie in the SEC for conference championship spots?
I pray that it happens because I think it'll force the SEC to say, no, we got to change this. We got to change. We can't do it. We can't do this. We got to change this. If we're going to keep the conference championship, which we will, because we love money more than anything on the planet, then we've got to change this. Yeah. So I think that kind of chaos would be the best thing to happen to that league, and say, hey, look, we got to go to divisions. We got to somehow break this up differently, Trev. I don't know if it's divisions, pods, because wasn't there originally like a pod thing that was floated? Like a 4 sets of 4 teams, 4 pods. I thought something like that was floated initially, or was that just for scheduling?
Nah, it was it was real early in the stages of like when they were talking about like conference expansion, but it wasn't anything that they had built upon.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Got a 2-parter from Coach Bent 574. Another one of the guys we met at the tailgate last week.
Good deal. All right. Well, part 1. If you were head coach of Notre Dame and you had to hire an entire staff of only ND alums, who would be your first choice on each side of the ball?
Oh, gosh. I mean, quarterback's coach would be Tom Clements, because he's the only former Notre Dame quarterback that I know that's coaching or coached. Running backs, Josh Adams. He's now coaching. Can't think of anybody else that's coaching. Wide receivers. I don't know of any Notre Dame wide receivers that are coaching. I've heard Golden Tate wants to coach, so maybe I'd hire Golden Tate. I don't know of any former Notre Dame coach. I mean, you guys help me out in the chat if there's any former Notre Dame players that are now coaching or, coaching. I don't know of any. O-line, Chris Watt. That's an easy one. Tight end. I mean, I'm trying to think of problem with not a lot of former Notre Dame players get into coaching because they realize that they can make a lot more money using their degrees to get other jobs. You know what I mean? Like D-line, I bring Bryant Young back. He's coached. Remember, he coached under Charlie Weiss, so I'd bring him back. Linebackers, Greer Martini. Defensive backs, Robert Blanton now is a DB coach. I'd probably bring him back if I could. I mean, that's the first thing I can think of. I'd have to really sit there and think about. I'd have to sit there and think about that. Be honest with you. And part 2 is here.
Does it change your answer if you could choose any Notre Dame alum, even if they haven't coached, but you feel would be good at it?
Yeah, that would definitely change things. I mean, you could start thinking about like some guys that have played that love the game, that maybe haven't coached, or some guys that are maybe getting out of the NFL right now, who's like Harrison Smith. Hey man, what are you doing next year when you retire? You know what I mean? Like, I think that guy could be a really good football coach. There's certainly, hey, Alohi Gilman, when your career's over, playing career's over, give me a call. We want to help you transition in this coaching thing. Would be one. Those are certainly. I'd be curious if Stephon Tuitt wanted to get into coaching. I'd give him a call, see what he's doing. Yeah, there'd certainly be some guys like that. No question. Man, hey Brady Quinn, how would you like to coach? Like
I was going to say my entire staff would be
or Jimmy. Because I think Jimmy is working with quarterbacks, I believe. I think I read somewhere he's doing that. I could be wrong. But he's actually doing something. Yeah.
Yeah, I think my entire staff would be made up of guys that I don't think are coaching. So, yeah. A quarterbacks coach would be Brady Quinn. Running backs coach, I would probably say would be, I don't know.
See, that's why I like Josh Adams, because he actually is coaching.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he's at Vanderbilt right now. He actually, same with Greer Martini at linebackers. He actually is coaching right now.
Yeah.
But there just aren't a lot of them.
Mm-hmm. Like O-line, I'm giving Zach Martin a call.
Yeah, but Chris Watt is coaching. That's, you know what I mean, with the Colts. But I'd be like, hey, can we give Harry Heastand an honorary Notre Dame degree so we can bring him back? They do that for famous people. They give you an honorary degree. Hey, Coach Heastand, here's an honorary degree.
Yeah.
Come back and be part of our all Notre Dame staff.
Yeah. At that point, just give Al Golden a degree from Notre Dame and just ask him to.
Skip Holtz on my staff in some capacity. Yeah. Skip played at Notre Dame under his dad. So I forgot about him. He's actually coached, you know what I mean? And doesn't he won like a couple of that other new league that they've started? Hasn't he won like a couple championships as a head coach in that new league? Something like that. Yeah.
Salty Virginia peanuts. Are people forgetting that Notre Dame is guaranteed a college football playoff spot if they finish ranked in the top 12? Cannot be pushed out if, say, a number 15 Big 12 team wins the conference.
I am not. I was not. I was not aware of that. I'd have to go look at that, but I was not aware that they are locked in if they're 11. So I'm not saying that's not true, Salty. I just was not aware of that.
Same. I didn't know there was any scenario where Notre Dame was guaranteed a playoff spot.
Yeah. If you could, Salty, maybe attach a link down there for me, but I was not aware of that. Here's another one from Salty.
To what degree does a dual threat quarterback best fit Mike Denglock's offense?
I think that we've seen it this year, having a mobile quarterback, having a dual threat quarterback gives you a lot of options in the run game, so teams can't key on your running backs. It allows passing plays that maybe break down to be successful. It allows you to overcome pass protection issues, and it forces teams to defend you very differently. It's like, why do teams not do more bail coverage against LSU when they've got these great receivers? Because if you do if you play off coverage and play a bunch of quarters coverage, then Jaden Daniels is going to run for 175 yards, and he's still going to hit throws. You know what I mean? It's just having a dual threat quarterback that can throw, which Jaden Daniels could. If you noticed, Riley Leonard's rushing for less yards, but he's still a dual threat quarterback. As the offense has gotten better, he's throwing for more yards, rushing for a little bit less yards. And people are happier, which is kind of funny because of how people view it. If it's passing yards compared to, other yards, it's viewed differently, but he's kind of always been in that capacity. Like Riley Leonard's best game of the season from a yard standpoint was Miami of Ohio, a game that a lot of Notre Dame fans didn't think he played very well because he had 143 rushing yards. The game that he was on the pace for the best game statistically yards wise was the Purdue game, but he didn't get a lot of credit because half of that was rushing yards. So I just kind of find that interesting. But hey, it is what it is. But it forces you to defend more. Everything has to be perfect, where things can break down, nobody's open, and the dual threat quarterback can still go make something happen. That's good for any offense if you have it. It's just you can't build your offense around only doing that. And I think that's where it helps them.
Just makes the offense really hard to defend overall. Yeah. Run game, you're taking guys out of run fits, playmaking ability down the road. I mean, for as much flack as Riley Leonard has gotten this year, I can't wait for years down the road for people to bring up, man, I wish Notre Dame had a runner like Riley Leonard back under center.
Yeah.
Calling it. That's going to happen multiple times.
It's going to be fun. If you had Riley Leonard, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Hey, I know there's a couple non-Notre Dame fans in the chat, like Five Adam and Shirt by Big has been in there from time to time. If you're not a Notre Dame fan and you're in watching the show, feel free to drop a mailbag. You don't have to only ask about Notre Dame. If you want to know our thoughts about your team or your league or whatever, feel free to do that. This isn't, this is a thing where Notre Dame fans can ask about other teams. You're also more entitled to do that as well. If you want, you may just enjoy being in the chat, and that's totally fine as well. You don't have to ask a question, but I don't want any non-Notre Dame fans to feel like they can't ask a non-Notre Dame question. It's fine. Archer asks us about Ohio State all the time in mailbags. So at least used to anyway. So I just want to make sure that we said that here before we get going too far. Let's see here.
Aiden Benami, I saw there has been 37 decommitments since November 1st. Wild. College football in 2024 is mind-blowing. Who would you rather be, Florida or Florida State? Brutal. Florida probably because Florida State is losing all its recruits and their quarterback.
If I could be one of those two, I'd probably want to be Florida. I mean, here's the wild thing. Florida at 4-5 is considered to have overplayed expectations for their season. There were some people didn't think they were going to get 4 wins. And yeah, I mean, they got their quarterback. The future is playing better than Florida State's, where they've beat that poor Luke Cronenman kid into submission. I mean, that kid is just shook because they've just put him in so many bad spots. And the overall talent at Florida is better right now. I'd rather be, and Florida's got a little bit more money than Florida State does, and their alums and boosters and stuff. I'd much rather be Florida right now than Florida State. Much, much rather be them at this in so many different ways. I mean, I can't think of a single, other than your schedule's a little bit easier in the future because you're at Florida State instead of Florida. You're in the ACC instead of the SEC. Outside of that, I can't think of a scenario where I would. Yeah.
I'm with you. Yeah. There's not really a scenario where I would prefer to be at Florida State right now.
Mm-hmm.
They are down pretty bad. They have a cool war chant, home games.
Yeah.
That's about it.
I love Notre Dame mocking them at the end of that game with that.
That was awesome.
That was great. That was great. That was great. All right. Let's get down to, we got one from here. All right. Let's see here. Oh, we'll go ahead and address this one. This will be quick.
Jordan Schreiber, who wins Notre Dame at Penn State and at a neutral field?
Notre Dame and Notre Dame. I mean, Notre Dame matches up relatively well. Penn State's, like, Abdul Carter would concern me as an edge rusher. He would. But I think Ohio State wrote the blueprint on how to handle him. You know, just double team him at times, chip him, move away from him, run inside of him. They had some things, throw around him. They had some things they did to kind of take him out of that game because they had to move their left guard to left tackle in that game and play that game. And Donovan Jackson moved to left tackle in that game, and they kept him from taking that game over. But look, guys, I'm one of the biggest Drew Aller defenders out there. Not that I think he's a phenomenal elite quarterback, but I think he gets a really bad rap. I think the kid's a quality quarterback. He would get eaten alive by this Notre Dame defense. And their receiver, it would look a lot like the Ohio State game in the pass game. And I would argue Notre Dame's secondary, or I shouldn't say secondary, Notre Dame's pass defense is better than Ohio State's, in my opinion. Not by a ton, but it's better. They're both excellent. And Penn State could do nothing throwing the football against Ohio State. Nothing. And so I think that would get really ugly for the Penn State offense. Now, I don't think Notre Dame's offense would go out there and score 50 against Penn State. I think it would look a little bit like the Ohio State game minus the pick six. 21-7, 24-7, 27-13, something like that. Because I think Penn State would have a lot of problems with Riley Leonard's mobility and Notre Dame's speed at running back. Because, like, to a degree, Ohio State kind of played into Penn State's strengths with their running backs because they're hammers. You know, the way they use him, where Notre Dame can they're more flashy, they're more big play type guys. That's kind of how I look at it.
Yeah, I think at Penn State, I have Notre Dame by 10. On a neutral field, I have Notre Dame by 14. I mean, Penn State couldn't punch the ball into the end zone against the defense in Ohio State. That is very good, but I think as a whole, I think Notre Dame's defense is better than Ohio State's. I do. Mm-hmm. And Ohio State's defense didn't allow an offensive touchdown. So, and I don't care what scenario. I don't care if it's one of their illustrious wideouts at night. Notre Dame by 10 in Happy Valley.
Agree. Because I saw somewhere a couple of years ago, they said like Penn State's record in the whiteout games were like 500.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beezer 12, Washing Beard. What do you guys think is the most chaotic path to the playoff? Does Notre Dame possibly sneak into a 5 seed?
Well, the team with the most chaotic path to the playoff is LSU. Because of all, seriously, this isn't even a BK thing, but like they still have a shot to where if certain things happen, they would win the SEC tiebreaker. So I think it's like, I can't remember. Like, I don't know if Missouri has to win or lose. I can't remember. I think Missouri has to beat South Carolina, or so one of those two things has to happen. If this thing happens, if that thing happens, it's a little crazy, but that would be the most chaotic thing. Would be LSU playing in the SEC title game, and then winning. That would be the most chaotic path to the playoff, in my opinion. Does Notre Dame possibly sneak into a 5 seed? It'll be tough, in my opinion, because if Ohio State beats Indiana and they finish because like the way I kind of look at, if you're going to compare, if Notre Dame, let's say Penn State gets knocked off, or let's say Penn State struggles, or Notre Dame just blows out their next 3 opponents and they leap Notre Dame ahead of Penn State. And you're sitting there with Ohio State at 2, and you've got, let's say Texas wins out. So it's Oregon 1, Ohio State 2, Texas 3. Let's say Notre Dame moves up to 4. Okay. I would unless Ohio State gets blown out by Oregon, where they're or just beat convincingly, like it's just very clear that Oregon's the better team. Win by 10, Ohio State never really challenged. Unless it's that, or even if Ohio State wins, I'm kind of like, look, I'm not going to punish a team dramatically for losing a game that Notre Dame did not play in. Meaning, like, it's not like Notre Dame played in a conference title game and won the same weekend that Ohio State lost. At the end of the year, they'd both be 11-1. Ohio State would have a better loss because they lost to the number 1 team. Ohio State would also have a win over what I believe to be a top 15 team in Penn State. I do. I don't think Penn State sucks. I just don't think they're a playoff team, but they're still a top 15 team like Texas A&M. And they went on the road and won by 7. They would also have what I believe to be another top 10 to 15 win in Indiana. And so I would say their top 2 wins are as good or slightly better than Notre Dame's top 2 wins. That's how I would look at it. So if you feel that Ohio State's better at the end of the 11-1 regular season, and they play Oregon in just a 4-quarter battle, of just, man, it's like, boy, it's back and forth, and either team could have won, and Oregon pulled it out at the end, I'd give Ohio State the benefit of the doubt and let them be number 5. Because you're now debating 2 criteria that are not equal because Notre Dame doesn't play in a conference championship game. Now, if Ohio State gets smacked, then like you're clearly not a top team because you've played this team twice and they really outplayed you twice. Because I don't think the first game was as close as the final score showed. I think Oregon could have. It was closer to Oregon winning by 10 than it was Ohio State winning, in my opinion. So that's kind of how to handle that. So it would require Ohio State not playing well or Notre Dame just being so insanely good these next few weeks for me to say, yeah, they deserve the 5. Because if Indiana beats Ohio State, then Indiana should be the 5 if they go lose to Oregon in the Big Ten title game. You know what I mean? So it's like 5 is tough. There's a path for it, but it'll be tough. And the path forward is Ohio State beats Indiana in a close win. Notre Dame annihilates their next 3 teams, and Oregon just smacks Ohio State in the Big Ten title game. That would be my path. But the same thing is true of Texas. Like, what if Texas goes out and beats Texas A&M by 27 at Texas A&M, and then they lose a barn burner end of the game walk-off field goal to Alabama? Wouldn't Texas kind of have a better case for being the 5 than Notre Dame? I think they would if they did that to A&M, because now their best win is even more impressive than Notre Dame's best win, and their loss is way better than Notre Dame's loss. And while I would argue Notre Dame's 2 through 6 might be better than Texas's 2 through 6, it's not astronomically so. You know what I mean? And I'd argue that Texas deserves to be ahead of them. So there's not a lot of paths for Notre Dame to be a 5, but there are paths. I think 6 is more of what I'm eyeing for the potential best, most likely best case scenario for Notre Dame to have a high seed. And honestly, I'm okay with that. Look, here's the thing. Like, if they're the 7 seed and they got to play number 2, so what? You're going to have to play one of those good teams anyway at some point in time. I'm not afraid. Notre Dame fans, we got to stop being afraid of, I want the easiest path. And this isn't what Beezer's question was at all. I've seen a lot of this, and it just makes me think of this. I want the 5 because of this. I'm like, okay, cool. That is the easiest path, and I kind of want that too. But I'm not like, oh God, I hope we don't get the 7 because then we got to play the. I'm like, if you're a championship caliber team, you're going to have to beat one or two of those teams at some point in time anyway. Embrace it. You know what I mean? And I would rather play them after they've been off for 3 weeks than they got a game under their belt and they get their mojo back. And to me, sometimes you can make the case the quarterfinals is actually the best time to play the 1 or the 2 seed, Trev, because they've been off since the championship game. So they'll be off for 3 weeks. And you just played a game 9-10 days before. So I think that would be an advantage to some of those teams, like a Notre Dame, for example, or Ohio State. If they're
sure.
not they're not getting a bye.
Sure. I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head, man. In order to win a national championship, Notre Dame's not going to do that by playing, BYU and then Boise State and then Penn State. Like, that's just not. At some point, you're going to have to go through the teeth of the best teams in college football. I think that's one of the reasons why, like, 2019 LSU is so highly respected, because they go and in the regular season, they beat like 6 teams that were ranked in the top 10 in the regular season. Then they played a pretty good Georgia team in the SEC championship and beat them handily. Then they played an Oklahoma team in the first round of the playoffs and they won by like 50. And then they played a Clemson team that had, T. Higgins and Trevor Lawrence and Travis Etienne in the national championship. So at some point, like, you're going to have to just play top level competition. And like, that would personally, as a fan, make me feel better. Like, if Notre Dame wins a national championship, I don't want there to be any asterisks next to it. But like, you didn't have to play Oregon and you didn't have to play Texas. And you know what I mean? I think that's my whole thing. I would much, much, much rather there be a good, convincing win over an Oregon, or if Notre Dame does beat Ohio State, or if they beat a Texas. It's like, there's going to be no asterisk that could possibly take away those victories from Notre Dame. So that's where I fall on that one. Jordan Schreiber, are there any injured players that could possibly return deep in the playoff run?
Not that I know of. I don't think Jagasol or any of those. And honestly, I would, if Jagasol was good for the second quarterfinals, I would not start him over Knapp. Not after missing 3 months of the season. I'd get him kind of queued up to maybe work his way in, and if Knapp falters or something like that, like I'd work to get him ready. I'm not just inserting him into the starting lineup immediately. I'd maybe put him in some goal line stuff to just let him get some snaps back, and then maybe have him ready to go at some point in time. But I mean, I'd count Howard Cross. I mean, he just got injured. Benjamin Morrison won't be back. Patelho, Traore, they won't be back. Who am I missing?
Logan
Jason
Thomas
Onier won't be
been
back.
out with a,
but he'll be back. I mean, he's questionable. It's like a minor thing. He'll be back. That's a good one. Jordan Faison's obviously already back and healthy. Like Jabron Payne won't be back. I'm trying to think of anybody. Yeah, I think those are kind of the guys. Ashton Craig won't be back. He's out for the year. So I don't believe any of those guys are going to be back. Those were all season-ending injuries. So, and Beezer, real quick, I'm not paying any attention to the portal until after the season. So I'm just not worried about that right now. I just wanted to bring that up and thank you for the question, but I'm not focused at all on the portal right now. We'll talk more about that after the season.
Ballpeen Shillelagh, since it's the Virginia game in honor of Salty, what are the odds that the great one makes his day and goes for over 99 yards receiving?
Well, I'd say that's pretty selfish of Jaden Greathouse to wait till senior day to take the spotlight away from Bo Collins and Chris Mitchell. No, I'm kidding. I mean, it's possible. We saw him break out a little bit last week. I think getting him matched up against safeties and linebackers, Trev, based on what we talked about yesterday and Tuesday, would be a smart thing to do. So, what are the odds? I'm not good at putting odds on things, but I'd say it's certainly possible, and I wouldn't call it a shock. With how they're trying to get him going a little bit more, and he's making more plays down. I mean, he had the big play against Navy early. He had the big play down the field against Georgia Tech, and then of course last week it was also from a volume standpoint on top of a couple of the downfield targets. So it's certainly possible. Certainly possible.
Yeah. I mean, every week it's possible for a Notre Dame receiver to go up that much. I think that is the one that I think that's the next step in this offense's evolution throughout the course of the season. Is I do like dispersing the football because that makes you a very hard offense to defend. But maybe it's just from like looking at it from a stat sheet perspective. I mean, I cannot tell you the last time I watched a Notre Dame wide receiver get over 100 yards receiving in a game. I legitimately don't. It was probably Kevin Austin, I think, in 2021. Might have been the last one that I remember go over 100 yards in a game. So But again, I mean, what they're doing on offense right now is working. They are not struggling putting up over 40 points in a game offensively, doing what they're doing right now. More selfishly, from looking at like a box score, I wouldn't hate to see a Jaden Greathouse or a Bo Collins or a Chris Mitchell or literally anybody in that receiving room. I look at their box score and they have 6 for 105, 7 for 110. I wouldn't hate that at all. But at the end of the day, if Notre Dame wins by the same margin that they have been, I don't really care what it looks like.
Yeah.
Super chat from the history expert. Thank you for the super chat. Congrats, Brian. You had Mark Rogers dead to rights on the BYU Penn State comparison on Wednesday, but he was too stubborn to admit he is biased towards the Big Ten.
Look, I don't know that I'm not going to accuse him of that. I'm not. I mean, look, his top 4 teams are Big Ten teams. Well, 4 of the top 5 committee teams are also Big Ten teams. It's there's a Big Ten bias going around with a lot of people. I just think in this case, Mark is wrong, and Mark thinks I'm wrong. I still respect him, still like him, and I don't mean, why would you admit something that you don't believe you have? Like, do I think Mark has a Big Ten bias? I do, but I don't mean that disrespectfully. I mean, Bill Bender's the only person I know that admits that he has a bias towards the Big Ten. And the reason that's a good thing is because he knows it and he takes that into his consideration to make sure he's aware of it. Most people don't know they have a bias. I'm sure I have biases, and you don't often know that they're there. So why would we ask Mark to admit something that I don't think in his heart he believes he has? Because he takes a lot of pride in being objective and honest and fair. So I don't agree in this case that I do think there's a clear, blatant Big Ten bias in that, but I don't think he thinks that. And I respect that. I mean, because it's again, that's why I want to discuss it with him. And because if I just thought he did it because he had a bias, it wouldn't be worth my time to talk to him about it. Because I don't think I don't think he thinks he has a bias. And that's why Mark has always been open to having that dialogue, because if Mark didn't want to hear what I had to say, he would have shut the show down way sooner. He was willing to engage in that conversation because he believes he's right. If he knew he had a bias towards the Big Ten, the last thing he would want to do is argue with me about it for 40 minutes, because he would know he can't win because he doesn't believe he has a bias. He believes I have justifiable reasons to have the rankings the way that I do. And I respect that. And I also respect the fact that he sat there and went toe-to-toe with me for 40 minutes on it. I respect that, because a lot of people wouldn't do that. And it's one of the reasons I like Mark. I just think he's wrong. But, he's a good dude, and he just – it's easy to win a debate when facts are on your side. I've always felt that way. And in this instance, I believe that facts were on my side. Data is on my side. And but it was a fun debate. I enjoyed that. And he hasn't told me that I'm not invited back so far, so that's good. I don't think I think he rather enjoyed that. So, yeah.
Zach Martin. Kedron Young has played in 3 games so far. If nobody gets hurt, do you think he keeps the red shirt? I
would imagine so. I wouldn't do it. I don't get that. There's no way Kedron Young's a 5-year player. But it is what it is. But yeah, I think they're going to try that, because he can play in one more regular season game, and then it doesn't matter what happens in the postseason, because the postseason games don't count. I mean, if there was 2 injuries and Kedron Young goes out and runs for 100 yards in all 4 playoff games, he still redshirts. That's what's wild about it, because the postseason doesn't count. I had a bunch of super chats I didn't see down here, Trevor, so let's get to those.
Super chat from Victor Cummings. Thank you, Victor. If someone came from the future and told you a group of 5 team wins 1 playoff game, who do you think it is, and who'd they beat?
Oh, gosh. I got one. It would be Boise State, and they beat an overrated Big Ten team in 2024. In seriousness though, boy. I mean, look, I could see Army knocking somebody off in the first round. They got a month to prepare their option for somebody. And, you know, I don't think they would, but I could say, like, look, here's the deal. It could be this year because I don't think Penn State's that good. Like, honestly, Penn State could play a game against Boise, and I could look at it and say, I think Boise's probably the more tested team and the better team. I mean, they played the best team in the Big Ten and played them at Oregon and played them tough. And Ashton Genty still had over 100 yards. And, you know, like, I think they could. The problem is a lot of the best group of 5 teams that would have been in this conversation are gone. They're now in the group of 5. I mean, they're in the Power 5. Cincinnati, SMU, UCF, Utah, TCU, a lot of those teams at BYU, a lot of those teams that back in the day would have been those teams are now gone. So it makes it a lot harder, you know, but I could see a Boise State doing that in some years. I could see Memphis getting in and beating a 5-7 team one of these years. Not this year. This year's version of Memphis, I don't think could. Tulane had a team a couple years ago that could have, and I like what John Sumrall's doing there. I could see, and they get a lot of that Louisiana talent, Florida talent, Texas talent, and I could see a team. I mean, they find sleepers like, you know, Antoine Parham. You know, fortunately for Notre Dame, they found him, but not a lot of others have. He goes to Tulane, and all of a sudden he's a stud in the AAC, and hopefully comes to Notre Dame, he becomes a stud in Notre Dame. But you know, like they're doing a nice job down there at Tulane. I could see a team like that Tulane team that got in and to the Sugar Bowl
a
couple years ago and beat USC and outplayed USC. It wasn't like it was some fluky game. Like they battled and just made a lot of plays. So I don't think it's not gonna be a thing where once every 15 years the group of 5 team wins a game. It'll maybe be like over a course of 10 years they might win 2 or 3. Because there's going to be some team, there's either going to be a year in 10 years where that group of 5 team is really good. And then there's going to be another year where they just pull off an upset because the team doesn't play a team didn't play in their conference title game. So they've been rested for 3 weeks and they're, you know, rusty. And we saw how rusty Notre Dame was after a week off getting ready for the Florida State game. And they were a little rusty early against Stanford too, if you guys remember, and then got rolling and blew Stanford out. But they were down 7-0 for a while there. And, you know, so I could see something like that. Just team doesn't play. And then there's going to be that game where the group of 5 team is actually pretty good, but they're ranked lower than they should be. And some Power 5 team is ranked too high. And that combination is like bad matchup. Like, and then it would be kind of unfair to that group Power 5 team because like they shouldn't have had to play Boise there. Like we see that in the NCAA tournament all the time. Some Power 5 team gets knocked off by a 12 seed. And you're like, that was so unfair to that team because there's no way that team should have been a 12. They only got knocked because they're in the West Coast Conference or they're the MAC or they're whatever, and they don't get the same respect. That team should have been a 7 seed or an 8 seed, and they shouldn't have had to play that 5 seed. So it was actually the 5 seed that got screwed over because they had to play a team that was better. That'll happen too. So over the course of 10 to 15 years, I could see that happening multiple. I don't think it's going to be – now, I don't see that team making like winning 2 games, 3 games. That I don't see. But winning a game, sure, I could see that. I don't think that'll be like a huge surprise, and I think Boise State might be the team to be able to do that this year. I mean, guys, Boise's played 2 top 25 teams that have Power 5 rosters. Washington State still has a Power 5 roster, right, because they were a Power 5 a year ago. And Boise beat them soundly. And they played Oregon on the road and went toe-to-toe with them for 4 quarters. This is a good BYU team. Boise State team. So I could see them pulling off an upset. But it's going to be like anything, Trevor. It's who's the matchup? If they match up against team like let's say Boise had to play Georgia. I wouldn't like that matchup because Georgia's got it, or Tennessee. I would not like that matchup because those teams have really good run defenses.
Yeah.
I think Notre Dame's a better team than Tennessee, for example. I think Boise would have a little bit more success running the football on Notre Dame than they would Tennessee. That's what I think. Now, I still think Notre Dame wins, but football's a game of matchups, right? I mean, that like I have Georgia winning this weekend. Do I think overall, resume-wise, Georgia's a better team than Tennessee? No, I don't. But it's at Georgia, and the matchup isn't ideal, where I think Tennessee matches up better against Bama than they do Georgia, whereas I think Georgia matches up a little better against Bama than they would, against some other or Texas than they did, other teams. It's just football's a matchups game in a lot of ways. And so for them too, it also is like, well, who do they get? Do they get a team that's like is just not good at that thing that team happens to be in? Like if a few years ago, if you'd have played a Memphis would have got in against a team with a shaky secondary, and I'm like, let's see how this one goes, And so that's a big part of it too, Trev. Good one, Victor. I like that one.
Super chat from Tyler Evans. Thank you, Tyler. Do you think the recruiting violations at USC is going to get Lincoln Riley fired? Plus, the season gets worse record-wise.
Boy, that did you read that article, Trev? So basically, it wasn't recruiting violations. It was coaching violations. So essentially, this past week or last week, the NCAA put USC on probation. Like it's like that you had to pay $50,000 fine. And it's like that lame it doesn't mean anything. But the article that I read today said that it is most likely, depending on how most coaching contracts are, that would be because USC admitted that Lincoln Riley was ultimately at fault to the NCAA, which means they would now have cause to fire him and not have to pay his buyout. Because that's what Tennessee did with Jeremy Pruitt. They fired him and didn't and fought to not have to pay the buyout because they said they're firing him with cause. Now, with cause is not your team went 4-8. It's cause is you broke the rules, you violated the terms of your contract. We now have cause to fire you and not have to pay your buyout. Because a lot of the thought is, well, USC is not going to fire him because they don't have to pay the buyout, which is why Florida didn't fire Billy Napier. I mean, can we all be honest that if Florida State and Florida didn't have buyouts, if they could just fire a coach and no consequences, that Mike Norvell and Billy Napier are both gone? Like, we can agree on that, right? But now they're arguing that USC would have a shot to get out of that contract. So do I think it's going to get him fired? Ask me again in 3 weeks. Actually, ask me again in 2 weeks, and then ask me again in 3 weeks if they beat UCLA, which I think that they will. So if they beat Nebraska this weekend and UCLA next weekend, it's going to really come down to what are they doing against Notre Dame. And if they play Notre Dame to a hard-fought 4-quarter game that Notre Dame wins, I don't think they fire him. If Notre Dame smacks them, then I think they fire him. I do. And I think I could see them promoting Danton Lynn as the new head coach as well. I could see that.
I think the Notre Dame game is going to be a pretty big deciding factor for him. But he's regressed every year that he's coached at USC. And now you add this on top of it. I think that's the icing on the cake. I think just out of I don't know what you call it, the respect that they have for him, they'll just let him finish out the season. But if USC is eligible to go bowling, I don't think he coaches in the bowl game. I don't.
It's going to be a very interesting offseason for the old Trojans.
Super chat from Patrick James. Thank you, Patrick. If next year the staff determines Jagasaw, Lambert, and Wagner are among the 5 best, who is most likely to play guard?
I'd say probably Lambert, just because they'd want to go with a little bit more proven guys at tackle, and I would think they would still assume that Jagasaw is a little bit more proven. I also don't know that they think Lambert's a left tackle. If they did, I think they would have moved him there at some point in time, at least to get some reps there. So I say probably Lambert. I think what you'd see is Lambert would slide into Rocco Spindler's starting job because I think Rocco will probably go somewhere else and play next year. And which honestly, he probably should because he's going to have to battle to keep his job next season. It's not a given that he'll have it. He'll have his Notre Dame degree and he'll have a shot to go play somewhere. Go to Michigan State and ball out. You know what I mean? But I would say, I think Jagasaw has the most upside as a guard, but I don't know if just based on if it was up to me, I'd probably move Gearby to left tackle and move Jagasaw inside the left guard and bump Billy back to right guard and have left to right be Jagasaw, Lambert, Craig or Knapp or whoever, depending on if he's healthy or not, Schrouth, Wagner. I go big boys on the left side, big power guys, like my big, long athletic, because it's not just about big and power. It's also they're super long. And 2 things a quarterback loves, length and athleticism on his backside. And Jagasaw and Gearby both have tons of that. Now, I'd be okay if they wanted to leave Schrouth at left guard and Gerby at right guard, I'd be fine with that too. And then you'd have Gerby next to a veteran, and then Strouth would be able to kind of maybe help continue to bring Jagasol along, because to your point, he has not played a lot of football, even though he'd be a junior. He has not played a lot of football. So I could see that. What do you think, Trev?
No, I think the same thing. I think you would keep Wagner at right tackle. I just don't think he has like the frame to be a guard. I don't like he's not as thick. Like he's very long. I think he'd be better suited to be a tackle. Honestly, with both of their frames, I'd be okay with Jagasol or Lambert in at guard. Just the thought of them being next to each other in a lineup next year, that potential is just crazy.
Agree.
Oh. You could put me behind that offensive line, and I'd get at least 400 yards on the season.
Yeah,
at least.
Yeah, no doubt.
Super chat from Dorn Brown. Thank you, Dorn. Do the Irish have a Heisman winner the next 5 years?
Possible. I mean, between Jeremiah Love, Kedron Young, CJ Carr, Kenny Minchie, Noah Grubbs. I mean, there's a lot of talented guys there that play those positions. I mean, CJ Carr, I think, is an elite 5-star quarterback. He's sort of like that passer that we're talking about, who's a passing quarterback that's also mobile. He's not a runner, but he's athletic. I should say not mobile, but athletic. I could see CJ in 2026 as the second-year starter. A lot of guys back. Jagasol's in his fifth year or senior year, and Emil's in his fifth year, and Gerby's going to second year as a starter. Billy's a fifth-year guy. Ashton's a fifth-year guy, or Knapp's a junior, and you've got Eli's going into his fifth year maybe, or Flanagan's taking over, and Kedron and Aeneas are your running backs, and Cam Williams is, going to his junior year. Greathouse and Faison are going to their senior years, and all, and then that's just the offense. I mean, I can see CJ putting up a lot of yards and then winning a lot of games, right? So, yeah. Or if Kenny's the quarterback, same thing for Kenny, if Kenny's the starter. Like I've always said, I love Kenny. I had him as a top 100 player. I just think CJ's an elite 5-star guy. I just do. Does that mean Kenny can't beat CJ out? Does not mean that at all. And if Kenny does beat CJ out, you almost kind of feel like you'd even feel more confident that Kenny's going to be a monster if he ends up beating CJ out, because how well he'd have to play to beat CJ out. If it's like a fair competition and he just beats CJ out, like Kenny must have stepped it up a bit, because we know CJ can ball. And then you're optimistic that he's going to put up monster numbers, right? So, yeah, I mean, look, I don't care a ton about Heisman's, honestly. I don't. And I think it's going to be harder for it. Like it used to be where, like, if a Notre Dame guy was competent, he was going to be in the Heisman vote, top Heisman group. And I think there's still some truth to that as far as getting votes. I think there's so many negative narratives created about Notre Dame now that it's going to be a little harder. But you look at some of the schedules Notre Dame has coming up in future years, and if they're in the playoff and a top 5 to 6 ranked team, they're going to have played in some really big games. So I could see it. Certainly could see it. I'm not predicting it, but I could certainly see it.
Yeah, the potential's there for sure. Super chat from Carrie Later. Thank you, Carrie. Hey, guys. It was a pleasure to meet all of you at the tailgate. Thank you for making this great community. Mailbag question. How much higher can A&M go with Mike Elko?
Look, I believe Elko's ceiling at A&M is very similar to Marcus Freeman's right now, in that I think that he can turn them into a perennial SEC title contender, but he's got a lot to prove to tell us if he can win it, be a championship coach. And that's how I feel about Marcus Freeman. I think Marcus Freeman has shown me enough, recruiting-wise, development-wise, and coaching-wise, to say that over the course of 5 years, Notre Dame's going to make the playoff 3 or 4 times at least. I'm very comfortable saying that. Has he shown me enough that he will win a title? No. Do I believe there's the potential for it? Sure, but we need to see a couple more things happen before we're there yet, right? I think that's fair. And I feel the same way about Mike Elko. I mean, he's shown already that the guy can coach. Can he coach well enough to lead them to an SEC title and then 3 or 4 playoff wins, depending on if they win or lose the SEC title game? I mean, there's still a lot to prove there, right? And that's true for a lot of young. That's true for Dan Lanning. It's true for Ryan Day. It's true for Mike Elko. It's true for Marcus Freeman. It's true for everyone not named Dabo Swinney or Kirby Smart. right? I mean, because every other championship coach outside of Mac Brown is gone. I'm correct on that, right? There's only, I believe, 3 coaches left that have won a championship at the Division I level, right? Because Larry Coker's not coaching anymore. He's retired. Because I remember he was like UTSA or something for a long time.
Yeah, Kirby, Dabo.
Because Saban's gone. Gene Chiswick's not coaching, is not a head coach anymore. I'm just trying to Jimbo's not coaching anymore, so he's out.
Coach O's not a head coach anymore.
Urban's out. Les Miles is out. Bob Stoops is out. Who am I missing? I think that's it. I just think it's those 3, right? Mac, Dabo, and Kirby.
Yep.
So there's a lot of coaches that got to prove they can win that to that level. And that's why I think Georgia gets a lot of benefit of the doubt, understandably so. I don't agree with it, but I can understand something and not agree with it. I understand why Georgia gets benefit of the doubt, high recruiting rankings, and their coach won 2 titles. I get all that. But that doesn't tell me about this team, right?
Super chat from Barbecue Pitmaster. Thank you for the super chat. Brian, how much of a drop-off if we lose either starting corner prior to playoff?
Well, it's a big drop-off, and it's not that Carson Hobbs isn't talented. It's that he's not quite to the level that Leonard Moore was as a prospect. But it's more so Leonard got a lot of reps leading into him stepping in the starting lineup in practice, and then he was playing in games, where Carson has only really played mop-up minutes. And he's not as far along as what Leonard is in his overall development. So there's a drop-off. Plus, if Carson steps in the starting lineup, now your depth at the position is just over. And so you're in a really, really rough spot at that point in time. Really rough spot.
Super chat from Chaptive. Thank you for the super chat. Why on earth don't apps or TV stations give the all 22 viewers an option to watch games? I'd pay Peacock $7 a month for that.
Dude, that is a great question. Like, they could make so much money, like the CFB ticket, where they give and they don't have to give maybe the coaches all, but just put a thing up there for an NBC camera at the wide and tight, and you can choose to watch the wide copy. You can choose to watch the tight copy, and you pay a fee for that. I mean, it's like, I know why coaches would fight it. Oh, we don't want our film out there. Guys, people are going to have your film. If they want your film, they're going to have your film. They're going to call their buddies up at a school you already played, and they're going to send all their film to them. I mean, it's going to happen. And I don't think that's cheating. That's just how it goes. You know what I mean? And you can gather enough from TV copy to kind of have an idea of certain things they do. Not everything. The coverages you can't see always and routes, but there's a lot. I can break down your entire run game basically from watching TV film. It's just, and I agree with you, dude. I think that's a great idea. I think they should absolutely do that. People would pay. So I would, if I had to do it, here's how serious I would be about that. I would pay NBC, CBS, Fox, and ESPN would all be having 4 different streaming services because they're all broadcast on different services. I'd pay for every single one. And I'd pay for my football analysts like you and Vince to have that as well. You know what I mean? Oh, dude, I think they'd make so much money if they did that. So much money. So, yeah, but I think the conferences would fight them on it, though. That's the only problem because of how paranoid coaches and stuff are. But I think that's overstated because teams you're going to play anyway are going to have film of you. They're going to get that film anyway. And they already have that film. Like the team you play in 2 weeks already has your film. You always trade weeks in advance.
Right.
So, yeah, I think that'd be awesome. I'd pay $10 a month during football season for that. Seriously. No question. That'd be amazing. So, Trev, I know we're running a little short on time, so I want to try to work through some of these as quickly as possible. So I'm going to go through some of these and we'll try to answer them as quickly as we can. So let's try to rock and roll through these. You guys we saw 50 questions starred, and there's some I haven't even got to yet. So many great questions today, but Trev's got a 3-hour drive ahead of him, so he's going to have to be hitting the road here pretty soon. So let's.
I do.
Yeah.
I do indeed. All right, Iden. Does Tiger Bait and the LSU fans really still think Brian Kelly is good? Listen to Wednesday's show, and no way they are still defending him.
I don't know what they said on Wednesday's show. I would assume that means they are. I mean, look, what do you expect them to do? I mean, they've got look, and let's be real too. The vast majority of Notre Dame fans were defending Brian Kelly until the moment he left. I know that for a fact because my Twitter feed and my DMs were constantly littered with Notre Dame fans calling me a hater, and you just have beef with Kelly. You just don't like him. I've said this before. I've gotten more hate mail and hate comments from Notre Dame fans for how I talked about Kelly than from LSU fans for how I talked about Kelly. Right. And some of the people that sent me hateful stuff are now the most loudest Twitter voices out there about how we tried to tell you. No, you didn't. Because I say, hey, I don't delete that stuff. I save all that nonsense. You know what I mean?
Baby.
So I have the receipts. I'm not going to do anything with them because I have more important things to do with my life than you want to lie and tell people that whatever. But I get it. Do you really want to sit there and say, well, we know this coach isn't going to get fired and we're just going to, because honestly, Trev, that's where a lot of Notre Dame fans were. Just relegated to, another season of 10-2. And it was kind of a hopeless feeling, honestly. And that's why I think a lot of Notre Dame fans were so globbed on to Marcus Freeman when he first got hired, because it's like he brought such a different energy and there was finally hope again in the Valley. You know what I mean? Like, hey, we actually have a coach who may actually try to win big at Notre Dame. You know what I mean? And that's why I keep saying, guys, our issue is not you, it's him. But what do you expect him to do? And here's the thing, too. I know for a fact, Brian Kelly absolutely will, through his minions, threaten people's credentialing and access to the program if you criticize him. I know that for a fact because I went through that. I had people on his staff tell me that, yeah, he's trying to get people not to talk to you. So, yeah, that's what he does. And your job depends on having access. That's the reality of it. So I do understand it. And honestly, it's not like he's terrible. I mean, can we also acknowledge that? It's not like he's Lincoln Riley. You know, they're 6-3. They beat Ole Miss. You know, I mean, they've got some good wins. They're just not, it's like Notre Dame. You still have Brian Kelly apologists. I promise you, if I got down far enough in the chat, I know who exactly the person in this chat will be defending the job Brian Kelly did at Notre Dame, because he is a good coach. He's a good coach. He's going to win you 9+ games every year at LSU. And that's worse. Because it's almost, I'd like you to be so bad that we have no choice but to fire you. But when you're good enough to where it's like almost impossible to fire you, that's where Notre Dame was. Because he's a good coach. He'll win just enough games to keep his job and make a lot of money. Yeah, and that's what he works towards.
Yeah.
I mean, because he's not a bad coach. He's not a terrible coach, Trev. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I mean, they're kind of in that. They're in what Notre Dame was for a long time. They were a perennial tier 2 program. Like, you got enough wins to keep your job. You got enough. And when I mean enough, I don't mean a lot, but enough signature wins to like get paid again, but never enough to be taken seriously. I mean, that's Penn State. You know, I mean, that's what they've done. They are always going to be 9-3 or 10-2. Always. Yeah. Sometimes they'll be 11-1. And that's exactly what Notre Dame was.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean, that's, like I said, feel sorry for some of our friends down in the bayou.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the life. That's the life.
And I don't say it sarcastically, even though it kind of sounds like it's coming off sarcastically. It's just, I feel bad because I've been there. You know, like my football fandom growing up, that's what it was. You know, so I do feel for it, but also it's not my problem anymore. So
exactly.
Good luck.
Exactly.
Jordan Schreiber, has the offensive line progressed enough that Riley will have time to throw against top SEC and Big Ten teams?
I think that's still a fair question, Jordan, honestly. You know, the Florida State game gave me a little bit of hope, because if you look at the first half of that game, I thought their D-line played hard early in that game. I mean, Darryl Jackson the first couple of series was getting after it with Billy Stroud. I mean, they were having a really good one-on-one battle, Trev. I'm sure you saw that when you were watching the film. Like,
oh yeah,
you know, Billy'd win some, Jackson lose some. Josh Farmer's playing hard. I thought Marvin Jones had some good edge pressures. I thought Patrick Payton had some He's just kind of hit or miss from a physical, but they battled first half, and I thought Notre Dame guys, for the most part, held their own. So that was a little encouraging to see that, to be honest with you. But, could they block James Pierce right now? I have doubts about that. I do. Would they be able to handle Ole Miss's D-line right now? I have concerns about that. I already stated earlier that I have concerns about, what Abdul Carter would do to them. But I just think the rest of their D-line is just not quite dynamic enough to where it's like just cripples your offense. Ohio State, I'm not as concerned about because I just think their D-line's a little bit overrated, to be honest with you. And we've seen these guys play against that D-line before. But, Oregon's got a D-line that could give them some problems. So I think that to me is still the biggest question. Assuming there's no more injuries, that to me is still the biggest question mark about this team. Not that the O-line's going to get killed by those teams, but is it good enough to beat those teams? I still think that's a very fair question. Like if you say who do you want Notre Dame to avoid? I don't want Notre Dame to avoid anybody because if you're a championship mindset, you want to play. But I'll answer your question this way. Which team do I believe gives me the most concerning matchup issues? It's Ole Miss. Now, Ole Miss is not better than certain teams that I think I'd love to see Notre Dame play, but Ole Miss has a unique matchup against Notre Dame where I worry they have really good receivers, and a lot of them, and their D-line, I think, could give Notre Dame's offensive line some problems, which is a bit of a neutralizer in that matchup. So, yeah, that's a game where you look at it and say that they're probably the toughest potential matchup that Notre Dame could have in the first round, in my opinion. So, as I said, football is a game of matchups. There's other teams that I think would beat Ole Miss, but wouldn't match up as well against Notre Dame. And so that's how I look at it. But I think that right there is the biggest question mark I have about Notre Dame's ability to go on a deep playoff run is still that right there. The ability of the offensive line to hold up and give Riley Leonard time to throw and the running backs room to run. Still my biggest question mark.
And it's going to be one of those question marks that won't get answered, unfortunately, until it just happens. It's not like what we talked about earlier with IU. You don't know how they're going to be against top-level competition. Well, you're going to find that out in 2 weeks. But for Notre Dame, there's a good chance we will find out if that offensive line can hold up against top-tier SEC and Big Ten teams when they play a top-tiered Big Ten or SEC team. Yeah.
Here's another interesting one from Jordan. And Jordan, you had a lot of great questions. I'm not going to be able to get to them all, but there is one more that I definitely wanted to get from Jordan that I thought was a good question. Jordan, and by the way, thank you for all the questions you submitted at the beginning. I appreciate that. We're not going to be able to get to all of them, but hopefully we brought up enough of them that you're happy. But I thought this one was a really interesting one as well.
Yeah, Jordan Schreiber asked, does the performance of the defensive line this year start attracting defensive line recruiting calls that match linebacker and defensive backs going forward?
I think we're already starting to see that, Jordan. I mean, you beat Michigan and Ohio State to get Chris Burgess, and look at Jalen Wiggins. I mean, why is Jalen Wiggins taking an official visit to Notre Dame in in November? And I'm going to go look at his recruiting profile real quick. I don't know that he's taking any other visits. I'm going to go check and see if he has any other official visits scheduled. I'm not sure that he does. Let's see here real quick. So I know he had the visit to Notre Dame. According to Rivals, he does not have any pending official visits set up. Let me go check on 3 real quick to see, because they have some of that stuff on their recruiting profile as well. So no, I don't think that he has any more visits set up right now to visit anybody else. So I'm looking at Florida State. And that looks nothing there. Georgia, nothing there. Florida, he already visited unofficially. He's already taken an official there. I mean, so Notre Dame looks like the only official visit he's going to take in the fall. I mean, why is he doing that? I mean, yes, the academics and all that, but he's also there. There's now I promise you that this conversation has happened in some capacity. Hey, bro, did you watch the game on Saturday? No, Coach, I didn't. Okay, do me a favor, buddy. Go back and watch that game that we just had against so-and-so. Right? Go watch. I mean, you and I talked about this. Go watch the game go watch the Georgia Tech game, right? Go watch the Navy game. Go watch whatever game you and I have talked about recently where Howard Cross and Riley Mills just went off. You know what I mean? Like, hey, how about you check out that Stanford game where Riley and Howard both went off? How about you check the Florida State game? Oh, wait, you were there and you watched our All-American get hurt and our backup nose tackle come in and get 2 sacks. and our starting 3 technique get 3 sacks. You know what I mean? Like, so you're seeing that and you're like, oh, this Rubio guy shows up and doesn't play for most of the year and he starts balling out. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that stuff matters. And I think we're already seeing that, so, like I had a friend of mine, he's like, they're just still not recruiting those elite defensive ends. And I was like, brother, I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that one, because in 2 years, if they stay healthy, how many teams are going to have a more dynamic edge rushing tandem than Bryce Young and Boubacar Traore, with Chris Burgess working in the rotation and Logan Thomas, who's literally a 4-5 athlete? You know what I mean? Now, maybe they're not getting the 4 or 5-star guys that most people define as those top guys, but they're getting high-level talent. And I think part of that is the job that they're doing, producing really good defensive lines the last 2 years. And so I think that's already happening, Jordan. And if they land Jalen Wiggins, I think it's exactly because of this. Now, the kid has interest in Notre Dame for a lot of other reasons: academics, the 4 for 40, relationships with the coaches. But ultimately, the final straw to make Notre Dame a legitimate player, if they get him, would be because he also knows, I can go there, get developed, and put up have big time production, because I just watched their D linemen do that. You know what I mean? I just watched, Riley Mills and Howard Cross. Those guys are really good players. I just watched them in 9 games have a combined 11 and a half sacks. Those 2 guys have. So if you took Cross, that's actually tackles for loss. Let's go to sacks. If you take the top D tackles on the roster, so your top 4 D tackles, which for most of the year has been Onye, Heinisch, Cross, and Traore, they have, that's 10, 12 and a half. They have 14 sacks from the D tackle position right now. I'm going to see if Rubio doesn't have any. So your defensive tackles right now have combined for 14 sacks in 9 games. That is a reason why Jalen Wiggins is looking at Notre Dame. It's a reason why Chris Burgess told all suitors that tried to come after him, thanks, but no thanks. It's why when he played his last high school game and got presented with his Navy All-American jersey, he had Notre Dame gloves on, Notre Dame wristbands on, and a Notre Dame shirt on underneath his jersey, which doesn't at all match his high school uniform, which is blue and yellow. You know what I mean? Because he's all in. Well, there's a lot of reasons why. He wants to challenge himself academically. He understands, him and his family understand the opportunities that Notre Dame presents him in life. But it's also because he knows he can come here and play big-time football and be produced at that position, be developed at that position. So I think we're starting to see that already, to be honest with you. So, yeah, very good question. Here's a prediction one, Trevor. I'm going to ask you this one from Salty Virginia Peanuts. Will Indiana be blown out, lose a close game, or win next weekend at Ohio State?
I think it depends on what your definition is by blown out. I don't think IU is going
convincing
to be
double 14 or more, convincing, not a competitive game. More than 14, not a competitive game. Let's just say that's the standard.
If that's the standard of a blowout,
when it's 2 top 10 teams, I think that's more than 2 touchdowns and it's not competitive. I think that, yeah. So blown out, lose a close game, or win.
Honestly, if it's 2 top tier teams going together like that, I could see it erring more on the side of a blowout. I do. I just think that Ohio State is a little bit more battle tested than what IU is, and fortune favors that team. And I think IU faced one of the better defenses that they faced so far this season in a Michigan team last week, and they won 20-15. IU hasn't faced an offense like this, and Ohio State has in Oregon. So they have, man. It's IU and Oregon. Like the best offense IU has faced has been what?
No. I don't disagree with that part of it.
Yeah.
I think Indiana's offense is better than Oregon's. I don't disagree the other way. I think this is by far the best team that Indiana will face. I think this is a really good Indiana offense.
Better than Oregon's?
I do. But not by a ton, but I do.
Okay. Yeah, either way, it's Ohio State has gone up against Oregon's, and IU has not faced anything anywhere close. So.
And I think Indiana's got a very legitimate defense. It's not as good as Penn State's. So you can make that argument on the other side of the ball too, Trev.
Yeah.
So it's, have they played a team that's as good as Indiana is on both sides of the ball? That's a better question. And that depends on how good you think Oregon's defense is. I think it's good, but we'll see. Look, Indiana's a great story. It's an awesome story. Can they beat Ohio State? Yeah, they can beat Ohio State. Do I think they're going to go on the road and beat Ohio State in Columbus? No. Part of the reason I think Nebraska battled Ohio State was very clearly looking past Nebraska and getting ready to go play and already thinking about Penn State. We can admit that, right? We can be honest about that. That's what that was. Yeah. If they played again the next weekend, Ohio State beats them by 20. That's just, you can't always evaluate. Just like, if Notre Dame played Northern Illinois again the next week, do we think that Notre Dame would lose again? No, they wouldn't have. It's just kind of how it is. So that's why I say, Trev, you got to evaluate the whole season. Goes back to my whole frustration with, but this one weekend they had this one great win or bad loss or whatever. It's like, but it's the whole season because everybody is going to look. If you could say, okay, fine, I'm going to hold Notre Dame down for that game. Okay, well then let's just say Ole Miss shouldn't be a playoff team because they lost at home to a 3-6 Kentucky team. And that's just going to hold that against them the rest of the year. Nothing else they do matters. That's silly. Just like I'm not going to say, well, we're going to ignore everything about Georgia's season because they won at Texas. So we're going to ignore everything else that happened. It's the whole entirety of the season. And I'm really impressed with Indiana. But to your point, Ohio State has been far more tested than what Indiana has. And that matters to me. Because we've seen it all year, Trev, where teams that don't really get tested finally play a team that has been tested. And you can just tell the speed of the game, it just takes them a while to get caught up to the speed of the game in that instance and the physicality of it. And it's in Columbus. Ohio State's the better team. I think Indiana's and if Indiana, as long as Indiana keeps it within 10 points, I think they should be a playoff team. That's a good football team. Really good football team. But I just don't know that that's going to be the case. All right, let's get to a few more here. Let's see here. Here's an interesting one.
Isaiah Lehman, assuming Steve Angeli is not the starting quarterback next year, do you think that team's ceiling is higher than this year's team?
That is a great question because I would say yes. The ceiling is higher, but here's my counter to that, Trevor. I think the floor is lower. And the floor is lower for a couple reasons. They're going to be even younger next year than they are this year overall because they're not going to have all the 60-year seniors that they had this year. And the schedule will be – I've been an advocate for Notre Dame's schedule's not as soft as people make it out to be. There's the ACC bias in it. There's the Service Academy biases in it. There's all the – but I've never argued it's a gauntlet either. Next year's schedule, in my opinion, is just going to be a tougher schedule. It just will. And so combine that with a little bit of a tougher start to the season, not just the first game, but multiple games. I'd actually would argue I'm less concerned about Miami next year on the road than I was about A&M this year on the road. But you've got A&M and Miami on the road. You got A&M home, Miami on the road. You play at Arkansas. You have Boise State. You have USC. You play at Pitt. You got NC State, at BC, Syracuse, and then you're going to add one more game to it. So I just think next year's schedule is a little harder, not only from overall opponents, Trevor, but also you're going to play two really good teams in your first three games where after A&M, you didn't really play like a legitimate good team like that you should have lost to until Louisville. I know they lost Northern Illinois, but they shouldn't have. And so just the floor is lower next year, but I think the ceiling is higher. It's just going to be it's going to be a little tougher to get there. And I actually think some of the injuries they face this year is going to prove very beneficial next season because Leonard Moore, you were going to have Leonard Moore as a starter next year because Benjamin Morrison was gone. But now if Benjamin's still pro, Leonard had half a year as a starter to get his feet wet. Anthony Knapp was thrust into the lineup before he was ready. But now next year, he's going to have a whole year under his belt. You could say that about a lot of guys. Bryce Young's played a ton of football. Drake Bowen's played a ton of football. Jay Nalsbury, Kingston, Adon Schuler. There's so many young kids that have played a ton of football. I don't think a lot of non-Notre Dame fans realize how young Notre Dame is. It's like this is a really young football team. And they're not slated to lose a lot, but what they're going to lose is really important and really old. a sixth-year D tackle, a fifth-year D tackle who literally played all 5 years. Riley Mills played as a freshman, but he had the COVID year. That's the only reason he's back. Jack Kaiser's played 5 years. I mean, Jack Kaiser just set the all-time Notre Dame record for games played because he didn't get a sixth year because he sat out 3 years. It's because he played, and the COVID year was one of the years he was able to play. And then, of course, the redshirt year from 19. You're Xavier Watts, fifth-year senior. You're losing a lot of old. RJ Oben's a sixth-year senior. You're going to lose Riley Mills as a senior. Mitchell Evans is a senior. Bo Collins is a senior. Chris Mitchell's a sixth-year senior. Jaden Harrison's a fifth-year senior. You're going to lose a lot of very veteran players. You're going to be replacing them with very young players for the most part. You'll get some portal guys, but for the most part, very young players. They're going to be very young, but they're going to be really talented, really deep, and really fast. And so then it comes down to whoever the quarterback is, how quickly does he get acclimated? Is it fast enough to make sure you don't avoid enough losses to not make the playoff? That's going to be the key. Because Notre Dame's going to be one of those teams, if you're going to beat them next year, it's going to be in September. You do not want to be playing Notre Dame in November and December. And if you're a playoff team, you better hope that Notre Dame gets knocked off by somebody and doesn't make the playoff, because I think that team's going to be dangerous. The time to get them is going to be in September. When they're breaking in a brand new quarterback and the O-line's kind of a new look O-line and, that kind of thing. That's my stance. So higher ceiling, lower floor than this year's team.
Yeah, I think the exciting parts of this team are going to be more exciting than this year's team, but I think the mistakes are going to be more glaring because they're going to be younger. And not even their experienced players are still going to be young. Like Leonard Moore is still going to be a true sophomore. Like Bryce Young is still going to be a true sophomore. His new starting quarterback, new starting offensive line. Unlike this year, if Notre Dame kind of sputters a little bit, they do still have veterans to kind of hang their hats on a little bit. Even Riley Leonard, he came into Notre Dame having started over 20 games.
Played a lot of football. Right.
So it's still an offense. We still got a guy that at the end of the day, he can go out and make plays with his legs. And, next year it's going to be a little bit of an unknown. But I'm telling you right now, the exciting stuff is going to be significantly more exciting. Not that this team hasn't been, right? Sure. I don't want to paint this picture that this is just some boring football team that we want to just kind of roll out there.
It was in September. Let's be honest.
Sure
it was in September.
Sure was. Yeah, it was. It was. But the exciting parts of this football team will be very exciting, but some of the errors will be in the moment, it'll be yo, how does that happen? And then it's oh, that's right, because there's 7 true freshmen playing on either side of the ball or something. You know what I mean? It's a new offensive line. And
Yep. It's a couple I think we can get through real quickly here, Trev. Here's a good one from Ben.
Ben asks, would you take a 13th game if it meant Notre Dame had a chance at a bye game?
No. I don't understand why Notre Dame needs a bye. A bye guarantees you don't play another home game. So the 13th game would be a conference championship game away from home. And then your next playoff game would be away from home. I'd rather the 13th game, because here's the other thing too. If you're in a conference and you had to get that 13th game, or the only 13th game that people would respect is against some other top team, well, isn't that the first round game? Well, I don't understand why some people, some Notre Dame fans, just want to be able to say, we got the bye. And I don't care about that. I actually think I like this better because you get a little bit of a break between the playoff. You get a little extra time to prepare, and then you get a home game, and then you've actually got a game under your belt in the postseason before you go play the next round game against a team that's been sitting home for 3 weeks. So they're going to have to play a better team after sitting for 3 weeks than you're going to have to play after sitting for 3 weeks, because you're going to get the 11, 12, 10 seed, and they're going to get you. You know what I mean? As Notre Dame. So I don't care about the bye. And Notre Dame doesn't deserve the bye if they're not going to be in a conference. And I'm fine with that because I'd rather them be independent. I'm totally fine with the current thing where Notre Dame doesn't get a bye week. They don't deserve a bye week because of the conference. Now, if other teams got rid of their conference championships, and I'd say Notre Dame needs to be in a conversation for getting a bye. If they're in the top 4, they should get a bye. But right now, it's not fair for Notre Dame to get a bye against a team that had to play a 13th game against a really good opponent. I don't think that's fair. So I'm totally fine with the current circumstances, but I don't care about getting a bye. Because I just think there's way more positives to playing in that first round at home than there are getting a bye. So that's where I'm at, Trev. What do you say?
No, I'm the same. I mean, I think there's a lot of weight being given to the bye. I mean, what do you, like? It kind of comes into question. What do you think would be a more successful season? Notre Dame gets a first round win and then goes on to the second round and loses, or they just advance automatically to the second round and then potentially lose that game. You know what I mean? So it's just I would rather have the first round game, especially with this Notre Dame team. They're a rhythm-based team. We've been saying it all year. And when this team is clicking, they're clicking. I mean, we saw the fall. No, I don't want to say fall off because they won 52-3. But from an execution standpoint, the Florida State game was significantly more sloppy than the Navy game. Scored 50 points in each game, but one of them was significantly more sloppy, and it came after a bye week.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Notre Dame is a lot more rhythm-based team. And, yes, there's that mindset. If you have a bye, you have, one less game to win, to get to a national championship. In the playoffs, sure. But, if you're playing in a conference championship, it all levels out anyways. So I don't – no. I think there's a lot of weight put on bye weeks or getting the bye in the playoff.
Yeah. Yep.
Travis, man.
Actually, I'm going to bring this one up last. So
okay.
I'm going to hold on to that one last. Real quick, from Matthew Kettner, how much would Notre Dame's rank change if we lost to A&M but beat NIU? We talked about this the other day, Trevor, just real quick. I think Notre Dame would be ranked lower. I think they'd be closer to SMU than they would be because you take away their best win. You take away everything that's driving where they're ranked right now. And I don't know that they would deserve to be ranked 8th if their best win was Louisville and their next best win was Navy or Georgia Tech. And you didn't have that because you'd say, hey, we went on the road against a playoff caliber team and they beat us. But hey, we beat 2 MAC teams and we beat, a 4th or 5th best ACC teams. They wouldn't have a resume that would make me scream, no brainer, you're in the playoff. No doubt. You are a playoff team because you showed you can go on the road and play an ACC team and smack them. And you also showed that you can play those really good, those really quality ACC teams and beat them, the 4th or 5th best teams in the ACC. It's that, look, because right now NIU is it was a bad day. And more people are recognizing that, right? Because of how, but if let's say Notre Dame was as dominant since NIU, they were that dominant after A&M, and they just blew everybody else out. Not many people are going to be impressed by that because it's you beat Louisville and Georgia Tech and Navy and Army and in Northern Illinois and whoever else. Whereas now you say, we had a bad day. We've blown everybody else out, and we went on the road and we beat A&M by 10 in a game where we were the better team. It was close in the fourth quarter. I get all that. But look, there's so many different ways to measure. Number one, the 10-point win late was more indicative of how the game was played out, in my opinion, than the 13-13 game was. Because Notre Dame missed so many chances to really wipe them out, including Christian Gray with a pick 6 drop. Riley Mills missing a wide open Bo Collins for what would have been a 60-yard touchdown pass, things like that. Notre Dame gained 356 yards against Texas A&M and only gave up 246. You outgained them by 110 yards. Notre Dame averaged 5.6 yards per play. A&M averaged 3.6 yards per play. They dominated A&M. They just couldn't put the ball in the end zone and make the score reflect how much better they were than A&M. And those numbers show that. So I would much rather have that as the win, and then you just had that awful day against NIU, and now you've crushed everyone else since then. That, to me, makes for a much better resume. So I think they would beat SMU. That's exactly where they'd be. They'd be where SMU is if it was the other way around. Agree?
Yeah, agreed.
Okay.
Notre Dame, 21-64. Are you guys concerned about our run defense and punting if we get into the playoffs? I know it hasn't hurt us too much yet, but I don't feel great about it against more elite teams.
I'm not super worried about the run game, Trevor. I was for a while, and there's 2 reasons why I'm not as worried about it. Because what Notre Dame has shown this year is when they want to stop the run, they can. I mean, we talked about it. With Louisville, it's they kind of were daring Louisville to run. Because if they weren't running, they weren't throwing it to Ja'Cory Brooks and Chris Bell and Colin Lacey. You know what I mean? They were going to let them have that because they knew eventually they were going to make a mistake. And we saw that against Georgia Tech as well. I mean, Georgia Tech's a really good rushing team. I mean, Georgia Tech's right now averaging 186.2 yards per game. If you take away the Notre Dame game, let me just do this here real quick. If you take away the Notre Dame game from Georgia Tech's resume, 1862 minus 64, and you look at their totals, they're averaging 199.8 yards per game. Their numbers look a lot different. They're a good running team. Notre Dame shut them down. Purdue was a team that wanted to run the football. Notre Dame absolutely dominated them and shut them down. And look, one of the few things Purdue's been pretty decent at this year is running the football. I mean, they ran for 208 yards against Oregon, 239 against Illinois, 263 at Oregon State. They've had some games where they got shut down. They ran for 98 against Ohio State. That's still a lot better. Notre Dame absolutely shut them down from being able to run the football. So when they've wanted to stop the run, they can. They have. They shut down our Navy's run game, held them to 60, 70 yards below their season average. What Notre Dame has basically said is we're going to take something away from you, and you're going to have to beat us with the other thing. And for some teams, it's you're not going to, like A&M, they were like, you're not throwing the ball on us. You're not. Let you get your little 4 or 5 yards, 4-yard, 5-yard gains here because we don't think you're good enough to run the ball, but we're going to definitely make sure you can't throw. And so they ran for 146 yards. Yeah, it wasn't great. They held them to 100 passing yards on 30 attempts. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. So I'm actually not as concerned about that. Punting, I'm concerned about because field position could be the difference in winning and losing when you're playing a Tennessee, a Georgia, an Ole Miss, a Bama, an Ohio State, an Oregon, a team like that. Field position could be huge in those type of games. And so I think I'm more worried about that than I am the run defense, to be honest with you. Because I think Notre Dame's going to say, hey, look, we're good enough in the secondary. Even if it's a good passing team, we're going to shut down your run game and trust our secondary to go out there and make enough plays that we can beat you. A year ago, I'd be a lot more concerned about it. This year, I just think they've been a lot more dominant. They've proved to me a lot more this year that they can, if they want to, they can shut down your run game if they want to. That's where I'm at. Here's one. Here's a good one. We can answer this one quickly.
Carlos Garza. With the time it took to get Riley in a rhythm with the offense, does it make you not want to pull a starting quarterback from the portals? CJ and Kenny would have time in their second year to learn the offense.
So first of all, I don't want him to go to the portal for a quarterback just because I want CJ or Kenny to be the quarterback. Just simple as that. I don't care who's in the portal. Second of all, the Riley getting in the rhythm thing is more about him missing the spring than it is about him being a portal guy. I mean, let's not forget, Sam Hartman torched the first 4 opponents Notre Dame played last year. Torched them. Jack Cohn was pretty good at Notre Dame and good early. I mean, threw for like 366 yards in the first game against Florida State. Riley's issues had more to do with he missed so much time in the spring than it was the portal. So that's not why I don't want to go to the portal for a quarterback at all. If we didn't feel good about Notre Dame's quarterback position, I'd say go to the portal again. I'm okay with that. Just make sure you get a guy that can freaking practice in the spring. That's all I ask. But I don't want them to go to the portal because I think those 2 kids can be studs. And it's time. It's time now. Kenny's going to be a junior. CJ's going to be a sophomore. If not now, when? Right? If not now, when? You're going to wait till they're juniors and seniors? Well, those kids aren't going to stick around for that, nor should they. If not now, when? That's where I'm at. But if you didn't have those 2 guys, or let's say they weren't as good as we thought they were, I'm like, they're not that good. Go to the portal. I don't care. Go with that. I mean, number 1 team in the country's got a portal quarterback. Number 2 team in the country's got a portal quarterback. You know what I mean? So, all right, cool. But I don't want it to happen just because I think those guys are dudes. That's the only reason I don't want it to happen. So, agree, Trev? We on the same page there?
Yeah, I'm with that.
I love this, Archer. We're going to discuss it, but I think this is a great idea. Anyone who's joined a conference in the last 15 years gets kicked out, and they reform previous conferences. Yes, we need to go back to 1988, 1990. Go back to the or I'd even say go back to 1988, but add the Big East. Bring the Southwest Conference back. Bring the Big 8 back. Bring the Back 10 back. Bring the ACC back. Bring the Big East back, and then all the teams that want to be independent can stay independent. But bring the Big East back. ACC goes back to true ACC. Big 10 Maryland goes back to the ACC. Rutgers goes back to the Big East. Texas goes back to the Southwest. Oklahoma goes back to the Big 8 or the Big 12. And I would love that, dude. That'd be so great. It'll never happen, but it'd be freaking amazing. Absolutely amazing. Real quick, crash this train. Can recruits visit officially for home playoff games? No, they're treated as bowl games, and you can't have kids visit for bowl games. Here's another one.
Are any of the last 3 games a trap game, a game the team will take for granted?
All 3 could be. Absolutely all. Well, no, not all 3. The first 2 could be. USC is the last game of the year. It's not a trap. It can't be a trap game if there's nothing else coming behind it. That doesn't mean they can't get beat, but I just wouldn't view it as a trap game. They're not going to take USC for granted. Could they take Army for granted, looking past them to get to USC, even though Army's ranked? Yeah, sure, it's still Army in their minds of young people. Could they be looking past Virginia to maybe get to that top 25 opponent next week against Army? Sure, it could happen. Senior day, all that. Sure, it could happen. But, yeah. You agree?
Yeah, I mean, it can't be USC. Like, unless you're going to say that Notre Dame is just so looking forward to the playoff that they're going to overlook USC. I don't think that with it being a rivalry game. I really think the trap game, if it's going to be anyone, would be this week. You're overlooking a Virginia team that just got done with a good win over Pitt on the road. Marcus Freeman historically gets his team up for ranked opponents. So if it's going to be any game, I think it's going to be this Saturday, and I just don't think it will be.
Agree.
Bobby S. Rank these prospects on potential to help as freshmen: Wiggins, Meadows, Faremo, and rank them in terms of our chances of landing each.
I'd go Wiggins 1, Faremo 2, Meadows 3 in regard to helping as a freshman. Chances of landing each, I'd go Faremo, Wiggins, Meadows. And if you were to ask me right now if Notre Dame lands all three of them, I'd say as of today, I'd say the odds are better they land all three than not. But there's still a lot of work to do. But that's how I'd rank them. All right. Here, quick one. Joseph Barrett. Brian, do you think Notre Dame brings another quarterback transfer in 25? My answer has consistently been not as a starter. If a couple guys leave, I could see them going to the portal for depth, but not as a starter. I think they are very comfortable with where they are at quarterback right now. I think they are ready to let Angeli, Kenny, and CJ battle. I think they're comfortable with that. All right.
PA Irish guy. Do we see the early enrollment becoming more common, and how hard is it for high school students to do this?
I think so. I don't believe it's super hard. It's more of like a paperwork timing type of thing than it is. You have to take extra classes. So I do think we'll see more of that. And Alabama's been doing this longer than Notre Dame has. I still don't think it's going to be a lot of numbers, but I think it's like remember when Notre Dame first started doing early enrollees, was like they could only have like 3 a year, and then eventually got to 5, and now it's like whatever, almost the whole class is, or at least over half the class is. So I think that'll be the case. Yeah. Kenny Moore, I don't have anything. LOL, go Irish. Thanks for the super chat, Kenny. I really appreciate that, man. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Super chat from Cobras only. Thank you, Cobras. How has Jordan Clark become the nickel in the country?
I think he might be the best nickel in the country.
Okay. Looking at film from Arizona State, I didn't see this from him. He's been playing elite, in my opinion.
Smart kid. Great coaching. He's a quality athlete. He didn't all of a sudden, as a 6-year senior, become a better athlete than he was at Arizona State. But he's really smart, high football IQ, competitive as heck, which we saw is why he got the dumbest penalty of the season. Right? Why? Because he's competitive as heck. You're not going to do that to me, boy. I don't know who you think you're, you know what I mean? Doesn't mean it's okay, but that's competitiveness in him. But great coaching you combine a good athlete with a great mind and great coaching. This is what you get. I mean, I think it's that simple. I really do think it's that simple.
Yeah. He's a coachable kid.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And real smart. Real quick, David, how many more commitments you see Notre Dame finish with in the 23 class? I think they get to at least 27, if not 28, is what I think the ultimate number will be. Here's an interesting one, Trevor. I'm going to ask you this question from Jason Rose. Hey, guys, will it be harder for the Notre Dame defense to replace the core of Mills, Cross, Watts, and Kaiser than it was the past year with JD, Marist, DJ, and Cam? I want to hear your thoughts on this. I have an answer for this, but I want to see what you have to say about it.
Yeah, I think it will be, because you go and you look at the impact of all of these guys. Like, when I look at, when JD left and when Marist left and when DJ left and when Cam Hart left, there were still pieces that were going to come in behind it. And it kind of made you feel like you were going to be okay. And I'm not saying that, Notre Dame is in a really bad spot when, Riley Mills and Howard Cross leave. But like, I think about what was behind Cam Hart when he left. Well, Christian Gray, Ben Morrison was coming back. Leonard Moore was a highly touted freshman. At that point in time, you still had Jaden Mickey on the team. You know, when JD and Maris left, it's like, okay, well, you have Kingston Viliama-Asa coming in. Drake Bowen is chomping at the bit to get his opportunity. Jaden Osbury is flashing his opportunity, and Jack Kaiser is coming back, right? You look at DJ Brown. It's like, okay, you still have Xavier Watts coming back. You have a Don Schuler who's a rising sophomore. So now I kind of look at this team, and it's like, okay, well, they're about to lose Howard Cross and Riley Mills. Who do they have coming behind it? Well, Gabe Rubio, who battled injury this year, Donnie Heinisch, who's kind of coming along, Armel Mukum, who we heard a lot about in the spring, and then we just haven't seen a lot from him. You know, the D-line as a whole is kind of banged up. You know, you're losing Xavier Watts. So ideally, a Don Schuler kind of steps up in that role. But I think with these guys leaving, like this core of Mills, Cross, Watts, and Kaiser, there's more of an unknown that there was in comparison to when JD, Maris, DJ, and Cam Hart left. That's my take on
it. I agree that this group will be harder. Everything you said is true. And I think this is partly what you said, but it's more of when you lost JD, Maris, DJ, and Cam, you still had veterans like Mills, Cross, Watts, and Kaiser, 5th and 6th year guys. You won't have that old of a core next year to build around. Your best players are going to be junior Drake Bowen, sophomore Kingston, junior Jaden Osbury, sophomore Leonard Moore, junior Adon Schuler. You're going to be a really young team. This is what I'm getting at. You know, Bryce Young will be a sophomore. Burnham is going to be a senior. He'll be like him, and Donovan Heinisch are going to be two of the oldest players you have on your team next year. You know what I mean? And junior Tualamaka. So you're not going to have that core of guys that have been playing for 4, 5, 6 years, like literally playing that to kind of right the ship, so to speak. So you're going to need more of your young leadership to take over. So that's why, because you're not going to have that same core of 5th and 6th year seniors to step in and replace it. I also think that's going to be true with a lot of college football next year, as the COVID guys are now all gone. And yeah, that's part of it.
Mark Avalone. Thoughts on Michael Irvin seeming to become a permanent sideline fixture at every Miami game? Seems like he's trying to relive his college glory days. Needs to move on. I
disagree. I think it's great. I mean, he's made a lot of money. He doesn't have to work a 9 to 5 like the rest of us, or some of us like 9 to 9s or 9 to 2s, but you know, AMs. Look, he has a love for his alma mater. I think he lives down there. Why not? Like if I was like, here's the thing, I get where you're saying, but if Rocket Ismail was on the sideline of every Notre Dame game, we'd be like, I love the Rocket, has such great passion for Notre Dame. My issue is that the TV people keep pointing it out. Like, guys, just can we talk about the game, please? Not who's on the sideline. Can we just talk about the game? But I mean, I would love it if every time we looked over there, Rocket's over there on the sideline hyping up the team or something like that. Or if, you know, if Harrison Smith retires and he decides he wants to be on the sideline at Notre Dame every week, all right, cool. I'd love that, because he's going to get introduced to every single recruit that ever visits campus. I think it's pretty cool, actually, and he's got the means to do it. So, no, I'm fine with it. I think it's obnoxious how they keep showing it all the time, TV-wise. I don't care about that, but I got nothing. I mean, you know, and Michael, I mean, he's going to be a showboat because that's who he is, you know, but I think my issue is more of just take the camera off of him. And I would say that about if they were doing that nonstop with the Rocket and Harrison Smith either, because you guys know me. I'm like, when the game's being played, I want to talk about and watch the freaking game. I don't care what's going on the sideline. Oh, great. You know, Tim Brown, you know, Joe Montana, Jerome Betts are hanging out. Cool, whatever. Can we get it back to the freaking game and talk about what's happening on the field? You know what I mean? And if it's 52-3 and you want to start doing that, that's fine in the fourth quarter. But I think it's pretty cool, Trev. Honestly, I have no problem if Notre Dame legends were doing that. None. Like, I wish Manti was at every game. I would love it if Manti Te'o talked to this team before every game, was on the sideline of every game. I freaking think that'd be great.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the argument that I was going to use is if like a Notre Dame famous, like if Jerome Bettis was on the sideline of every game at Notre Dame, nobody would say it's time for him to move on.
Time to move on, Jerome. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Agree. I think it's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like him per se. You know what I mean? I don't dislike Michael Irvin, but it's just like, all right, dude, I can take Michael in small doses. right? That's just, and there's some Notre Dame guys I'm like that with, but I still think it's pretty cool. Here's an interesting one, Trev. I'm going to ask you this from Salty. Which team can least withstand a loss and remain in the playoff hunt? SMU, Indiana, or BYU?
IU, honestly, for me, because the other teams have just better wins on their resume. Yeah. They do. And unfortunately for IU, like, it's not their fault. Like, I'm sure they didn't expect Michigan to, like, be, like, this bad on paper. Now, like, as far as wins go, like, I think people are kind of predicting them to be around this range. But, like, in the fashion that they're losing these games and eye test what they look like, I don't think anybody was predicting that. I just think, if BYU loses, they still have really good ranked wins that they can kind of hang their hat on. And the same thing for SMU. They're playing really well this year. But, like, for IU, your season is kind of riding on, in my opinion, how you play against Ohio State, the only ranked opponent that you are going to play all year. And if you go in, if you play it close, I think they can kind of withstand it. But if they go and get the doors blown off of them, I think they should be dropped out of the top 12. I do. So
if they get blown out, I agree.
Yeah.
If you get blown out in a game like that, I agree. And I've said that about Notre Dame. I said, people in 2017 when they got beat by hey, there's still a path to get in the top. I'm like, no, you get beat 41-8, you're out. I said that about Ohio State in 2018. I said that about Notre Dame in 17. Barring exceptions where everybody else is bad or has bad losses, you get blown out like that, you're not playing for a championship. Like, because we're talking blown. I'm not even talking about Ole Miss beating LSU or Georgia 28-10. That's bad enough. But you got to get smacked like that, and that's the only good team you played. No, yeah, I think it's SMU. Because the difference is Indiana would have a loss, SMU would now have two.
Fair enough.
That would be mine. That would be my reasoning why. BYU is the team that can most stand it because they have their highest ranked, and they would still have a shot to win the conference championship. If SMU loses a game, it's not. I don't think they're playing for a conference championship. My understanding is that their tiebreakers aren't as favorable as Clemson's, for example. So that's kind of where I'm coming from on that. I actually think because Clemson only has one conference loss and SMU only has one conference loss. I think I read that. I could be mistaken, but I thought I saw an article from a Clemson person saying that if it all works out this way, that Clemson has the better tiebreaker opportunities. IU wouldn't be able to play in the Big Ten title game unless Michigan upsets Ohio State. That would be the only, and I don't even know then, would Penn State have the better tiebreakers? I don't know.
I have no idea. The Big Ten tiebreakers is all about your opponent's combined record or something. It has nothing to do with
Penn State's wins. Combined record would be better than Indiana's combined record. So yeah. Yep. All right, let's get down to a few more here, Trev, as we run through these. There's one. It's a good one.
Thoughts on the Army North Texas game? I think Army saw the first tough D and it showed.
I would also say that's true, but I would also argue that Army saw the first really good offense they played and still dominated. So the questions were, well, how good is their defense really? They haven't played anybody, and that was a very fair criticism. But North Texas was coming into that game scoring a lot of points. North Texas right now on the season is still averaging 36.6 points per game. Coming into that game, they were averaging 40.8 points per game. Actually, that's not correct. Hold on a second. Let me just make sure I do this math correctly. 326 divided by 8. Yeah, no, I did that correctly. They were averaging over 40 points a game, and Army held them to 3. So I think that says that, yeah, their offense maybe isn't as dynamic as the 40-plus points per game we were seeing, but what we did see is that defense is legit for that level. And so, yeah, I think it counters. Maybe their offense isn't as explosive as people think, but their defense is every bit as good as their numbers show.
Yeah.
So that'd be my takeaway from that. Okay.
Beezer 12 Washingbeard. Have you seen Josh Pate's continued discrediting of Notre Dame for the Northern Illinois loss? Yet he defends Georgia and Bama. National types all bow down to the money kings these days. Do you agree, or am I being too much?
Well, I actually agree with both of those. I do think that they're bowing down to the money, and the money is made by hyping up the SEC and getting SEC fans to tune into your show. Just is. Do I also think we're overreacting to it a little bit? Yeah, I also think that too. I have listened to some of Josh's takes lately, and I just think when it comes to Notre Dame, they're just bad takes. I think the problem with Josh is Josh puts way too much on recruiting rankings and rosters. And your roster doesn't define who you are as a team. Because if we're going to talk about rosters, then people should be viewing the Florida State win for Notre Dame much better. Because there's a lot of highly ranked kids on that roster still, recruiting-wise. It's about what kind of team you are, and there's just this natural assumption that all these SEC teams are really good that I don't necessarily believe to be true. So I just, but a lot of people have that bias. And yeah, it's frustrating because I've always thought Josh was pretty fair, but I think he's giving you his honest opinion. I do. I just think it's a bad one. I don't think in Josh Pate's head he knows Notre Dame's really good, but he's going to say otherwise to make people happy. I think he genuinely, it's like sometimes, guys, people are wrong, but they're being honest. So I was saying about I think Mark Rogers believed everything he said in that discussion we had the other day. I just think he has a bad argument, but I think he believes that. I don't think he's got a knowing bias, and he's like, I'm going to say this anyway because I'm a Big Ten guy. I don't think Josh Pate says those things because he doesn't. I think he believes it. I just think he's wrong. I think he's got a SEC bias, and people say I got a Notre Dame bias. Okay, fair. Okay, I don't agree with that, but I could get why you'd say that. I think he has an SEC bias, and it clouds all his thought process. And because of that, he's not going to value other wins. And then we get the whole, A&M's a different team now, blah, 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 blah. Like Notre Dame's the same exact team they were in week one. But I don't think it's something that we should be upset about because I don't think it comes from a bad place. Like, I only get mad at opinions that like that when I know it's coming from a bad place. Like, I know you don't believe that. I know that's not true. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like, I like politics, Trevor. I don't ever get mad when somebody goes at my side and says, well, I don't like you because you believe this and I don't agree with that. I'm like, all right, cool. That's what I believe. And if you disagree with it, then I understand you not liking my point of view. But then we're like, I don't like you because you're this. I'm like, well, that has nothing to do with what I believe. And that's not even what I've said. The guy pushed back on something somebody said the other day. Like, look, I don't mind you disagreeing with me, but do not disagree with something I never said. That's, I think Josh genuinely believes everything he says in this conversations. I just think he's wrong. So it doesn't bother me. It doesn't get me mad. Just I'm disappointed because I thought he could see through all the nonsense a little bit better. But it doesn't bother me because I think he's being honest. And I appreciate that. I just think he's wrong. And it's okay to be wrong as long as you're coming from a good place.
Super chat from West Palm Pat. Notre Dame may be better off ranked number 8 in the playoff rankings than number 5. The number 5 could catch a 3-loss SEC team that snuck in at number 12.
Okay. I mean, if Notre Dame's not good enough to beat a 3-loss SEC team, then fine. I don't care. Okay. I mean, if you can't beat a 3-loss SEC team that snuck in at number 12, then you have no business, going to the next round. You're at home. Let's say they play a 3-loss Bama team or a 3-loss Georgia team. If they're not good enough to beat those teams at home, then guess what, guys? It doesn't matter if they were the 8 seed. They're still going to get beat real soon. And if you're afraid of playing a 3-loss number 12th ranked SEC team, guess what? If you're at 8, you're going to be playing the number 9 ranked team who's probably going to be an SEC team, but a better one than the one at 12. Dude, hey, I appreciate the super chat. I'm not afraid of playing people. I'm not afraid of playing anyone in the playoff this year. There's a lot of teams capable of beating Notre Dame, but Notre Dame's capable of beating all those teams. There's some teams that are more favorable matchups and not, but Notre Dame is better off playing the number 12 seed because if they win that game, they get the number 4 seed who will be most likely ranked below them in the rankings. So they will get 2 opponents that are not as good as them in the first 2 rounds. Whereas if you're the 8 seed, sure, maybe you get a better opponent in round 1, but then you got to go play the number 1 team in the country in the quarterfinals. And for me, I'm looking big picture because I want to go on a run. So give me whoever you get at home. If there's not a team that Notre Dame should be afraid of playing at home in the playoff, none. But then if you win that, okay, that means I get SMU or Miami or Clemson in round 2 or BYU or K-State or Colorado in round 2. Sign me up because if you're not good enough to beat this Georgia team, then I don't really care what your draw is because you're going to get smacked by somebody. And you got a better chance of getting smacked in the next round in a neutral field than you are getting smacked at home. So, look, it's Notre Dame. We should all have this mentality with whoever they're going to play. Bring it. Bring it. I'm not afraid of playing. So what if 3-loss Georgia gets in and they're the 12 seed? Bring it. Bring it. You got to come to our place. Bring it. So I'm not afraid of that. And no Notre Dame fans should be afraid of that. And the Notre Dame players certainly aren't afraid of that. Does that mean Georgia can't beat Notre Dame? It doesn't mean that at all. Can a 3-loss Bama team beat Notre Dame? Absolutely. But Notre Dame can beat them too. So bring it. Do you think Alabama's like, God, I hope we don't get play so-and-so because we don't have to play so-and-so? No, they're like, dude, we don't care. Just get us in and then win and bring it because we're Bama. We're Georgia. We're Ohio State. Bring it because I want to beat Georgia. I want to play Ohio State for Notre Dame to win a title because that's how you earn everybody's respect. Not you got to clear, hey, we got lucky. We got Boise State in the first round. We got K-State in the second round. And then number 9 upset number 1. And now you've got, Michigan's path to the title game back in, a few years ago when they played Villanova in the title because they beat nobody higher than a 7 seed. And they got Loyola Chicago in the Final Four. I don't respect that. I don't respect that nearly as much as I respected when they had to beat Kansas and Florida and good teams to get to the championship game. I want to play Georgia and show where are we truly as a program. I want to play Ohio State. And so should you. And if you're ever going to not be afraid of Bama or Georgia, guys, this is the year. You know what I mean? Like, do you want to play Bama next year when Kalen DeBoer's in year 2 of that system? No, that's going to be a much tougher game, guys. If you're Notre Dame, it's time to say, Trevor, it's time for Notre Dame fans to get that mentality of bring it. And if you don't have that mentality, then you don't think much of this football team, and the playoffs shouldn't. Then the goal then should be, I'm just happy they're in. I'm just happy they're in. Congrats, coach. Here's your pay raise. You made it. That's not me. Winning in is just step 1. Getting in is step 1, brother. Now it's all right.
I don't even think it's step 1. It's the expectation. Like I don't understand this like path of least resistance. I don't understand that at all. It's Notre Dame can compete with anybody in the country, but we don't want to test it in case that we're wrong. I don't what are we talking about? Now West Palm Pat, I'm not saying that you're saying this, but there is just this general consensus with the Notre Dame fan base that is we want to make the playoffs. We can compete with anybody as long as it's BYU and Kansas State and Boise State. And what are we doing? I don't understand that mentality. It's okay now. If things break right and this team can beat this team, we can sneak in at number 7 and we can potentially get a 3-loss team here. Right. It can't be a 3-loss SEC team because they're really scary. Because I'd rather play like a 1-loss Boise State because they're not that. I don't care who it is. Your mentality needs to be whatever opponent is next on the schedule. If we're going to talk about and have all these conversations around faceless opponents, that also has to be for teams that we think are better than Notre Dame, not just playing to Notre Dame standard when they're playing inferior opponents. If you play your standard of football, you should be able to compete with anybody in the country. That's plain and simple. But it can't be, when you're a program like Notre Dame, Ohio State, Georgia, Bama, you don't do this when you say, all right, we made the playoffs. That's an expectation. My expectation for Notre Dame every single year moving forward is you are at least in a playoffs. You have to be at least one of the 12 best teams in college football.
Well, his response is, I'd like to go on a run too, but there are 4 SEC teams that could run on our defense and all but shut down our offense. Better for Notre Dame to hope that a couple. Again, you're living in the past. Because the only 3-loss team I think that's really there is probably Georgia. Georgia's averaging 124 rushing yards a game. And again, you're going to have to face one of those teams at some point in time anyway. So why not get them at home? Why not knock one of them off at home? You got a better shot of beating Georgia in round 1 at home than you do playing Tennessee or Ole Miss or Georgia in round 2 in Atlanta in the Peach Bowl or in New Orleans in the Sugar Bowl. So no, you just at some point in time, you've got to realize maybe they should be worried about having to play Notre Dame. You know what I mean? And then he says, this is what frustrated me. Some fans that say we want to compete with anybody applaud Swarbrick watered down the schedule to what it is this year. With all due respect, pick a lane. Man, you lost me now. See, I was trying to have a good football conversation with you, but now this is what I'm talking about. What fan said that? Who? Us? We didn't say that. So I'm picking a lane, and it's this. You're Notre Dame. There should be no one you're afraid of. And if you're not good enough to beat those teams, then you're not good enough. You know, brother, you live in fear. That 124 yards against SEC defenses. Buddy, stop living in fear. Stop living in fear that the SEC is this almighty powerful team that no one can run on. Stop it. Stop. They only ran for 166 yards against Tennessee Tech. Stop. Notre Dame played an SEC defense and ran all over them. Notre Dame played an SEC team and held them to less than 4 yards a carry, a team that's a much better. Look, okay, so using your logic, Georgia averages 124 yards a game rushing against SEC teams. Texas A&M averages 212 yards per game rushing against SEC defenses. Guess what they did against Notre Dame? 146 yards, 3.8 yards per carry. Stop living in fear. Stop living in fear. Oh, the SEC. Stop it. Stop. The SEC is really good. So's Notre Dame. There's been one SEC team that smacked Notre Dame in the last 10 years. One. Bama. They've already shown they can go toe-to-toe with Georgia twice. They've shown they can beat LSU twice. They played Notre Dame. I don't know if they can beat South Carolina. They spotted them 2 pick sixes and still beat them. Stop. I don't know. Remember how many Notre Dame? I don't know if we can beat A&M. This is a good team. All the speed, D-line, blah, 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 blah. Notre Dame was clearly the better team. Stop being afraid of the SEC. Stop. We're not Indiana fans. We're Notre Dame fans. Stop being afraid of the SEC. This is Notre Dame.
Carlos Garza, if we made the playoffs and played against an SEC more heavy run team, would you want to see Gabe Rubio and Riley Mills combo?
A little bit, yeah. Absolutely at times. But Howard Cross still plays a very vital role there as well if he's healthy because he's so quick. And there's 2 types of ways to stop a team from running the ball, Trev. One is be big and physical and stuff to run, right? Hold up gaps. The other is to penetrate, shoot gaps, get underneath guys, get penetration, stop them from getting a push on you. And Howard does that. Donovan does that when they use him correctly. And they've done a much better job of that with Donovan later as the season worn on, where they're just not asking him to stand there in 2 gap like they did against Northern Illinois, which didn't work. So I think it's also part of saying, hey, look, this is who we are, and let's play to our players' strengths a little bit more than maybe we did a little bit earlier in the season. So I think that's part of it as well.
Yeah,
definitely part of it as well.
Yeah. Scott L., if Notre Dame manages to win out, will the entire 2024 regular season be better than Freeman's first 2 regular seasons? Would it still be a positive season even if Notre Dame has to play round one away and lose?
It would still be a positive season. It would just be fell short of what it should have been in expectations. But if Notre Dame goes 11-1 and makes the playoff, it's a positive season in that they are better this year than they were last year, and they were better last year than they were in year 1. So it would show that Marcus Freeman's teams are projecting. It would certainly be better than his first 2 years. There's no question. Very clearly better than his first 2 years. Would it be good enough? No, it wouldn't be good enough because you should win the first round home game if you're at home. Should, just flat out. You should also, if you're going to play a road game away, you're not playing a conference champ. So yeah, you should still win that game. This team should win their first round game. Simple as that. And then see who you get next. But it would still be progress. There's a difference between growth. Like, is it growth? Is it a step forward? Is it Yes, it is. Is it living up to the standard? No, it's not. Those are 2 different conversations, in my opinion, Trev.
Yeah, I think depending on how this year plays out for Notre Dame, I think it's just going to be the year of what ifs. What if Benjamin Morrison didn't get hurt? What if Charles Jagasaw didn't get hurt? What if Boubacar Traore didn't get hurt? What if Riley Leonard was healthy for the spring? You know what I mean? Like, it's just, I think depending on how the season plays out, like, will it still be considered like better than his first 2 regular seasons? I'm on a paper, absolutely. I mean, he went 8-4 and 9-3. And so if Marcus Freeman goes 9-3, that means he only wins 1 of his last 2 games, which I don't think happens.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah. Last couple here, Trev, and then we're going to get going. So From Andrew N. Just real quick, says, Brian, I believe after the NIU loss, you said that if we won out, we would still make the playoffs and more than likely host. How likely are we to host now, given the way the season's developed? Even more so than I said then, because of how dominant they've been.
Yeah.
Like I thought if Notre Dame runs the table, and they, I mean, at 8 right now, they get leaped by 1. They are a 9 seed. That's assuming that everybody ahead of them wins, which is not possible because there's at least 2 games that will be played by teams ahead of Notre Dame. So Ohio State has to play Indiana, and Ohio State has to play Oregon. Or Oregon will play Indiana. So they're going to move up at least 1 more spot and host a game. The worst case scenario, if Notre Dame handles business next 3 weeks, the worst case scenario is they're an 8 seed.
Agreed.
Worst case scenario.
Yeah.
Because if Bama was going to leap them, it would have happened last week. Because there's no games on Bama's schedule they're going to leap that are going to all of a sudden be, wow, now that they blew out Auburn, now that they blew out Mercer, you know what I mean? Like, Virginia's not a great win. Well, I can promise you one thing, Trev. It's a whole lot better win than beating Mercer this week. And then the same week Notre Dame plays number 24 Army, Alabama's going to be playing a very bad Oklahoma team who right now is 5-5 and probably finishes 5-7. And then in the last game of the season, when Notre Dame's playing a quality USC team who at the time may be 6-5, they're going to be playing a 4-7 Auburn team. So if Bama was ever going to leap ahead of Notre Dame, it would have been last week.
Right.
Unless Notre Dame just goes out there and lays 3 clunkers down and wins by a field goal each of the next 3 games. So worst case scenario, they're an 8 seed. That's where I'm at. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I thought just pending them finishing the season as strong as what they have been, that I think Notre Dame hosts. Whether that's a 5 through 8 seed, who knows? But I think they end up hosting. I do.
All right. Here's a good one, Trev. And I kind of talked about this yesterday, so I'll ask you this one. And it's from USMA 87. He says, what is the game, non-Notre Dame game, you're most intrigued by this weekend?
Mine's still Georgia, Tennessee. I think with just how many implications that's going to have for Notre Dame, that's the one that has the most direct impact to Notre Dame. That's that is a non-Notre Dame game. Mm-hmm. So, if Georgia ends up winning, I'm going to be interested to see where Georgia moves back up into the rankings. Going to be interested to see how much Tennessee falls. And then if Tennessee wins, then it's going to be interested to see where they move up to in the rankings in retrospect to IU, BYU. Yeah.
Agree. That's still my number 1 game, Trev. There's a couple other games just real quickly. Arkansas hosting Texas is going to be very interesting. I think Texas rolls, but we've seen Arkansas kind of have a couple of those games. And the other one, I'm really curious to see how Florida plays this weekend against LSU at home.
Yeah.
I'm very interested to see how that game plays out. It's a good one. All right. So I'm going to ask Rocket 25 says, not to get ahead of ourselves, but let's pretend it's December 21st and Notre Dame is hosting a first-round playoff game. What opponent that we usually don't play would make the most intriguing matchup? So I think you can take that kind of wherever you want, Trev. I kind of look at it from honestly, do you know who I want in the first round? I want Georgia. That's who I want in the first. I want Georgia or Bama in the first round. Let's find out right now who we are as a program. That would be mine. That would be mine. Because I feel like if you play Ole Miss might be a better team than those teams. But it's like you're not going to get as much credit for beating Ole Miss because it's Ole Miss, right? I mean, that's how the SEC fans will say it. Like, let's be honest. Oh, yeah, I mean, you beat Ole Miss, but, Ole Miss ain't Georgia. They beat Georgia. Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like, that's the spin that we'll hear. Can't spin losing to Georgia. Can't spin beating Georgia, and you can't spin beating Bama. That's how I look at it. That's who I would like to play. And as far as intriguing, I like Notre Dame and Tennessee playing each other. I still remember that as a kid. There's something about that bright orange on one side and the gold helmets on the other that I just think looks really good. And they're somewhat geographically close. That'd be the other one. But man, I want Georgia. I want Georgia or Bama. That's who I want to play in the first round. I want to know right now how good Notre Dame is. Don't toy with me and make me think you're good and then go to the second round and get smacked. You know what I mean? That's where I'm at. What say you, Trev?
Penn State. I just want, I mean, if Notre Dame's a 7 seed and Penn State gets a 10 seed draw and they play in South Bend, I want to silence all that right away. Like everybody that's like, oh, Big Ten, oh, Penn State, like they got that one good loss that one time. Remember everybody?
Now they got 2 good losses. Now they got 2 good losses.
I was about to say they'll find a way to get them a bye into the semifinal because like they're
I know
really
Hey, listen, guys. We know that Notre Dame had more points than Penn State, but we're going to go ahead and let Penn State advance to the next round because they've got a better loss. No one has lost a team. Notre Dame lost Northern Illinois. Penn State lost Ohio State, Notre Dame. That's 2 top 6 teams. They're clearly better than Notre Dame, even though Notre Dame just beat them because of the quality of their losses. And Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois. So let's go ahead and advance Penn State to the next round.
And they showed that they can battle in ugly wins against Bowling Green.
They were both on, it was on the road.
Listen, they've proven they can beat a Lincoln Riley-led team in overtime away.
That's right.
Give me Penn State.
Right.
Give me Penn State in the first round.
Absolutely right. Super chat from Beezer12, washing beard. Not mad at Pate Steak, so to speak. More mad about the defending of bad losses only because the team that lost was the SEC team. Seems to me very biased. I mean, that's true, but let's be honest. Only Ole Miss can argue they have a worse loss than Notre Dame. That's it. I mean, I think losing to Kentucky at home, who's 3-6 and not very good, is a worse loss than losing to Northern Illinois, who's 6-4 and a quality football team. I just do. But the other losses, like Arkansas is better than Northern Illinois. Let's be honest about that. They are. But I get it. I understand where I do. I understand where you're coming from. I do. It's frustrating.
Super chat from Raymond Harton. Thank you, Raymond. I love We Are ND Brian.
I didn't have any rants today. That was like kind of my first rant of the show, I feel. So, I mean, you can't go 4-hour mailbag and not get at least one rant in. So I think that was a good rant, right? It's a good way to end that one. Real quick here from PA Irish Guy, with all the talk about next year starting O-line, the receivers get lost. So who is our starting receivers next season? I mean, as of right now, I'd say Jordan Faison, Jaden Greathouse, who are currently starters, and either Jaden Thomas or Micah Gilbert, Cam Williams, or a portal guy would be my best guess for the boundary next guy. And then the last one I said was going to be the last one from Trevor.
Travis Mann, on a scale of 1 to 10, do you think that Notre Dame wins the national championship this year? We'll say 10 being yes, they absolutely will, 1 being absolutely not.
I'm still at a 5. I still have some concerns about the youth going into games 14, 15, and 16. I still have some questions about the offensive line going against some of the SEC deal. I mean, I do think those are valid things to be concerned about. It's just not valid enough for me to be afraid to play them. You know what I mean? If a team can shut down the run game, can Riley throw enough to hurt them? There's all types of things where I don't know if this team is quite there yet. You know what I mean? And so 5. But honestly, Trev, I'm kind of at a 5 to 6 with everyone right now. Like, I don't think there's a clear, Oregon's an 8. Man, it'd be a shocker if Oregon doesn't play for No, I could see Oregon getting beat in the first postseason game they play. Like, if let's say Bama gets the 9 seed and beats the 8 seed, I'm not going to lay money down on Oregon to beat Bama. I'm not saying they can't, but I'm certainly not betting on it. That's for darn sure. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not betting that if Ohio State gets the 2 seed, that, let's say Texas wins, Ohio State wins, or what? I mean, Ohio State gets the 1 seed, that they may not face a team that can beat them. I think every team in the playoff this year is beatable, including Notre Dame. So I'm at a 5, but that doesn't necessarily show a lack of confidence in Notre Dame and all these other. I'm kind of 5 to 7 with everybody that would be in the playoff this year. Outside of Boise, they're probably like a 2. You know what I mean? A 1. But everybody else, I mean, if Georgia runs the table and gets into the playoff, you got to be worried about Georgia. They're good. They can beat anybody, just like Tennessee can beat anybody. Ole Miss can beat anybody. You know what I mean? If SMU runs the table, don't sleep on that offense in the call. I mean, everybody's going to make the playoff, Trev. To me, has a chance to win it to some varying degree. I think Indiana would probably be less than 5 for me if they got in, because I don't know that they have the depth to play 4 more games and run, you know what I mean, and run the table. But I mean, between, most 8 of the 9, 10 teams are going to make it. I'm between like a 5 and a 6 with all of them. There's no 2020 Bama, 2019 LSU, 2018 Clemson. There's none of those teams this year, in my opinion. And so that's where I'm at. What say you, Trevor?
I'm somewhere in like I think there's different tiered teams, honestly, with confidence to win a national championship. I put Notre Dame somewhere in a 6 to 7. They're hot right now, dude.
Mm-hmm.
They are. There's things that we can nitpick and say as fans, like, we got to see this get better. But like overall as a team, teams don't want to play Notre Dame. Why do you think there's such a resounding, like, they shouldn't be this high? And then there's an argument to be made that they shouldn't even be in the playoffs. Dude, I think it's because people don't want to play Notre Dame right now, and I don't blame them. Mm-hmm. I don't. Like, they're just a team that I don't know how you game plan for them. You know what I mean? Like, I think you have your teams like, Ohio State. You can put Oregon in there. I mean, I guess maybe Texas, that are kind of in that like upper tier 7 range. Like Notre Dame, I have them somewhere in 6 to 7 right now. They have one of, if not the best defense in college football. And for as many issues as we're saying their offense has, they're putting up 50 points a game, like in the last couple games.
And as I pointed out the other day, name the Power 5 team that has scored more points against Power 5 teams than Notre Dame has scored against Power 5 teams. Name that team. There isn't one.
Can't.
There isn't one. So, and literally in games played between Power 5 teams, and we include Notre Dame, you don't even have to include Notre Dame in that because it's who they're playing. They are the number 2 scoring offense in the country behind James Madison, who's only played 1 game against a Power 5 team, and they're number 1 in scoring defense in game, and they've played 6 games against Power 5 teams. It's like Notre Dame's numbers are better when you take out the MAC teams. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so, which is kind of weird, but yeah, I think it's going to be a super fun playoff. I really do.
Oh yeah.
And if you're a Big Ten team or an ACC team or Notre Dame, you want 4 SEC teams in the playoff because you don't want them to have any excuse to say, "Hey, see, you only won because we didn't get enough teams in there." You got 4 teams in there, and none of them could get it done, or they did get it done, and you still know we're not there yet. We got to get better than this team or that team. That's where I'm at. So, yeah. So good stuff, everybody. That's a great Travis. I think that's a great way to end it right there.
That was.
Why don't you go ahead and take us out here, Trev?
Well, listen, I know we didn't get to everybody today, but really awesome submissions. You guys can blame it on me. I have a 3-hour drive.
Trev,
that's kind of
we went 4.5 hours basically and still had like 40 questions left. So you guys did so many great questions. It's just great stuff. But yeah, I appreciate that. We're sorry we couldn't get to all of it. If you're a message board member, go to the Mailbag video and put the questions in there that we didn't get to. And I promise you at some point in time tonight, I'll go answer them.
But really good submissions today, guys, for sure. Keep it up. As always, make sure to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell, share this podcast with your friends and family, anybody that you know loves Notre Dame football and wants to be in the now. There's no better way to be in the now than going to boards.irishbreakdown.com to see all the exclusive content that Brian and I and a slew of others are cranking out on a day-to-day basis to make sure you guys are updated on everything Notre Dame. But until next time, Brian there will be a post-game show tomorrow. I will not.
We just won't be a part of it, most likely.
Yep.
And I probably won't. We'll see.
We won't be on it, but there will be a post-game show tomorrow after Notre Dame takes on Virginia. But until next time, that's Brian. I'm Trev. As always, go Irish, and we will see you next time on the Irish Breakdown podcast.